gasification, chemicals are manufactured, and the import dependency that we have in different sectors, that is be it crude oil, petrol, diesel, all these sectors, it is being reduced. And the coal gasification this year, if we are successful, then we do not have any less coal reserves. 2,77,214 import that is done in that, be it ammonia, cooking coal, diesel, aviation fuel, natural gas, or all these products through syngas, through gasification, we can produce that. That is why our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given clear instructions that in the future, the traditional supply, along with that, we will lay emphasis on gasification of coal also, and we will develop that. There is Jharkhand, as the Honorable Member has asked. We have Chhattisgarh and Odisha also. These states have been identified for deep-seated for coal gasification. We are working there.
So I want the Minister to answer if the impact of coal gasification, which sectors it will impact besides manufacture of ammonium nitrate, and for economic viability, is the government planning underground coal gasification? Thank you, sir.
आज अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन भारत में लगभग 40% कोल,
approximately 40% coal is under 300 meters. So two types, one underground coal has to be made, and apart from that, undergone process UGC, undergone coal through undergone coal gasification. These activities will be developed, and for the first time, 21 coal mines. We are in the process of developing these coal mines, and we will do it, and by which the coal will be utilized. And with this, as I have said, that either it is hydrogen, methanol, ethanol, ammonia, urea, synthetic SNG, all these products through this coal gasification will be produced in India, and this technology is being developed on indigenous basis, and we are in talk with other countries also, and all our stakeholders. We are having meetings with the stakeholders, and we are making progress in this field also.
For allowing me to ask this question, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister. Sir, the coal burning is very damaging to the environment, especially the coal that we derive from the northeastern region, because the northeastern coal fields, the coal that we produce by Coal India, does have high sulfur content and has got the highest calorific value in India. What I would like to ask is this: the northeast coal fields, as well as the private coal mines that you have allowed in Kharsang, in Arunachal district, all this coal have, if you allow the coal burning, that is damaging to the environment. So do you have any plan? Because there was a empirical evidence that the coal produced in the northeastern region has got high waxy content and minerals. So there was a project taken by Oil India to derive crude oil from Assam coal. So do you have any proposal, any project like this to derive crude oil by gasification from the northeastern coals?
Shri Shyam Kumar,
Honorable Speaker, sir, as far as the matter of deep-seated coal, we use the coal gasification technology, and to develop Sangas, we are making such plans. By now, there are 7 projects which have been developed. Arunachal is not there, and 2 projects have been initiated, and 5 to 6 projects have been taken under the process of tie-up, and 4 PSU companies through Coal India and through other ministry PSUs. These 4 coal gasification projects have been started. 2 have been under groundbreaking, and the program has been started. Sir, I would like to apprise here, by 2027, the work will go further, and this is our target to complete 100 million ton coal gasification target by 2030. And this, because our country through foreign exchange, we are paying to abroad to abroad also. So this foreign currency can be saved, and our vision of Vikasit Bharat, developed India, will be fulfilled through coal gasification also. So in Arunachal Pradesh, 2 coal mines have been started, auction has been done, production is going to be started. So I would like to inform that in Arunachal Pradesh there is coal. There is good coal, quality and quantity is also good. In the leadership Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time in Arunachal Pradesh, coal block auction has also taken place, and government of Arunachal Pradesh is also supporting, and in future in Arunachal Pradesh it will be doing well, and the revenues will be earned by the state government also, and the youth of Arunachal Pradesh will be given employment. So this we are making experiments in this gasification, and high quality coal is there in Arunachal Pradesh. I accept it. So I am ready to extend my assistance to you. He is from Assam, not from Arunachal Pradesh.
Mother.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, through you, I want to know from Honorable Minister that in my area, in WCL subsidiaries working, and 30 to 40, since 30 to 40 years, some mines were there, and is there any provision which is being considered? Because the laborers have been shifted from there, so to provide this employment to the local people, is there any provision through CIL? Honorable Speaker, sir, I will talk to you personally and will update the details. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, in the reply for question number 252, Honorable Minister has said that 40 coal bed methane has been under auction, and all has not been initiated. Sir, all these three are important, either coal to gas, coal to methane, coal to chemical. South Africa, Honorable Speaker, sir, there was a ban in South Africa, then coal to liquid project was initiated by them, so the prices of petrol will be on $30 per barrel. So through you, I want to request Honorable Minister that on these 4 things, as you are saying that we are going to decrease the import dependency. In my area, Rajmahal block in Jharkhand, this is the Asia's largest coal block. So in this area, the people who have made bid, work was not started, so such companies should be blacklisted or not. They take the projects and they don't complete the projects in time, and they don't start the project. Honorable Member, you please brief. Honorable Speaker, sir, whatever coal blocks are allotted through auction, surface, open cast minings and other coal blocks are there in that, and underground coal blocks are also there, and we are doing this. Those who don't start production in time, we issue notices, and reference is taken, and if it is needed, we cancel the coal blocks. After, when they don't start production in the mining, action has been taken, and we have cancelled their projects also, as has been asked by Honorable Member. We will think over it and give report to Honorable Member.
श्री दिलेश्वर कामत,
क्वेश्चन नंबर 244 सर.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय.
Honorable Minister, sir, a statement laid on the table of the House.
महोदय, मैं
Honorable Speaker, sir, first of all, I would like to thank Honorable Minister of Telecom that to strengthen Indian telecom system and the Bharat Telecom 2025 on international level also, a conference has been held, and he has furnished the reply in detail, and it has been satisfying. Sir, Supaul district is the bordering district it is near to Nepal, and the people of Supaul, maximum of them have BSNL mobile number, and all the employees of all government departments, they have the BSNL mobile number. maximum time there is no mobile network, and the elective representatives also have BSNL SIM card and they are using the same network. Maximum time availability of network is not there, and honorable members don't get information in time due to the lack of connectivity, and they cannot have connection cannot connect with the people. So to utilize this mobile and internet connectivity, this is important. So I want to know from honorable minister that including Supol, the common people of Bihar are facing a lot of difficulties, and to extend this facility, is there any policy, any scheme to facilitate in this area? If it is so, what is please furnish the details. Sir, I would request Honorable Minister of Telecom that including Supol in all areas, all rural areas of Bihar, mobile towers should be installed and the network connectivity of the earlier installed uh, project should be improved, and it will improve the fiscal health of the state, and all the projects will be done in time, and all the issues of the local people will be resolved in time. Honorable member, although you are a very senior member, but please write in short. So in the rules and regulation as per procedure, you cannot read here, but as it is the practice that you generally read, so it should be brief. Sir, I would like to thank honorable member that he has raised a question regarding, and he has given a statement about Bharat Telecom 2025. Sir, two programs, Bharat Telecom and Indian Mobile Congress. On the basis of this, the manufacturing should be boosted, and both these programs have been held for different categories, and Bharat Telecom is for our SME sector, and if we talk about Indian Mobile Congress, this is for the big companies and to strengthen in the field of software and hardware, and to integrate telecom integration, and it is held for this. Bharat Telecom has been very successful on its pilot mode, and under this ministry, this year 135 international delegations have come here. 88 companies, out of which 38 startups have participated. Approximately 300 Indian participate and 1200 international delegates were present. On the basis of these two programs, I would like to apprise here in this August House that during last 5 years, the exports of telecom equipments have gone up. 10,000 crore was the data in 2020-21. In 2024-25, our export has increased and it is now 18,000 crore, and this is the hike of 72% in our export. If you see the import, it is constant now, 51,000 crore in 2020-21. It was, and today also this is constant on 51,000 crore, means whatever we manufacture in India, this is for our domestic need and for the export also. You please reply him. And on the basis of this, trade deficit has also come down by 19%. As far as honorable member has talked about Bihar, I would like to inform honorable member that our 10 crore consumers, total wireless subscribers are there in Bihar. Our BTS based transceiver stations which have been installed in Bihar, approximately 1.5 lakh BPS have been installed, and 1.4 are 4G BTS and 27,000 are 5G BPS. Is there any lack of connectivity in Bihar? This is the commitment of Government of India. Honorable Prime Minister has instructed that there should be 100% 4G saturation, and we are operating 6 new schemes. On the basis of that, 400 villages, approximately 500 villages are to be covered, and out of which till date 390 villages have been covered, and the remaining villages will be covered by May 2025 to 2026. And on the basis of upgradation NW phase 2 502 aspirational districts, and on the basis of uncovered villages scheme, project saturation scheme, and BOP and BIP, we will do it on the basis of these programs.
question.
ओके ओके एक मिनट दयानिधि जी प्लीज सप्लीमेंट्री
Please raise supplementary question. So will the minister inform that in the whole country, what is the condition of rollout of 5G models and which areas have been covered? Has the government started has the government expedited the 5G coverage? If yes, and is there any financial assistance or for infrastructure development? Is there any scheme? Sir, as far as the matter of 5G is concerned, I would like to inform honorable member through you, and I would like to inform this August House also in the leadership of honorable Prime Minister. 5G is not the success story of India. 5G has now become the success story on global level also. The technology of 5G in India, sir, I say it many times that India
on 5G, we will lead the world on 6G. और 5G की कहानी ये है सर.
If we talk about the story of 5G, so the situation that it was started in 2023 until date, by 5G, approximately 5 lakh BPS have been installed, 778 districts, out of which 767 districts have been covered, means 99.9% districts have been covered, and with this, in total, as of now, 36 crore 5G consumers are there out of 100 crore, if we talk about as on date. And this is our estimation that by 2026 it will become 42 crore, and by 2030 it will be 100 crore out of 120 crore consumers. So 5G is the success story of India, and on the basis of this 5G we are moving towards 6G also.
माननीय ऑनरेबल मेंबर दयानिधि मारन.
Sir, thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, I have great administration for our minister, as a dynamic minister. So I have questions in two parts. So while we are talking about the connectivity to the rural part of India, it's still a struggle to get broadband services to the rural part of India. So while we have tied up with Starlink and Elon Musk service, so it's still yet to start in India. And moreover, it seems to be that we are making it more expensive for our Indians, especially people who are living in the villages. Why is that so? Why can't we make it affordable? That's one part. So the second part, sir, I'm so sure Speaker sir will also be interested. If you look at the global map of the world, and you see, sir, when you travel in an international flight, there's one red spot where you cannot get internet service. That is over India. Sir, why is that when we are developed, when we have our own services, and our minister says, assuring that we lead the world in 6G, why is that you are banning by internet services on our areas? Just imagine the amount of commerce and business that will develop for domestic passengers as well, because we are also cut off. Sir, I traveled from Chennai to Delhi. So 2.5 hours, I'm without any internet or anything. Why is that the government of India is not making an effort to make sure that we get internet service over our country? Thank you, sir.
Sir, through you, I'd like to respond to my.
माननीय मंत्री जी.
Honorable Minister, this is good that you will be away from mobile for 2.5 hours. So you should avoid the use of mobile phone. So this is good that you should away from mobile.
I'd like through you to respond to my good friend Maran Saab on both his very pertinent questions. The first question has to do with satellite connectivity, sir. So world over, we have seen that areas that are unconnectable through normal BTS or backhaul or broadband connectivity through OFC, the only route to be able to connect those citizens across the world is through SATCOM. And therefore, India has taken that step of ensuring that SATCOM is also available to every customer across the length and breadth of our country. As Telecom Minister, my goal is to ensure that I'm able to offer the full bouquet of services to every customer, and then the customer makes his choice as to which service he or she would like to avail of at which price point. SATCOM, as you're very well aware, sir, the policy is very well in place. The spectrum is going to be assigned administratively. We have already given out 3 licenses, one to Starlink, the other to OneWeb, and the third to Reliance. There are 2 aspects that need to be looked at prior to them starting services. One, of course, is the whole issue of spectrum assignment. 2 issues within that. One is the administrative cost of that spectrum. That will be decided by the regulatory authority, in this case TRAI, who's currently working on that in terms of defining the pricing. The second is the whole issue of security-related clearance from the enforcement agencies to these players. In order to be able to assist them to be able to clear those security clearances, we have given them sample spectrum to be able to demonstrate. All 3 players today are working on that. As soon as they are able to demonstrate that they have complied with the security norms, such as hosting the international gateway within India and so on and so forth, then the approval will be given to them to be able to extend that service to customers. The final question that he had was with regard to pricing. So pricing is not something that the government can dictate. Pricing is something that the firms can dictate. India has had a very strong track record of showing the world how high volumes and low pricing can lead to not only great penetration, but also great amount of revenue for firms. And that has been shown, sir, both in the mobile space as well as the broadband space. Today, as far as telecom is concerned, we have the highest number of subscribers at the lowest rate possible. What used to be 50 paise a minute in 2014, today is 0.03 paise a minute. 97% decline in cost. And similarly for data, for 1 GB, what used to cost 287 rupees, today costs 9 rupees per GB, which is roughly about 9 cents. Whereas the world average is at $2.49. So we are 5% of the world's cost today in India, sir. And I'm sure that in the time to come, SATCOM players will also realize the concept of economies of scale and will possibly try and price that so that they can get the maximum penetration, but that is not something that the government can dictate, and I want to be very clear. His second question was with regard to in-flight connectivity. That is very much on our table. It's in process. The rules are being framed as far as the Department of Telecom is concerned. We have already identified the framework. Now, there are 2 processes. Having been Minister of Civil Aviation in the last government, I'd like to offer up to Mr. Maran as well. From the Department of Telecom, everything is clear in terms of setting this in process. There are 2 issues. One, the Department of Civil Aviation. Sir.
Honorable Minister, question hour is only till 12 o'clock. You please be brief. I have to reply. Please be brief.
The Ministry of Civil Aviation has to define the rules. Second, the airline companies have to place a transponder on every aircraft. Only then can you receive signals. So the transponder placing on every aircraft is also dependent on the airlines being able to do that. Thank you very much, sir.
Question number 245. कोशिश करें मैंने कई बार
Many times I have requested all honorable members and ministers that please be brief, ask question briefly, and sometimes members keep on reading, and please be brief even if you are asking questions, and please be brief while replying as well.
सभी लोग शिकायत करते हैं मेरे पास कि हमारा क्वेश्चन 20 नंबर खुला है, हम 4 ही आए हैं। श्री खंगन मुर्ग
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
You, Speaker, sir. Question 245. Honorable Member. Thank you, Speaker, sir. Through you, I want to ask Honorable Minister about
PMC परियोजना क्या है?
what is First Mile Connectivity Scheme project and what type of technology is being used and what are its main objectives?
फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी
First Mile Connectivity, Speaker, sir, as I am pleased to inform Honorable Member through you that First Mile Connectivity aims at taking coal from coal blocks to silos, and then in a very short period of time through the rail racks are filled, loaded with the coal very rapidly. This is technology. It reduces the logistical cost, including reducing traffic on the roads, reducing incidents, accidents, and more importantly, we are able to deliver the plants. We are able to deliver the coal to the plants on time. This is the objective of the First Mile Connectivity Scheme or project, sir. My supplementary question is, when a coal sector is going for clean energy, then how is this scheme contributing to this clean energy and program? This First Mile Connectivity, our 65 projects have been completed and 139 projects are under pipeline, which would be completed by 2030. The day we would be able to finish or complete this project, that day we would be able to transport 318 metric ton coal through this multimodal transport. It would reduce the transport cost in a immense amount, and we would also be able to reduce the detrimental impacts on environment, and many other things would improve with this. Thank you, Speaker, sir. I want to ask Honorable Minister that what are the steps being taken by Ministry and PSU so that FMC projects can be completed on time. Sir Chairperson, Speaker, sir, I am pleased to inform Honorable Member that we have divided it in 3 or 4 layers and we review it in that way. One, we do it with the help of engineer, and then another agency CMD, and third is coal secretariat. They also, you do some kind of monitoring, and even ministry keeps on monitoring on time and again. And if there is any delay in the completion of project, then basic reason for this is the delay in the clearance for the forest department, but we try to expedite everything. Dr. Prashant Padole.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Through you, I want to ask Honorable Minister about extracting energy from coal. We have Adani power plant in my area, and fly ash is generated from that plant. And fly ash is dumped as sand in the nearby places. Fly ash is filled with many harmful selenium and arsenic etc. chemicals, and it is impacting underground water. It is polluting underground water. So I want to ask Honorable Minister that is there any plan to mitigate this hazard? It will contaminate the environment and people will get sick from cancer etc. from these things. So is there any step to take remedial steps? Speaker, sir. The topic which we are discussing is FMC. His question is different. Still, I am pleased to inform the House and Honorable Member as well that when we shut down a mine, we do it with a mine planning, and we do the filling of the mind, then we close it, and whatever honorable member has raised is pertinent, and we will definitely take cognizance of it.
6. Dr. Kalanidhi Virashami.
Question number 246, sir.
Honorable member.
Sir, my specific question was about the Kavach and about the number of accidents which happened in train. So I'll first start with the first Kavach, sir. So the Kavach, the answer does not say how many kilometers have been covered with Kavach, because the BJP and RSS mouthpiece, the Swarajya, they have come out with a report in November 14th, 2025, saying that there is no Kavach has been implemented fully in any, not even a single kilometer has been covered. Work has been initiated, work has been started, but it has not been implemented. And also, one of the Concord, the company which has been given the order, they have mentioned that even if 50 companies come, there is enough work for players, whereas only 5 are there now. Does the government propose to include more players to ensure that instead of your target of 10 years, within 5 years, whether the Kavach can be implemented where many lives of Indian lives can be saved?
Very good, very good.
Honorable Chairman, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Member has probably not read any of the questions which have been officially answered in this House. I have given very categorical statements in the past also, the exact position of the Kavach implementation, and I will repeat it again for the benefit of honorable member. Honorable Speaker, sir, Kavach is a complex system which has five major systems within. Optical fiber cable has to be laid all along the tracks. That is the first part. Second is telecom towers have to be laid at every 5 to 6 kilometers or sometimes 5 to 7 kilometers, depending upon the radio frequency availability. That is the second system. Third is at every station, a small data center, edge data center has to be installed. Fourth is trackside equipment has to be installed. Fifth is all the locomotives have to be equipped with Kavach. That is the way the complex Kavach system has to be implemented. Now, in this case, in the case of our Indian Railways, we have by far completed 7,129 kilometers of OFC cables, 860 telecom towers have been installed, 767 stations have been covered with data centers, 2006, the updated number is 3,413 trackside equipment kilometer trackside equipment has been installed, and 4,154 locomotives have been installed. Apart from that, complete commissioning of the system is today more than 2,000 kilometers. The progress is very fast. Sir, he has referred to the entire country's progress. Please. And he has referred to, I don't know from why he is not referring to the official documents which have been already shared with the honorable member. And apart from that, Honorable Speaker, sir, 40,000 technicians and operators have been trained, because this is a very complex and a totally new system. And wherever Kavach has complete installation has been completed, I tell you, Honorable Speaker, sir, the loco pilots are so happy. In one case, the loco pilots told me, I am repeating in Hindi because that is the language in which he told me, that a Kavach.
This Kavach is a Kavach for train as well. It is also the Kavach for the family members of everyone who is associated with the train. So this thing, automatic train protection work, it was done in 1970 and 80s in other countries. What were the then governments doing? They should also respond to this. You are also in the government. We came after 2014. After 2014, we started working on this instantly. In 2016, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji started the development of Kavach. By 2019, the first version of the Kavach was developed, and the final version of the 4 was developed 2024, and today we are working very expeditiously, and whole world is appreciating this. Honorable Member of Parliament, please do not blame us unnecessarily.
Had another supplementary, but since the Honorable Minister spoke about the loco pilots, I would like to remind this House, when Balasore, the accident happened, killing 260 odd people, this government was the one which threw aspiration on the loco pilot, where his whole family was devastated, sir. And finally,
Yes,
when the report came, sir, let me finish. I am not yielding, sir. I am not yielding. When the report came, sir, when the report came, it was shown that it was not the loco pilot's fault, but it was the fault of the system. So, and by that time, several months, the family had to suffer. But my second supplementary is, when I spoke about accidents in trains, I was specifically asking for all accidents. But the reply comes as consequential accidents, which numbers it as only 3. My question is, what were the total number of train accidents which have happened in Tamil Nadu? Why are you restricting yourself to consequential rail accidents? Because there was something which happened near my constituency, where a petrol tanker was
Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Member has absolutely made a false statement in this House, for which he must substantiate what he has said. In the case of Balasore accident, which was a very tragic accident, the matter was investigated by technical teams as well as by CRS and later on by CBI. All the 3 reports have already been submitted. Based on the investigation done, a charge sheet was filed against the persons concerned. I would not like to take the names. My friends will say it's a communal angle, but there is definitely, I'm not going to take the names here. But Honorable Speaker, sir, the matter has been investigated threadbare. All the actions have been taken. Not even at one point of time was the blame made on pilots. Honorable Member should withdraw his statement that he has made. This is absolutely false statement. Cannot be accepted by this House. Honorable Speaker, sir, regarding railway accidents, I would like to very humbly submit that compared to 2014, when the number of consequential accidents was 135 in 2014-15, we have been able to bring it down by 90% to 11 accidents this year. We are continuously focused on any incident which happens, and we go to the root cause, try to figure out what is the systemic or structural problem behind that. And each and every incident, we work in such detail so that whether we have to make a structural change, whether we have to train the people better, whether we have to redesign the system, whether we have to bring new components, whatever best possible has to be done on any safety-related incident. Honorable Speaker, sir, the entire team is working with full sincerity, is what I can share with you in full humility.
Question number 247. सुश्री इकरा चौधरी
क्या बोलिए
क्वेश्चन नंबर बोलो
247 question number
माननीय
247
मंत्री जी
statement is laid on the table of the house.
ऑनरेबल मेंबर
सर धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Through you, I wish to ask from Honorable Minister about states. Which do not send any proposal in a financial year, and how are you going to select those states and to do away with the delay in implementing or sending the projects? What are you doing it, and whether you are considering to send the projects to Chief Secretary, and are you considering to nominate Chief Secretary as a nodal officer? I want to club that in my constituency, Kairana, there is a women degree college. Its proposal is pending, and kindly expedite its clearance from the state level clearance committee, and what are the steps you are taking to do the same?
This program is to fill the infrastructure gap, the minority areas. It is demand driven. If the proposal comes from the state government, the committee in the central government will pass it. But the first step is that state level committee should pass it, and it should be sent to the central government, and it is from the state it should reach, and that
all the funds are dispersed. That is upon the state governments.
प्रश्नकाल समाप्त.
Question hour is over.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे कई माननीय सदस्यों का
Honorable members, on several matters, I have received adjournment motion notices. Shri Neeraj Maurya, Advocate Chandrasekhar, Shri Beni Benal, Gurjeet Aujla, Virendra Singh, D.M. Kathiranan, Manikam Tagore, Vijay Vasan, Manish Tiwari, K. Suresh Sai. And many members have actually given their adjournment motion notices. I have therefore disallowed the notices of all adjournment motion.
सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र
Papers to be laid on the table of the House. Item number 2.
खोलेंगे तब मैं बैठ जाऊं.
माननीय
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपकी अनुमति.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 2 in today's revised list of business.
Number 3, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers pertaining to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs as mentioned against my name as per today's revised list of the business. Thank you.
Item number 4, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. With your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Shri Jitin Prasad, Minister of State, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against his name at serial number 4 of today's revised list of the business. Thank you.
Item number 5, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar ji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 5 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
Item number 6, Sri B.L. Verma.
That's Mode. May I
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 6 in today's revised list of business.
7, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Dr. L. Murugan, Minister of State, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against his name at serial number 7 of today's revised list of the business. Thank you, sir.
Item number 8, Sri Satish Chand Dubey.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 8 in today's revised list of business.
Number 9, Sri Ravni Singh.
Respected Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I raise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 9 in today's revised list of business.
Item number 10, Sri Harsh Malhotra.
की अनुमति से
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 10 in today's revised list of business.
Uben Bamania.
मैं आपकी अनुमति से
With your kind permission, Speaker, sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 11 in today's revised list of business in English and Hindi.
Number 12, Mahasachiv.
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha has no recommendations to make to Lok Sabha in regard to the appropriation number 4 bill 2025.
Item number 13, Sri Pangan Singh Kulaste.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the 6th report, English and Hindi version of the Committee on the Welfare of Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes 25-26 on the subject Role of Autonomous Bodies, Educational Institutions including Central University in Allahabad on the table of the House.
Sri Pangan Singh Kulaste.
महोदय, मैं अनुसूचित जातियों तक
Sir, on 28th of August, and the study visit report of the Committee on the Welfare of Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe to Pantmani, Bhopal and Panaji from 3rd to 7th November 2025 are laid on the table by me.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के
With your kind permission, sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House paper listed against my name at serial number 15 and the final action taken report, English and Hindi version of the 7th and 8th report on the subject implementation of various measures, schemes on the welfare of OBC pertaining to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in today's revised list of business.
Deshuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to present the third report, Hindi and English versions of the Committee on Empowerment of Women 2025-26 on the subject safety and protection of women in the unorganized sector pertaining to the Ministry of Labour and Employment and the Ministry of Women and Child Development.
Item number 7, Shri Sunil Tatkare.
Sir, I rise to present sixth report, Hindi and English version on the Standing Committee of Petroleum and Natural Gas 2025-26 as listed against my name in today's list of business.
Item number 18, Shri Sunil Tatkare.
Sir, I rise to lay a copy of each of final action taken statement, Hindi and English version of the government on the recommendations contained in the chapter 1 and chapter 5 of the 3rd, 4th, 5th report, 18th Lok Sabha of the Standing Committee on the Petroleum and Natural Gas as listed against my name in today's list of business. Thank you, sir.
Item number 19, Shri M. Srinivasal Reddy.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Sir, I rise to present the 8th report on action taken by the government on the recommendations contained in the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Housing and Urban Affairs 2024-25 on the subject Regional Rapid Transit System and role of NCRTC of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Hindi and English versions listed against my name in today's list of business, sir. Thank you, sir.
Item number 20, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to present the 16th and 17th report, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee of Coal, Mines and Steel as listed against my name in today's list of business.
Item number 21, Shri Biplab Kumar Dev.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to present a copy each in English and Hindi of the report of the Select Committee on Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Amendment Bill 2025 as listed against my name in today's list of business. Thank you.
Item number 21A, Biplab Kumar Dev.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to lay on the table a copy of the record of evidence given before the Select Committee on Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Amendment Bill 2025 as listed against my name in today's list of business. Thank you.
Item number 22, Rao Inderjit Singh.
Speaker, sir, I rise to make statements on status of implementation of recommendations of the Standing Committee on Finance contained in the 17th and 22nd reports on demands for grants of the Ministry of Planning for the years 24-25 and 25-26 respectively, listed at serial number 22 in today's revised list of business. Since the statements are lengthy, these may kindly be treated as read.
Item number 23, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague, Dr. L. Murugan, Minister of State, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, I rise to lay the reports, statements. One, the status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Communication and Information Technology 2024-25 on the demands for grants 2025-26. Second, the status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the 56th report of the Standing Committee on Communication and Information Technology 2023-24 on the regulations of cable television in India. Thank you, sir.
Item number 24, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the following statements as listed against my name at serial number 24 with respect to the Ministry of Coal, Mines and Steel on demands for grant 2024-25, as well as the second report of the Standing Committee on Coal, Mines and Steel 2024-25 on the demands for grants 2025-26 pertaining to the Ministry of Mines and the status of its implementation in today's revised list of business.
Item number 25, Sri Ravneet Singh Bittu.
Respected Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I raise to make a statement on the status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Railways, 18th Lok Sabha, on construction and maintenance of rail tunnels and bridges, including road overbridges, road underbridges, presented to the Lok Sabha on 11/8/2025. A statement showing implementation status of all the recommendations contained in the report is enclosed. Since the statement is voluminous, I request the same may be taken as read.
माननीय सदस्य,
Honorable members, those honorable members who have been permitted to raise matters under Rule 377, it is requested that they may furnish their matters at the table of the House within few minutes.
आज की कार्यसूची में
Today in the list of business, two important bills are there, as you all may be aware. Yesterday as well, I had informed you all that we shall need to discuss the bills in great length, and the important matters which have been raised by the honorable members shall be taken up today, and the House shall exceed for a while. Hence, item number 27, which is an important bill.
This is item number 27 and 28. Two bills are already here for consideration and passing. Sir, I think you are aware of that Business Advisory Committee. Entire opposition demanded these two bills. Both the bills are very important. One is relating to the nuclear thing, which is going to be a far-reaching impact in the country. Number two, the bill on Manrega is going to affect crores of common workers of this country, Manrega workers. So both of the things, entire opposition demand these two bills should send it to the Standing Committee or JPC. This was our demand, sir. Honorable Minister told time should be allotted. Some government side, they are time should be allotted 3 hours, time should be allotted. Entire opposition, we are not in a position to allot the time. We are demanding for sending to Standing Committee or JPC. The Minister told that point of time, no, we are not deciding the time now. Therefore, we will come back. We didn't get any information from the Minister, sir. Now, in the air, there are things that, just now, Ministry is also telling that all the two will be passed today itself. Sir, you are not sending it to the Standing Committee. You are not sending it to the JPC, which is the most important bill. Then you are trying to limit the discussion also. Entire members of the parliament, want a detailed discussion. Sir, therefore I think minimum 6 hours should be allotted minimum 6 hours should be allotted for nuclear energy, and minimum 8 hours should be allotted for those car energy. Sir,
Honorable members.
माननीय सदस्यगण,
Honorable members, I had met the honorable members from all parties across, and they had requested that item number 27, the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India Bill 2025, shall be brought about today. It was requested that it be brought today. And keeping all of your opinions in mind. It was not brought in yesterday, it has been brought forth today. When the new bill pertaining to Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, when it was introduced, then a detailed discussion was held on that matter as well, and everybody had been given ample opportunity. So we must discuss it at great length. Opinions from all sides must pour in. We shall give opportunity to all members. We may actually extend the House till late night as well. The country should feel that important discussion have been held at great seriousness.
जैसे केसी वेणुगोपाल जी ने सही कहा,
As Honorable K.C. Venugopal ji has said, he has said the right thing. He has requested that the matter be sent to the standing committee, and other members feel the same. Similarly, he has put in another demand that a matter of public importance must be held and a discussion must be held, which has been touched upon by Honorable Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi ji as well. We had said that the government was ready for a discussion. We have limited time. On 19th, the House shall be adjourned, signed aye. And in the limited time, whatever detailed discussion is sought, we shall take the sense of the House, and by the direction of the Honorable Speaker as well, we are ready for the bills to be passed even by wee hours of the night. The Honorable Speaker gives time to all honorable members to speak their mind. My only request is that this matter was listed yesterday, and upon the request received by the honorable members, the atomic bill was postponed by the honorable members to today. I am grateful to you that you helped out with the insurance bill, but today both of these bills which have to be discussed, if the government is ready for a long discussion, and the special discussion which has been sought by the opposition, it will be taken up as by the directives of the Honorable Speaker. The government has no objection. Item number 27.
रूपांतरण के लिए
The Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Bill 2025. Honorable Member.
आपको 4 घंटे दे देंगे.
We shall give you 4 hours.
Speaker sir, with your kind permission,
समय दे दूंगा.
Time shall be given to you. Kindly wait, Honorable Minister. Please be seated. In the House, the allotted time to each member for each record, more time has been given by me. More and more time has been allotted by me. Please do not worry about the time. Sufficient time shall be allotted to all members. Every opinion must be present here. That is how democracy shall be strengthened.
Speaker sir, with your kind permission, I rise to move that the bill Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India be taken into consideration. अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपका धन्यवाद करते हुए
I am grateful to you, sir, first of all, and I am confident that all members shall echo the same sentiment, that this is a most important bill, and it can be said that it is a rather historic bill. In the history of this Parliament, even after many years elapse, a moment comes when the sitting members of this august House have the golden opportunity to contribute to the transformation and to a new line in the history of any nation. And hence, if we cannot understand the gravity of this moment today, I still believe that in the times to come, when the country looks back at this moment and looks back at this bill, they will realize what a milestone this moment was.
This is a kind of bill, Honorable Speaker said. Nobody has think of it earlier and nobody has imagined. And now this is possible just because of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi.
Break the taboos of the past. इस विधेयक का
This bill's title is Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India, that is Shanti. And this title has got the importance because 60-70 years ago, when our nuclear program has just begun, that time all the world was undergoing the tension, and Hiroshima-Nagasaki incident just happened, and at that time all the country of the world suspected India, the founding father of India's nuclear program, Homi Jahangir Bhabha.
to peaceful purposes. Speaker, sir, today the moment of vindication has come, and the vindication was destined to happen through Prime Minister Modi. अब इस बिल को लाने का
Now this bill has been come here, and the reason behind is, as we all know, that India, the geographical responsibility and role is increasing.
benchmarks, follow global parameters, and adopt global strategies. आज सारा विश्व
Today, the whole world is progressing towards the clean energy, and we have also set the target for the India that 100 gigawatt nuclear energy when we will be celebrating the centenary of the independence, that is 2047. In COP27, Honorable Prime Minister has announced that we will get this goal, and for the self-reliant India, this is very important that we should decrease our dependency in fossil fuel and petroleum, and today's our nuclear energy capacity is just 8.8 gigawatt. When we took the charge at that time in 2014, it was only 4.4 gigawatt. Now we have to reach till 100 gigawatt in 2047. The 10% of the total energy should come from the nuclear energy, and
of renewable energy, because renewable energy may not always provide 24/7 reliability of supply, which is only through the nuclear energy. और इसको लेकर के अगर आप कहें तो
for this, in short, I must tell all the honorable members, Honorable Speaker sir has said the reply should be given later on, and some points I can elaborate just now. I am ready for that. This is your responsibility now.
माननीय मनीष तिवारी जी,
Honorable Manish Tiwari ji.
अध्यक्ष जी,
Thank you, Speaker sir.
rise to oppose the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India, alias the Shanti Bill 2025. This bill seeks to repeal two seminal legislations, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Atomic Energy Act of 1962 and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damages Act 2010, and replace it with a new architecture. Since the Honorable Minister, in his introduction, chose to speak about the history of India's nuclear program, allow me to spend 5 minutes recapping as to how did we get to this point. It was India's first Prime Minister,
Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who pioneered, was anchored by the legendary scientist, the late Dr. Homi Bhabha. On the 3rd of January 1954, it was the Nehru government which set up the atomic energy establishment in Trombay. And on the 12th of January 1967, after the very tragic demise of late Dr. Homi Bhabha in a plane crash, AI 101 went into Mont Blanc, the mountain, on the 24th of January 1966, the atomic energy establishment in Trombay was dedicated in his name and renamed as the Bhabha Atomic Research Center. India's nuclear program till about the late 60s or even the early 70s was a peaceful quest. But it was on the 18th of May 1974 that Prime Minister, late Mrs. Indira Gandhi, carried out the first peaceful nuclear explosion. The test was called the Smiling Buddha, and the Buddha did indeed smile. And it would be important here to recap that Bangladesh 1971, the peaceful nuclear explosion of 1974, and then the incorporation of Sikkim into India. In 4 years, Mrs. Gandhi had changed the geopolitical map of South Asia and put India on the nuclear stage globally. However, when a nation takes bold steps, it comes with a consequence. And India's peaceful nuclear explosion came with the consequence that the P5 nations, those who had established the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in 1967, came together and formed the Nuclear Suppliers Group, but also called the London Club. And interestingly, these were about 14 countries which went across the Cold War divide, the East Bloc and the West Bloc. And the only objective of the Nuclear Suppliers Group or the London Club was to deny India access to nuclear technology. On the 11th and the 13th of May 1998, Prime Minister Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, late Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, carried out India's second series of nuclear tests, but the sanctions against India only tightened after that, despite the Jaswant Singh Strobe-Talbot dialogue, which went across a couple of continents at that point in time. Finally, it fell to a UPA government under the leadership of Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh to break that nuclear apartheid. And it was in the July of 2005 that the Indo-US nuclear deal was initiated. On the 18th of August 2008, the India-IAE Safeguards Agreement was signed. On the 6th of September 2008, India got a waiver from the Nuclear Suppliers Group, and we've not got that waiver after that till now. It has been over 17 years, and we've not got membership of the Nuclear Suppliers Group. And finally, on the 10th of October 2008, the Indo-US Civil Nuclear Deal, also called the 123 Agreement, was signed. And ironically, while Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's government was trying to break nuclear apartheid, jo Pramanu Rang Bhed di,
that nuclear apartheid, when they tried to break that, our honorable member, my friend, what they did in 23rd July 2008 against that government who was suffering from the nuclear apartheid, and against that they bring the no confidence motion in this house.
Your own conduct when the UPA government was trying to break India's nuclear isolation and nuclear apartheid, you brought a vote of no confidence against that government. It's another matter that no confidence motion was defeated 275 to 256 with 11 abstentions. Now let me, itihas tumko
It is very imperative to teach you history.
because you people try to derail India's nuclear program. You tried to derail India's nuclear program. You were an impediment in breaking India's nuclear apartheid. That's a history that you should not forget. That's a history you should not forget. You covered yourself in ignominy. आपने भारत का जो
You have that nuclear trajectory, you derailed that. You tried to derail that just because of political reasons. Let the house be in order.
let the house be in order. Let the house be in order. Sir, सच्चाई कड़वी होती है.
Truth is bitter, Honorable Chairman, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir. Truth is bitter.
Now let me now Mr. Chairperson, sir. अरे तो शुरुआत आ गई अनुराग.
This is just a start.
Now let me, Mr. Chairperson, sir, come to the merits of this bill. Now, government has brought the present bill to open up the civilian nuclear sector to private participation. Clause 3-1-C of the bill. There is speculation that government wants to bring in 49% to 100% foreign direct investment into the sector. What strikes me as very strange, Mr. Chairperson, sir, that a conglomerate which has built an empire on leased public assets announces its intent to enter the nuclear energy sector in late November 2025, and in December 2025 we have this bill? Is it a coincidence that the Adani group of companies announces its intent to participate in the civilian nuclear sector, and within a month we have this bill in the House? Is it a coincidence? I'm merely raising a question. I'm not imputing any motives. I am not insinuating anything. I am merely...
1 second, please. Honorable Minister, sir.
Mr. Chair, I am not yielding. I am not yielding. The minister can reply when he has to. No, I am not yielding. No, I am not yielding. No, I am not yielding.
The Honourable Speaker asked me to be brief and not to touch upon the salient features of the bill. Otherwise, I was going ahead with that. Now, nowhere in the bill has there been any intention, obviously or inadvertently, reflecting that this is meant to benefit a certain house. Now, this is an allegation which puts the entire house into disrepute. We are practicing the highest norms of democracy, and nowhere in the bill. So this is totally an unfounded and a politically motivated charge which has no reflection on the body of the bill.
Mr. Chair,
Please sit down. Honorable.
I wasn't making any insinuation. I wasn't imputing any motives. I was just saying that is it just coincidental that this has happened?
Honorable MP, sir, you already mentioned it could be a
So
coincidence.
let me go further, Mr. Chairperson, sir. And let me come to, since this bill seeks to repeal the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damages Act 2010, let me also recap what happened in this House on the 25th of August 2010, since I had led the debate on that particular bill on that particular day in this very House. So on the 25th of August 2010, the then MOS Prime Minister's office, Mr. Jiten Singh's predecessor, Mr. Prithviraj Chavan, came before this House and he said, and I quote, and I'm quoting from the proceedings of the Lok Sabha, "Sir, I have come before this House and say with all humility that there is an unprecedented political consensus across the political stream, including the civil society or whatever people we could bring on board. There was a slight contention about a few items. We explained the logic of why we brought in some of the amendments, particularly the amendment to Clause 17. Now, what is this Clause 17? Specifically, Clause 17B. Let me read it out for the perusal of this House. So, the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010 said, and I'll read 17B, the operator of the nuclear installation, after paying compensation for nuclear damage in accordance with Section 6, shall have a right of recourse, where B says the nuclear incident has resulted as a consequence of an act of supplier or his employee, which includes supply of equipment or material with patent or latent defects or substandard services. Now, this was a clause on which there was a consensus across the House, across all political parties, that this needs to be included. Now, let me contextualize it. Why was this important? Because the Department of Atomic Energy, which leads India's nuclear program, felt that if we are going to be going into a collaboration where foreign suppliers are going to come in, there needs to be a clause in the bills or a section in the Act whereby if there is a nuclear incident because of the design in the product which has been supplied, that nuclear supplier should be made liable. And this was supported by the then by the former External Affairs and Finance Minister of the BJP, who unfortunately had been expelled from the party in August 2009, came back on the 24th of June 2010, and this debate was happening in the August of 2008. And let me quote late Jaswant Singh Ji. So late Jaswant Singh Ji, while speaking on the bill, he says, it is really Clause 17B of the bill dealing with the operator's right to recourse or the right to recourse, which then became a bone in our throat. बोले वो हमारी गली में हड्डी फंस गई. You have worked overtime to remove that bone. So late Mr. Jaswant Singh, the left parties, every other section of this House was unanimous that suppliers' liability should form a part of the civil nuclear liability regime. And what do I find? What I find is that when you read Clause 11 of the present bill, and the minister is here, if I'm making a mistake, I'm open to be corrected. But I did not find a single clause or a single word which says anything about supplier liability. The supplier liability has been completely removed. Now, God forbid, if a nuclear accident or a nuclear incident was to take place, and since we are going to be dependent upon foreign suppliers, especially when we are opening up the nuclear energy sector to private participation, we are going to allow foreign direct investment, 49%, 51%, 76%, 100%. I do not know how much to come in. Then, under those circumstances, shouldn't the supplier be liable? If there is a defect in the product, in fact, it is going to indemnify your own domestic players about whom you made such a big noise a while ago, God forbid, if some incident was to take place. And so therefore it is very important. I know a large number of countries around the world have had reservations with regard to suppliers' liability, now going back 15 years. And I do not want to get into the business of naming countries or companies, but it is important to understand, and the minister must explain, how removing the supplier liability clause is actually going to help. In my humble estimation, it is going to harm India. Now let me move on to the next aspect, Clause 70. Now the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. There has been a lot of concern now going back many, many years, Mr. Chairperson, sir, that is the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board really autonomous? Or is it an extension of the Department of Atomic Energy? If we are opening up India's nuclear energy sector to private participation, what you require is an autonomous, independent regulator who can be a neutral umpire. Since there is no clarity in the bill about how independent or autonomous the regulator is, I would definitely want the minister to clarify with regard to this. Next, I come to Clause 13, the liability clause. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, there have been a couple of big nuclear accidents. The 3 Mile Island accident on 28th March 1979, Chernobyl 26th April 1986, Fukushima 11th March 2011, and there is continuing concern over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear reactor in Ukraine, which is now under Russian control. So therefore, when you talk about nuclear energy or you talk about a nuclear incident, the consequences can be absolutely alarming. Now, Clause 13 limits the liability to 300 million SDR, special drawing rights, which is approximately about 410 million US dollars. Even in the case of the Bhopal gas tragedy, the compensation awarded was $470 million. And this I'm talking about 15 years back. Why is the government imposing these liability caps? In fact, the liability should be at least 10,000 crores, irrespective of whether a reactor is 3,600 megawatt or a reactor is 100 megawatt, because God forbid if a nuclear incident takes place, the damage either ways can be catastrophic. So I have not understood this concept of a graded liability, and I would be very happy to be enlightened by the minister on this. Now I come to Clause 15.3 of the bill. Anurag ji, Shanti Rakho.
Anurag ji, please maintain silence, Anurag ji.
Come to Clause 15.3 of the bill, Mr. Chairperson, sir. Now, it exempts government-owned nuclear installations from insurance cover. It says government-owned nuclear installations do not require insurance cover. I ask why. And if the answer of the government is going to be that government-owned nuclear installations have a sovereign cover, then that should be made a proviso in the bill. Yes. Then there should be a proviso in the bill that should say that the central government will assume liability in case of a nuclear incident installing any of the government's nuclear installations. That should be explicitly stated in the bill. Then let me come to Clause 19A, Clause 25, Subclause 4, Subclause B, disposal of radioactive waste. Now, Mr. Chairperson, sir, spent fuel, uranium and plutonium remains toxic for thousands and thousands of years. Most countries store this in the facility itself. Now, this bill, except mentioning this fact, does not provide a robust framework as to how radioactive waste needs to be dealt with. It cannot be a function of delegated legislation, left to rules and regulations. This is a very serious issue. There has to be a schedule to the bill which explains as to how radioactive waste should be dealt with. My penultimate 2 points, and I'm going to conclude, Mr. Chairperson, sir. Now, what this bill is doing, it is prioritizing uranium-based reactor technologies, which undermines the entire third stage of India's nuclear program, which is thorium-based, and also the molten salt technology, MSR reactors, which should have been the logical path or the logical corollary of India's nuclear trajectory. Now, when I looked at this bill, and I looked at it in great detail, the sense that I got that if this bill goes ahead in this present form, it will undermine India's energy independence, and it will also undermine India's commitment to its clean energy goals. So under those circumstances, with the greatest amount of humility and an absolute sense of profound responsibility, I would humbly like to demand, request, beseech the government that this bill is very important. Please send it to a joint parliamentary committee. And by the way, Mr. Chairperson, sir, since there was a paucity of time, I've only made the highway points, what we in law call the highway points. There is a lot of devil in the detail, which I have not even come to. And so therefore, this bill needs to be examined word by word, line by line, and only after that should this bill come back to this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Chairman, sir.
माननीय श्री शशांक मणि जी.
Pranam Devariya.
I bow to Devariya. Honorable Chairperson, sir, you have given me an opportunity to speak on this important bill. I thank you for that. This bill, according to my views, will give new direction and speed to India's development in keeping with the vision of Viksit Bharat, and because of the able leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, every Indian will be benefited. Sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear tech energy for transforming India Bill 2005, that is Shanti Bill, is a very important bill, and it has been brought in at a very critical time. And through this bill, the 1962 Atomic Energy Bill and 2010 Nuclear Liability Bill are being repealed, and everyone has put in efforts from the Prime Minister to the government, and we are trying to get in the private sector in the nuclear energy sector, and we are going to strengthen our infrastructure as well as our energy security, and we are also looking for the environment protection. There is a mention of achievement of our achievements in this bill. It is going to enable our food security, our industry, and all kind of non-power use. And therefore, the utility of this bill is even more than the nuclear energy. Our country is leading towards the self-dependency, and we have been taken great steps in the direction of the nuclear energy, and Honorable Homi Jahangir Bhabha has contributed immensely in this sector, and today we are capable of protecting ourselves, and I challenge the opposition who said about the nuclear bomb, but it was the firm decision of the late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji And in 1998, we became fully capable of the nuclear energy and power. For the first time, we led this sector, and today we are heading towards a strong nation. And today we have to make necessary amendments, and the nuclear energy must be used in many other sectors other than the power usage. I thank the Honorable Minister for bringing in this bill. This bill has been brought in to tackle a very important menace of the fossil fuel, which causes a great amount of pollution, and we need clean energy. We need a 24/7 power supply in data centers, so we need consistent and continuous power supply, which will be fulfilled through the nuclear power. And there have been many countries, for example, France, they use a 65% power which is generated by nuclear energy. In United States also, the private sector uses 80% of their power from nuclear energy, and 80% private sector is supplying the nuclear energy in United States. So now it is well known that the private sector can also work in this sector. I would like to put forward 5 points why this particular bill has been brought in. The first is we are working towards Viksit Bharat, and we will need 100 gigawatt energy by 2047. And at present, we are generating only 9 gigawatt, and out of that, 2% is from the nuclear energy. And if we have to achieve the target of 100 gigabytes, our agencies can work, and we have limited resources. And to achieve our Viksit Bharat targets, we need participation of the private sector. And the second necessity of this bill is that in time to come, the NPCL, which is leading this sector, requires to go ahead with the innovations, and it is very important that we get in the private sector for the much needed innovation in this sector. And technology driven investment is required, and for that 20,000 crore rupees were announced for SMR reactor in the last budget. And because of the SMR, now the nuclear sector is being decentralized, and in the nuclear technology is being expanded, and the fuel cycle and the production of electricity will be done under strict standards and measures, and there is a provision of 49% foreign direct investment in this sector. So we'll need ample amount of funding. And when I visited Washington, D.C., for Operation Sindoor, there were the businessmen who talked to us on this topic. And the other point is the institution of the Atomic Energy Board, which will set all kinds of the standards and SOPs for this sector. The nuclear energy have been implemented since 1962, and after that there have been many amendments and changes in this sector. So this board will ensure that we follow the SOPs in keeping with the global standards. Indian international and it will work as a regulatory body to control all kind of the activities in this sector. it will provide an integrated framework for the nuclear sector, and it will ensure the liability of the operators, and I think it has been responsibility brought out that the operators will be responsible, and the SDR has also been mentioned in this bill responsibly, and we have already provisioned 2,000 crore rupees in this bill. And for the first time, I am speaking in English in this house because the matter is technical.
The bill clarifies the scope of nuclear energy for modern India. The definition clauses explicitly extend nuclear applications to healthcare, agriculture, food preservation, water management, industry, research, and emerging sectors such as artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and semiconductor fabrication. Speaker, sir, this is a very important point. It legally recognizes nuclear energy not merely as a power source, but as an enabling infrastructure for a technology-driven economy. This is extremely important, sir, because in this case, the definition of nuclear energy and nuclear power has been transformed by this bill. This is fundamental. For instance, by defining radiation facilities separately from nuclear power plants, the bill brings medical imaging centers, cancer radiographic therapy units, and industrial irradiation facilities within a uniform safety framework, reducing regulatory ambiguity and improving compliance. Adhyaksh Mahoday, one of the most consequential features of the bill is the introduction of a structured licensing and safety authorization regime under Chapter 2. Clause 3 allows not only government entities, but also government companies, private companies, and joint ventures to apply for licenses to set up, operate nuclear facilities subject to strict conditions. This marks a clear policy shift towards controlled private sector participation. And I emphasize the word control, the Honourable Speaker, sir. At the same time, the bill draws a firm red line by reserving sensitive activities such as fuel reprocessing, enrichment beyond notified thresholds, and high-level waste management exclusively for the central government. This balance helps attract investment and technological collaboration without diluting sovereign control over strategically sensitive parts of the nuclear fuel cycle. Safety is non-negotiable. Clause 4 mandates safety authorization for all users of radioactive substances and radiation-generating equipment, including their manufacture, transport, storage, and disposal. This support will allow the regulator to track radioactive sources through a national register and intervene during radiological emergencies. The bill empowers the government to take over unsafe radioactive material and recover disposable costs from the operator, creating a strong deterrent against negligence. The provision of mining resources under Clause 5 reinforces India's long-standing policy of state control over uranium and thorium. Any discovery of such materials must be reported to the government, and all extracted material vests in the central government. This ensures resource security for India's three-stage nuclear program and its long-term goal of thorium utilization, while also allowing compensation where private interests are affected. From a national perspective, this prevents speculative exploitation of strategic minerals and aligns extraction with national energy planning. Chapter 3 addresses a long-standing concern around nuclear liability and public confidence. The bill clearly fixes primary responsibility for nuclear damage on the operator, while also defining circumstances where liability is excluded, such as exceptional natural disaster or armed conflict. My honourable friend made a lot of song and dance about this, but this has been very well researched and has been put extremely very carefully by a number of experts who have been behind this bill. Clause 13 caps liability in line with international norms by linking in the special drawing rights, which is also mentioned. Clause 14 makes the central government responsible for compensation beyond the operator's cap or in government-owned installations. This clarity is important for two reasons. First, we want to reassure our citizens that they have this recourse. And second, it provides certainty to investors and insurers, which is critical for expanding nuclear capacity. The provision requiring operators to maintain insurance or financial security before operation further strengthens accountability. Institutionally, this is a major point. Institutionally, the bill gives statutory backing to Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. My honourable member mentioned that this has to be independent. It is fully independent under Chapter 4 by detailing appointment procedures, tenure, conflict of interest restrictions and powers. It strengthens the regulator's autonomy and credibility. I would invite the opposition to join hands in making sure that this is fully independent instead of criticizing it. Clause 24 grants the board wide-ranging powers to set safety standards, regulate radiation exposure limits, conduct inspections, and engage transparently with the public. This is significant because regulatory credibility is a key determinant of public trust. आज की तारीख में जो public विश्वास है उसको
in today's times to win the trust of people, this is very much necessary.
Allows the central government to carve out strategic and defense-related activities from civilian regulation, preserving much-needed national security imperatives. The enforcement framework under Chapter 5 and 9 is notably robust. Inspectors are empowered to enter facilities, conduct investigation, seize material, and suspend operations where safety is compromised. Penalties and criminal liabilities are clearly laid out for violations, including for companies and government departments. This reduces regulatory capture and signals that nuclear safety is not merely advisory, but legally enforceable. Finally, the bill establishes specialized mechanisms for dispute resolution and compensation through Atomic Energy Redressal Advisory Council, an appellate tribunal, and a Nuclear Damage Claims Commission by excluding ordinary civil courts from jurisdiction in these matters. This was a major issue because people felt that they would be involved in long litigation. It aims to ensure technical expertise, fast education, and consistency in decisions. For affected communities, this offers a cleaner, more accessible path to compensation. In summary, Honourable Speaker, Sir, this bill benefits the country by positioning or repositioning nuclear energy as a cornerstone of India's energy transition, industrial competitiveness, and technological self-reliance, while simultaneously strengthening safety, liability, and regulatory oversight. Its clause-by-clause design reflects an attempt to reconcile expansion with caution, investment with sovereignty, and innovation with public safety. As a legislative framework, it is factual, comprehensive, and aligned with both India's international commitments and its domestic development priorities. Adhyaksh Mahoday, मैं इस
Chairman, sir, this committee and the persons are thanked who have decided for this bill, because I think in this one there's a lot of capacity for the specialists, and the consent has been taken from the specialists, and for this I thank the government also. And along with that, I want to tell the House that by this bill, I feel the public welfare will be there and will get facilitation for everybody, and the women will get the facility who are working in the radiological thing, and the students will get benefited who are in my village in library, they're studying, and for 24 hours they need the electricity, and the industrialists will be getting benefit who want to start a center and they're not getting 24/7 electricity. And I feel that people get the facility who want to start this entrepreneurship, and I think everybody will be benefited by this bill. I hope so, and that's why I feel that all the members will take it forward and pass it. And in the end, I would like to say, Honorable Chairman, sir, in our Vedas, in Yajurveda is a Veda where it is taught where how this yajna is decided or determined. And I think this journey of our Viksit Bharat is also like a karma yajna. And in that, this Shanti or this peace is very much important, which is in Yajurveda. And where the Shanti Pati, where it is mentioned, I would like to read it out.
Antariksh Shanti, Antariksh Shanti, Aushadhi Shanti, Vanaspate Shanti, Vishwadev Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvam Shanti, Shantirev Shanti, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. मैं समझता हूँ
I feel that this bill, in the way it is going to take our country forward, and in this way how to take our developed nation forward, and that this peace word is very much a good, important principle. I support this bill completely, and I conclude my speech. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
जी माननीय श्री आदित्य यादव जी.
धन्यवाद. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. Today, on this very important bill of Sustainable Harnessing and Investment Bill, I want to oppose this bill on behalf of my party and Honorable Chairman, sir, whereas this Shanti Bill 2025 is for the nuclear sector in the 62. After that biggest reform, it is being said, but in fact, today the people, the way there is a compromise with the security of them, and the way the foreign companies are being given the red carpet by the government. And the biggest thing is about in which way the BJP itself, they are, whatever they have said in this house, they have taken a U-turn from whatever they have expressed themselves in the past. This will definitely indicates that. And Chairman sir, the truth of this bill I would discuss on that matter, whereas 49% FDI is being allowed here, there in the same way, the big companies of USA like Washington House, French companies like Areva, all these companies are going to be brought in the country. And I would like to ask the government that today 49% to 100% FDI we are allowing. Then the Prime Minister talks about Make in India. What happened to that statement? And it's such a big project. If we are going to take it, then we can take suggestions from them. But in the way the manufacturing supplies, everything is being given capping. In this way, I oppose that. And sustainable and liability cap and insurance cap, where this 1,500 crore per incident was being given. And in the same way, if you see the main amount, if you see the calamity which happened in Japan, the tragedy of $1 trillion, 82 lakh crore dollar expenditure was to be levied by the government to meet with the tragedy. In the same way, 1,500 crore rupees or up to that amount, if that liability is being capped here, then somewhere the suppliers are being saved by the government. And so you must have seen that Chernobyl incident which happened, that to clean up that incident, $700 billion loss was borne by the government. That was the biggest, I feel, what we are facing. That is the damage to the environment, nuclear disaster which creates this environmental damage. We have seen that humans face that damage, that is disaster, and after that environmental loss, and the animals, they face this damage. And the way in the coming times you can see the seas, the oceans where this nuclear wave is there, and the living beings in the sea are definitely facing the damage. And in the same way, I say that by 2047, 100 gigawatt production is the target of government, and the way it is 8 gigawatt now, it's clearly mentioned we have to raise it 12 times. And when we talk about raising it 12 times, then definitely safety is being compromised. And this question for this, what we have done, that also Minister may please respond to. And the most important thing is about the double standards of BJP party. When they were in opposition, they used to say that these people, whether they are going to benefit directly to Trump. And I'm saying because in the past also we have seen that from the side of USA, the tariff which is being imposed by them on us, and the pressure is being imposed on us, whether internally we are not thinking that this by giving this red carpet to US companies and French companies, the way that I kind of tariff pressure which are facing through Trump, that may please be reduced or ended. That is being done by government internally, we feel so. And along with that, I would like to say that in 2010, Dr. Manmohan Singh's government, when it was there, the Civil Liability Nuclear Demand Act was brought. That time, in that the BJP had opposed it vehemently, and late Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha on 30th August 2010 in Parliament, had mentioned that operators' right of resource it is not dependent on the written agreement, and if the equipment in that patent or latent defect is there, then the supplier's liability must be there. In that, you have to clause 17B of utility of supplier cannot be destroyed by the supplier. So whether in 2010, Jaitley ji, what he had mentioned, you have forwarded that. I would like to conclude at the earliest, sir. There are so many subjects. We are not discussing completely on all subjects. There are so many other honorable members with me who want to speak in detail about them. There are many points where we're hiding. Public safety is a thing, and foreign companies' interest is there. And you can see when what kind of hypocrisy is being followed here. Today, on this bill's Atomic Energy Act 1962, Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act of 2010, both are being opposed here, and in the same way, 63 years after 63 years, the old act in which the public interest was kept at supreme level, today that is being finished now. And Honorable Chief Minister, I request you that in this private sector is being tried to be brought here, and the condition of government is such that as a whole, with the whole summary of this is this, that the government, the way in the financial conditions this government is facing itself, where dollar is more than 90 rupees per dollar, per rupee. Now the value of rupee is so down and the investment is not there. No company wants to come here. Then for the dollars, for the foreign companies are being allowed here, and they want to clear their own debt to this. And that's why Samajwadi people, we oppose it completely, and in the coming times we will definitely oppose it with the vehemence. And I thank you. Jai Hind.
Yes, sir.
बहुत अच्छा बोला. Sir, I shall be very brief. I've got only 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes I oppose the Shanti Bill. Sir, I oppose this because this bill opens up the nuclear power sector to private industry, both domestic and foreign. And also, their plan is to have Taj. 4 companies are vying for this: Tata, Adani, Ambani, and Jindal. They want to have a share in the nuclear pie. That's why it has been mentioned by Manish before. I oppose this bill. So the bill comes after the country had 75 years.
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir.
Sir,
Houses which are being named by the honourable member, direct or indirect mention in the entire text of the bill. So please, this should be removed from the record. Earlier also the member mentioned, so attaching motives without grounds will send a wrong message and bring the House into disrepute.
Sir, I have not named anybody. I have named some titles: Taj, Tata,
Honourable member
Ambani,
has just now
Adani,
named 3
and
houses
Jindal.
and everybody has heard it.
Sir, that is not all my point.
Professor Saugat
Other
Raji, 1 second.
members
1 second,
will speak on
Professor
this.
Saugat Raji.
All I want to say, why I am...
I heard Honourable Minister raising this point 2 times during this discussion. Kindly refrain from taking any names directly, because you don't have any basis to raise any names. So we will look into the record later, but please do not take any names.
Rule doesn't permit, sir.
The rule, sir, the rule doesn't permit, you know that. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Sir, the government is planning to have 100 gigawatts by 2047 through the nuclear route. It plans to have 22,000 megawatt by 2032. It says that it will reduce dependence on fossil fuels. But we must also remember that nuclear energy is a risky proposition. You know about the Chernobyl incident in Belarus, 3 Mile Island in the United States, and Fukushima in Japan. You are saying that if accident takes place, maximum liability will be 300 million. I say that this should be increased to 500 million. Why? It should be such a small cap. Liability should be full. Sir, we have shortage both of nuclear raw materials. As you know, all these reactors are fission reactors, splitting the atom. We haven't developed the technology to have fusion reactors, where you combine 2 atoms into 1. So, these fission reactors have this problem, chance of accident. One should be careful about that. Sir, they say that this is to achieve low carbonization, zero carbon emission by 2070. But if in the process this accident takes place, the whole purpose will be defeated. Sir, new boards have been taken up. Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Atomic Energy Redressal Advisory Council, Nuclear Damage Claims Commission. It's all right to have such regulatory bodies. But basically, if you bring in the private sector and foreign investment, there will be a basic problem in the whole nuclear. We don't have enough nuclear raw material. We have some uranium mines in this country, but you know, sir, uranium has to be put into a centrifuge so that it becomes plutonium. And latest nuclear. Yes? Conclude kar do? Sir, former Chief Minister.
No, sorry, you came up to plutonium, you want to go to
Sir,
thorium, please go ahead. Yeah.
It has to be put in a centrifuge. We are short of nuclear fuel. Now you are allowing import of nuclear fuel, import of equipment, and you are also allowing private parties to build nuclear reactors. So the whole thing should be considered afresh. The minister should send this bill without hurrying. He should not make haste or hurry. He should send it to a select committee. Let us consider all these aspects and then we can decide. That's why, sir, I oppose this bill and propose it be referred to a select committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mananiya Shri Arun Nehru ji.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. And thanks for the opportunity to present my views on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India, which the short form is Shanti. And I think this is an oxymoron, sir. Nuclear energy has nothing to do with Shanti. You know, the powers that you deal with are extremely dangerous. So I think this is an oxymoron. Sir, the first thing that I want to start with is motivation, sir. Now, irrespective of being from wherever politics we are, the motivation is simple, is very different for private enterprise, and it's completely different for public enterprise, sir. Now, the private sector is answerable to the shareholders, sir. Every year, the private sector's pursuit is the pursuit of profit through economy and through business. It's always profit at the end of the day. So the bottom line matters for the private sector, irrespective of in any other business, sir. We have seen it in warfare scenarios. We have seen it in where humans have gone to inhuman ways to seek profit. So private enterprise in this particular scenario, it's still pursuit of profit, where public sector has a different motivation, sir. Public sector, it's state obligation. It's the obligation of the state. It's the prestige of the state to preserve and nurture and to showcase to the world that we're actually better off. And we have. In fact, in the last so many years, the atomic establishment in the country has been one of the finest in the country, and we have showcased ourselves to be a safe, responsible nuclear power. And now, one of the things is, it's the commitment of the sovereign. So we take so much care, irrespective of the politics, to ensure that our image through the nuclear deterrence is actually shown to be a responsible power. Now, I will also want to tabulate the difference between a private enterprise and public enterprise across various industries, sir, and the outcomes that has happened because of a policy change allowing private enterprise to come in. I'm not against private enterprise, sir, but I want to point out to House in certain sensitive segments where the pursuit of profit has actually caused harm rather than, productivity in this country. You take energy, sir. Now, energy, there are a number of incidences where tragedies have happened, but let me stick to economics of the energy now. In the last 10 years, the cost of electricity that is being consumed by the consumers has actually increased by 25%, sir. When there's more private enterprise commissioning plants, which is a good thing, but the outcome of it is you have cost increase by 25%. On the public enterprise, we have superb enterprises like the NTPC, CIL, and GAIL, thanks to the stalwarts of liberalization who actually gave these products to us. Second, finance. In the industry finance, private sector has come up with innovation in finance in a number of ways. There have been so many good things, but I also want to point out that corporate write-offs in the last 10 years is increased by so many times, sir. I'm not trying to say that it is wrong, it's right,
but an outcome of a policy which is allowing private players to pursue profit is actually corporate write-offs, where on the other side, we have companies, we have institutions, I would say institutions, public institutions, not even companies, like SBI and LSE, pursuing the public thing. The last thing that I want to, two more things, sir, is food and agriculture. You see, one of the outcomes of the private enterprise coming in is the shortage of fertilizer. I mean, it is because of so many other reasons, but one of the reasons is because the private has a very large share of fertilizer production in this country, and that is one of the consequences of having a shortfall in the last season of shortage of fertilizer. On the other hand, we have TN's horticulture mission, which is actually have policies to enable the largest per capita production of vegetables in the country, sir. The last point we have, in this case itself, nuclear, you have Fukushima and you had Chernobyl happen, which again is Fukushima is again a private enterprise, sir. Japan, a country with much higher technical capabilities because of their history, has actually shut nuclear production for a long period of time. So I want the House to note that even with technical expertise, this has to handle with utmost caution. And now we have on the other side, public enterprise of Kalpakkam, sir, Kalpakkam Nuclear Energy, where fast breeder reactors technology have been pursued, and it's still safe, and no incidences have been reported in the Kalpakkam, sir. Now, a very important point is the risk profile, right? Whenever our country has, is open, it's liberal, it's trading in dollars, we're exporting, we're importing. One of the things is that this bill opens up litigation to international forums. Previously, it was supposed to be within the jurisdiction of this country, and our courts had jurisdiction over nuclear incidences. What I want to point out here is this, sir, that it will have an implication when our private enterprise or when a country borrows in dollars, because our risk profile is also tied up to any of the litigation that may come up in the future, and because litigation and insurance is about future products, it's about a future risk. So the risk profile of our country, because of it being open up to international forums, is going to increase the cost of borrowing in international markets, and hence our exports are going to be expensive. I want the House to note that also, sir. Now, the next point that I want to note out is liability. The liability regime in this particular bill is actually pro-operator. The government has reasons to make it pro-operator because they want to say that, we want better technologies to come, we want better operators to come, we want large players to come. Yes, we all agree. But there are certain things which actually you should note, where the AERB, the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, is given a statutory backing, which is long due, which is important. But there are certain provisions which a government can instruct ARB to. So the autonomous nature of ARB on a statutory role is actually short-circuited in this particular bill, sir. I would want the attention to happen. Now, there are strict time limits on claims. Anywhere in the country, sir, anywhere in the world also, whenever nuclear energy is present, there's always claims and counterclaims because of the nature of technology involved and its sensitivity. Now here, the government has come up with a particular section that says that any of the claims must be pursued through the claims commissioners. You can't approach the court system or the judiciary here. Again, what the government intends to do is basically say, look, we have given you a separate infrastructure so as to go to claims. But we know the history of claims, sir, and the jurisprudence in the country also. So there is enormous power, from the government to the operator to actually execute the project in spite of the claims. So there is a need for the government to clarify that they can actually be fair to the claimants if there is any. Now, that is under clause 70, sir, where there is no, clause 70 says there is no individual settlement. Individually, you can't go and say, look, I have a claim. It will all come from a consolidated fund. So they have to group all the victims or claimants together and have, the claims commissioner decides a certain amount, and it has to be divided by the largest denominator, which is the number of people there, sir. So an individual claim has no merit here. So what the bill does is actually remove the individual rights, which you and I know, sir, it is enshrined in the constitution of the country, and it's sacred to all of us now. Now, clause 54 has fixed tariffs. The government wants to give clarity to the operator, I presume, because that is why they brought in clause 37. But it has a fixed rate, sir. It's not market linked. And any fixed rate by a public institution like the government, sir, it is actually prone to misuse, because fixing of a rate, has completely, in the gray area. It is not market linked, it's not determinable, and there are so many factors which are in the gray area. So the government must come up with a clear plan actually fixing the price, sir. Now, the most important point which my colleagues have already pointed out is there is a staggered limit on the claims that can happen. The largest or the highest cap is 3,000 crores, sir. 3,000 crores. I will tell you why that 3,000 crores is minuscule compared to the project size, which I will explain in the next section, which is the economics. Now, members would note that anywhere in the world, nuclear fuel or the nuclear energy is only stopgap, sir. I mean, the Honorable Minister, when he started, he said that the wind energy and the solar energy had a lot of fluctuations because of the nature of the, the technology involved and the grid system. And he said nuclear energy will be a stopgap measure. So I would thank the Minister actually reminding the House that nuclear energy is a stopgap. And I will explain the mechanics or the economics to understand why stopgap and the economy doesn't match. Now, the cost of nuclear versus different energies, sir. Any project has tangible cost and intangible cost. Tangible cost is something that you can measure. Intangible costs are those costs which is especially environmental factors, which comes through environmental clearance and the green tribunals that have been set up. Now, cost of production, capital expenditure. When you want to establish a nuclear power station or a nuclear project, cost per megawatt is 30 crores, sir. 30 crores per megawatt. Coal is approximately 12 crores, sir. You can still do it lower, but 12 crores is, taking the latest technology in place, making sure clean fuel is available. So it's clean energy is available. So it's 12 crores, sir. Solar is 4.5 crore per megawatt. So this is the current, even in Indian conditions, because, foreigners, it's still very expensive because of the statutory norms and safety norms. Now, if you take the levelized cost of electricity, putting all the numbers together, I'm not great at mathematics, sir, but if you ask me, give me one number, what is the cost of per unit of electricity? Now, the localized cost of electricity, LCOE is called, is rupees 5 per megawatt when it comes to a nuclear station above 100 megawatts, sir. You need that minimum scale because it doesn't come up with the investment if it's 1 megawatt or 2 megawatt. Now, for coal, it's 5.5 today in India's term. And for solar, it's 3 megawatt. Now, coming back to the stopgap, what the Honorable Minister had pointed out, sir. Now, this project of 30 crore per megawatt, a stopgap, is like a UPS in your home, right? You would spend 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs for your home, but the UPS will be less than 50,000 for the initiative that it provides, which is a stopgap, which is a ensure that there is uninterrupted power supply, but on a larger scale through nuclear source. Now, when you take this stopgap measure, the cost of each of the project, that too linked to the dollar, because all of your technologies and the fuel come from dollar, not rupees, you are actually exporting or exposing the risk of the country to multitude of factors other than just cost of production, sir, which is actually intangible. We still don't know the intangible cost because advanced powers, where they have a matured nuclear industry, still haven't figured out the intangible cost, and you still have, so many litigations in the, Western Hemisphere on nuclear energy. Now, because of this exposure to the dollar, sir, you have to tap the international markets. The domestic markets cannot fund the size and scope of this particular project, and suppliers of technology will also want a stopgap because they will tap the dollar. Now, 1% increase in the interest rate, if the, from the borrower, impacts the cost of electricity production by 0.40 paise per kilowatt hour, sir. And you can multiply it by the thousands of the megawatt the government wants to bring in, it will actually make the project not feasible, sir. A 10% increase, which is about 5 rupees, and a 40 paise increase is a 10% increase, sir. Would you think the consumers or the government or the private industry? I don't think it's going to be liable, sir. The last point that I want to explain to the members of the House is safety. Now, the power of plutonium-239, there are a number of fuels, sir, but an isotope, which is a variation of the nuclear fuel, plutonium-239, which is actually used by India in the fast breeder reactors in the country, we have got very good expertise, has been the fuel, sir. Now, safety-wise, a lot of members don't know that there's something called the half-life period of this material, sir. And half-life period is the amount of time required for the energy to be reduced into half. So if you produce 1 kilowatt, if 1 gram of fuel produces 1 megawatt of power, that 1 gram to reduce to 500 kilowatts, sir, takes 24,100 years, sir. 24,000 years, sir. We are not even, forget 5 years, 10 years, 24,000 years, sir. One small incident that on this, of course, the government is pursuing on the safety also. One small error is an error of 24,000 years, sir. It is epochs. So, also, I'm finishing, sir, last point, the geological storage of spent fuel in this country. We have still got geological storage, sir. Geological storage is the storage where you keep this fuel. Spent fuel, which can't be given outside, is approximately 10,000 years, sir. Forget about the policy continuity on 50 years, 100 years. 10,000 years, are you going to have a policy continuity? There are a number of risks, sir. I'm finishing last point, sir. The number of risks in this bill where the government's intention is to bring up innovation, bring up energy production. I think the government is at risk in terms of safety, in terms of statutory routes, and in terms of getting our engineers to actually come up to date. So I request the government to take note that there is a lot of risks which is opening our country into foreign, risks. So I request the government to revisit or revise to JPC. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Honorable Member, Alok Kumar Sumanji.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I express my gratitude that you gave me this opportunity to speak on this seminal piece of legislation, the Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Bill 2025. This bill will not only control but make sustainable the atomic energy of our country. It's a useful step. The main target is to repeal the Atomic Energy Act 1962 and the Atomic Energy Act 1948. It will ensure that our energy needs of the country for today and the future are also met through this clean energy. Once this bill is passed, we will have self-dependency in nuclear energy. We can say that the government is moving towards clean energy, and the need of energy which is coming in the future, we will be able to get that, and almost 20 hours of energy can be received from this atomic energy. If we are talking about the global sustainable development goals, then in the energy sector, we have established ourselves, and we will have a target of decarbonization of the economy by the year 2070. And we will have a target to achieve 100 gigawatt of nuclear power capacity by the year 2047, which is 7.5 gigawatt presently. This will make full utilization of our indigenous nuclear reactors, and we will have a participation in this, and I hope that we will be able to help other countries also in nuclear energy. By the year 2047, the needs of electricity, there will be 4 to 5 times increase in it, but renewable energy, its resources are expanding, but they cannot alone suffice the needs of the country. So it is pertinent that atomic energy may become the main resource. That is why 100 gigawatt of nuclear capacity, we have to ensure that we achieve it, and for that we have to produce 4 gigawatt of energy per year. I would like to say that NPCIL, along with its associate companies, they have taken over the target of 100 gigawatt, and almost 50% will be achieved by them. And NTPC's associate company Ashwini in Baswara, 700 capacity, 4 PHWR are being constructed. Along with these activities, this bill will help in attaining the target. As we all know that Dr. Homi Bhabha started the atomic energy revolution in the country, but despite many doubts, there was no ban or prohibition on atomic energy, but the government has taken and faced all these challenges. Today, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and our Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar Shri Nitish Kumar ji, under their able leadership in the field of atomic energy, we are making many more accomplishments. In the last 2 decades, 10 new nuclear reactors were there, and it has increased tenfold recently, and in the Chapter 2 of the present bill, grant of license and safety authorization is being spoken about. In Section 3, subsection 1 to 5, they are mentioning about safety and other requirements. I would suggest that fuel safety should be ensured with the help of the state governments. For nuclear facility, maximum water will be utilized. So we have to take into account the sustainability also, and we have to take obligatory consultations with the state governments. In this Chapter 2 of Section 4, radioactive substances regulations and radiation generating equipment is being spoken about. It has been stated that safety authorization will be taken from the board. I would request that the license granting method should be of highest quality. In case of any radiological emergency, the central and the state government should help at the earliest. Storage should be made safe and harmless. In Section 6, application of license, and in Section 7, license grant and security is the subject. I would like to state here that radioactive waste management, which is a very important aspect of this, and it is related directly to health. We have to take special cognizance of the management. And so I would like to say that once this bill is passed, we will be able to solve all these and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is concerned, India has achieved its goals. So in energy sector, by the year 27, we will have net zero carbon emission, and we will achieve that target. This talks about the International Atomic Agency, Research Agency, that will also be ensured. And in the year 25-26, the nuclear mission has started, and for which 20,000 crore rupees have been allocated, so that by the year 2033, at least 5 small indigenous modular reactors be developed. The present bill, Chapter 1, has the duties and liabilities. In this chapter's Section 10, safety, security, and safeguards are mentioned, and prime responsibility has been given to the factory owners, the employer, and the mine owners. I would like to suggest here that whatever reports are presented to the central government for the information, we should have expert consultation on that. Section 11 states that operator of nuclear installations, it will be their responsibility if there is any incidents or nuclear damage occurs. So we have to ensure that the nuclear installers and nuclear incidents should not be by nuclear damage. In Section 13, maximum amount of liability is 300 million. I would like to suggest here that it be increased to 4 to 5 million. So it will help in bad times, and it will be a sufficient amount. With these words, I support this bill and conclude my speech. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री कृष्णा प्रसाद तेनेती जी.
Honorable Chairman, sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity on speaking such a wonderful and very, very important and watershed bill for this year 2025. Dear sir, I rise today on behalf of my party and our honorable leader, Honorable Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji, to express the support for the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India, in short, Shanti Bill 2025. The very name, sir, of this bill reflects our nation's resolve to harness nuclear energy responsibly and strategically for national development and long-term sustainability in line with the aim of an Atmanirbhar Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Honorable Speaker, sir, our country's journey in atomic energy is deeply rooted in scientific temperament and national foresight. Dr. Homi J. Bhabha, the architect of India's nuclear program, viewed atomic energy as a driver of development and self-reliance. His vision was complemented by the defense developments under Sri Babu Jagjivan Ramji, whose political resolve as defense minister showcased India's nuclear capabilities on the international stage with Smiling Buddha in 1974, thereby aligning scientific advancement with national security and sovereignty. Honorable Chairperson, sir, Dr. Homi J. Babaji has envisioned Atmanirbhar Bharat on 3 stages. We started by talking about uranium, and from uranium, after 2 stages to thorium, because I want the House to understand, India has 25% of the global reserves of thorium in our country. Had it not been for the NDA government and the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, we couldn't have come to the 3rd stage. We paused for several years, nearly 50 years in between. We didn't go forward. So now we have come after the 2nd stage, from 2015 amendments which sped up development in nuclear energy to the historic entry into phase 2 of India's nuclear plan in 2024, wherein our Prime Minister witnessed the commencement of core loading at in your own stage in India's first indigenous fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam. I will come to you, sir. I will come to you. Please recollect the core loading which happened in your own stage in the India's first indigenous fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam in Tamil Nadu. Is it a fact or not? Honorable Chairperson, sir, globally speaking, where are we? Countries like United States of America, France, Slovakia, European Union countries, and Japan generate and consume a substantial share of their electricity from nuclear power, exceeding 50% of total electricity generation. Whereas in India, we are only at 3%. We have a long way to go. We should go. We should develop an ecosystem. We are on that path. We are on the way thanks to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And this bill facilitates greater investment, innovation, and efficiency while maintaining sovereign control. I repeat, this bill facilitates greater investment, innovation, and efficiency while maintaining sovereign control. It enhances India's ability to attract long-term foreign investment in nuclear infrastructure, reactor components, and allied technologies. This roadmap will help us to scale up to 100 gigawatts by 2047. And again, I want the House to recall, today we are only at 8 gigawatts as compared to 98.7 gigawatts of America already. Now, there was a question raised, my friend has gone out, Mr. Manish Tiwari ji, about the foreign investment or the private sector role, and also about the accountability with respect to the supplier versus operator. Let me explain to you, to the House and to the people of my country, my people in my constituency, through you, sir. If you look at in America, the private sector companies, Constellation Energy, their nuclear capacity is 10.7 gigawatts in the private sector. Duke Energy, 10.7 gigawatts, whereas my country today is still at 8 gigawatts. Vistra Corporation, 6.4 gigawatts in USA. Tennessee Valley Authority, 8.3 gigawatts. Extra Energy is 6.2 gigawatts. I can go on. I have a very long list of private sector, and this is the role that private sector companies, while following the security protocols in America, are producing. Each company is producing as much as my entire country is producing. Sir, should not my country grow? Should not my country produce more? And we are on that path. We should do that. And, sir, when we are marching ahead, there are several people who will comment, but we should not look at them. We should march ahead. Sir, Honorable Chairperson, sir, nuclear energy offers 3 decisive advantages to us. First, it provides reliable base load power for more than 60 years. Second, it contributes significantly to carbon reduction. Third, a robust nuclear ecosystem catalyzes high-end manufacturing, research, and skilled employment. I would like to emphasize on this word, skilled employment. I'll come to it again, sir. Honorable Chairperson, sir, I wholeheartedly welcome and support the emphasis this bill places on research, development, and innovation, especially in regards to using nuclear energy for research into next-generation technologies focused on healthcare and agriculture. Clause 9 of the bill promotes research, development, design, and innovation in matters related to nuclear energy and radiation for peaceful purposes, while Clause 38 allows for patents in for the same. This is in line with the government's support for more than 15,000 crores for research, development, and innovation, further spurring the growth of scientific temper and research in our country. Finally, sir, with respect to the liability and accountability, my observation is, all of us are here can recall, the then Congress government of the 1980s, under incompetence in handling the Bhopal gas disaster, the world's worst industrial disaster, which led to generations of thousands of families suffering while those responsible for the disaster were allowed to fly out of the country. Exactly from this point of view, today we are now talking about this great bill where the entire onus is on the operator. No operator can run away from this country, and that is, he has to literally take care of all this. So therefore, right from the day one, from the day of supplies itself, the operator will have to be very, very careful, not only from installation of the plant, but also to the operation and the process of the entire process of generating power. Finally, sir, my final suggestion is, I would like to make a request to you, sir, through the Honorable Minister and to the government. We should also consider launching skill development initiatives and infrastructure to train our youth and give them the proper tools to benefit from us opening our doors of nuclear energy to the international markets. Sir, you may recall when the IT bubble came into our country in 1990s, because we have trained our youth much in advance. We're also now talking about cloud. Because we are training our youth much in advance, not only we are taking care of the requirements in our country, but we are also sending our youth all over the world, all over the globe, to take care of this industry, sir. So therefore, my request is, while BARC and NPCIL operate training schools, fellowships, and retraining schemes for engineers, scientists, and technicians, we must boost their efforts by upgrading and expanding the existing skill development programs of public infrastructure. Our youth should be trained to contribute globally in this industry also. In this spirit, sir, I would like to propose establishing a center of excellence in nuclear energy research and skilling in my home state, Andhra Pradesh, and new training programs and skill centers across our country, especially in my constituency, Bapatla, sir. Finally, in conclusion, sir, Dr. J. Babaji once famously said, I believe in excellence. It is not enough to be good. We must be the best. Our youth should be the best. Inspired by this spirit and encouraged by our NDA government's strong track record under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji over the last decade, I stand in support of this bill and our vision for Atmanirbhar Vikasit Bharat and Swarnandhra Pradesh. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Mananiya Sadasya Srimati Supriya Sule ji.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy of transforming India bill, sir. Sir, I would like to quote Dr. Homi Babaji. No power is costlier than no power. So I appreciate the efforts of the Honorable Minister to bring in this bill today, because I think we all need to evolve with time, change with time. Policies have to change with time. But I'm not sure whether the approach of this bill is what we expected from this government. Well, like my learned friend Manish Tiwari ji said, I would like today, when we are talking about nuclear energy, the forefathers who have really contributed in the last 7-8 decades of India's growth story, starting from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji, who actually sowed the seed of this new India that we all live in today. Dr. Homi Bhabha, Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji, and I wish my learned friend Krishna Teni ji, in his speech, he talked about the thorium changes that he wants. Yes, this government has contributed, but there are thousands and thousands of scientists, and I would like to put it on record, it was Dr. Anil Kakodkar who actually thought of moving from uranium to thorium. He's one of the tallest leaders as a scientist in India who has first thought of this idea, and now the government is taking it forward. I appreciate the efforts, but I think we must put it on record that yes, the government does it, but the real man behind this entire technology change is Dr. Anil Kakodkar. Sir, and now something else that India should be very proud of, and I'd like to put it on record, that recently in October, Professor Sunil Gupta was elected the President of International Union of Pure and Applied Physics during the 33rd Assembly held in China for a 3-year term, where this was the only job in the last 70 years which Dr. Homi Bhabha got it, and this is the first time that we should all be proud that Professor Sunil Gupta, a proud Indian today, leads the global change in this nuclear power. So it's something very big for India, I think. In the Atomic Energy Act 1962 and the Civil Liability Nuclear Damage Act 2020, the amendment that has been proposed by this government. So I want to ask 2 questions to the Honourable Minister, since he's here, and my learned friend Shashank ji is also here, who is very, very good technically. I would like to seek 2 clarifications from him about this bill. In his speech, he said that he doesn't want monopolies. So I like that thought, that there should be no monopoly. But I would, with full humility, say, who is this monopoly you're talking about? It's the nuclear power, the NPCLI, which is the Nuclear Power Corporation of India, who had a monopoly, which is one of our PSUs, which has always been in profit. You want Indigo to have a monopoly and hold this country for ransom, but for a PSU like Nuclear Corporation of India, there is no sympathy in this government. The government must clarify when your lead speaker says that, oh, we don't want monopolies. So when it's private, I'm not against privatization at all. Let me put it on the record. We are a very modern party. Mr. Pawar has always talked about liberalization. So let me put it on record. But please do not hold up PSUs who have built this nation and say they are monopolies. They are not the monopolies. It's the oligarchs who are the monopolies, not the government of India in the last 70 years who's been a monopoly. Another thing that he mentioned, which is very important, we need to put it on record, since you want private players to invest in this company, it's very important to clarify. He said R&D will remain with government. How will R&D only remain with government? That needs to be clarified, because it came from the Treasury bench that R&D will remain. So I seek a clarification from the Honourable Minister that it's very important that when a Treasury bench says that it will remain, it's very, very alarming to hear that. The other few issues which need to know that NPCIL, the Nuclear Power Corporation of India, has done outstanding work in this country. They started the fleet mode. We've had amazing reactors that this government has built over the last 7 decades. So every government has contributed to this growth story of nuclear power. But I would like to ask, what is the future that the government plans? Because Dr. Kakodkar proposed uranium to thorium. Mr. From Chandra Babuji's party, he was talking about uranium to thorium. I appreciate what you said, sir. But what is the plan this government has specifically made? Because this whole fuel price, why are we looking for this energy mix to bring the cost down? Now, we have a lot of thorium in this country. And one biggest asset that the thorium has is it is proliferation resistant. So if it is resistant, then are we going to promote it is a clarification, because all the people who you want to invest, we need to know, because he was talking about only American corporations when he was taking names. I mean, I'm a little worried after hearing that. I'm not against any country. Anybody who invests for the growth of India, we must, with changing times, the world has become flat, sir. So I would like to say that all those American corporations' names were quoted. So I'm little scared and worried that Professor Roy said maybe Indians are going to benefit, but after hearing an ally speech was only Americans benefited. I don't mind as long as Indians are benefited, but I hope India benefits. We don't mind foreign companies benefiting, but we must be very clear about that. So another case is I would like to highlight, sir, 2-3 very small points. I would like to clarify because Jaitapur is in my, you spoke about Tamil Nadu, the growth in, we should compliment the Tamil Nadu government for all the work they have done in nuclear with the government of India. But Jaitapur is a project which came in my state, sir. Jaitapur is a project which, Jaitapur nuclear power project, which still, you have also been in power, we've started it. But in the last 11 years, somehow this government has not been able to take it forward. So when you're looking at growth story, what about Jaitapur and how are you going to do it? So talking about OPIS, I would like to give one small point since I will just make two very short, I won't repeat any other point. Sir, when you talked about the right to recourse, about suppliers' accountability, I would like to say the supplier liability. I'm not, the supplier is as guilty if there is a crisis. It cannot be a supplier immunity. And I would like to quote Sushma ji and Arun ji. With great respect, I would like to quote Arun ji's statement. Well, he had also said the same thing, so I want to remind this government about what Sushma ji and Arun ji said. It was in 2010. He was the LOP in Rajya Sabha, and Arun ji had said that in the Supplier Immunity Act, he fought to remove the word and to ensure suppliers cannot escape the law. Okay. My point is, the supplier has to be liable, so it is supplier liability. There cannot be supplier immunity. So much material goes into this. So please don't do it for us, but at least do it for what this party stands for, because their tallest leaders have been Sushma ji and Arun ji, who have actually brought you to power. So please don't pack that. One last two small points are this capping of financial liability of operators. How can you put a cap of 3,000? It is 3,000 crores, sir. It's a request to you because I don't want anything to happen, but if anything happens, how will you cap it at 3,000 crores? I think that's how will you calculate it at 3,000 crores? How have you come to this magic number is my question to the Honorable Minister. Talking about the autonomy of the regulator has to be very, very strong. You are bringing in safety measures. And please, I will talk about two very small points which nobody else has made, sir. Just very small. Now, decommissioning liability. These are very two small points nobody else has said, sir. Decommissioning of liabilities. I hope every investor comes and does well in this country. But if we ever have to decommission a plant, sir, what is the safety that you have put into this bill? Because if a private player comes, when NPCIL does decommissioning, they do an extraordinarily good job. What is the guarantee that a private player will be as careful? Because the toxic cleanup is very, very critical. And sir, in RTI, last 30 seconds, sir, in RTI, concerns regarding transparency in the bill, clause 39, does not allow RTI questions in this bill partially. I understand. If it is of national security, please don't reply to us. But if there are private players, where is the question of national security? So this RTI point, sir, we have a right to information. You say that it's a transparent and an open government. So what is there to hide in this government?
Okay,
जवाब
please
दे सकते
conclude.
हैं ना? खोल के जवाब दीजिए आकर.
You can reply why there is nothing to hide.
That whatever you are bringing in, please, I consider it's a very important bill. I understand it's in the interest of larger interest of India. I recommend that please send it to the JPC. Let's deliberate more, think about it, and bring in a strong bill in a time-bound manner.
Arvind
Thank you.
Sawanji.
Thank you very much.
Arvind Sawanji.
That's okay. Thank you, Chairman, sir. The Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of the Nuclear Energy and Transformation India Bill. I would like to express my views on it, particularly when you say that in the beginning itself, whereas India is having achieved self-reliant capability in production and use of nuclear energy, recognizes the potential it offers towards rapidly meeting the ever-increasing energy needs of the country to further research and development. The half portion is correct. But when we have achieved it, why we are in such a hurry to grant permissions to all private sectors who are here? Number of people must have spoken about it. I will just point it out, certain things which are to be taken into consideration, because the bill, the Shanti bill penalizes the operators in case of a nuclear accident and asking them to compensate on the basis of the size of the plant operated. It's really a surprising one. How can you relate the size of the operation with the damage?
Exactly.
That is really, I mean, we have experienced what has happened in Bhopal, Union Carbide, how they escaped from all those things. They could not be penalized till date. And really here also some provisions are there, which I'm going to point it out to you, sir. Particularly, I'll go directly because I know the time, you won't permit me a lot of time, but then I'll go to that. What is required and what is missing in here? Dilution of a liability and accountability. Removal of a supplier liability means what exactly? Victims may not be fully compensated. Faulty suppliers may escape responsibility. Risk is shifted from corporation to citizens of the state. Safety risk with private operators. Nuclear power is not an ordinary commercial activity. Profit-driven operators may compromise on safety unless oversight is extremely strong. Low compensation ceiling. Then the regularity independence question. Is the nuclear regulator truly independent from operators and the government? Without autonomy, safety enforcement may weaken. Public consent and federal concern. Sir, we are facing in Maharashtra, Jaitapur, you know it. The concern of the public, the consent of the public is opposing it, and still we are forcing them. And that is what we need is that the fisherman community is really having, I mean, if they are having a fear about it. What is about the tomorrow? What is about the fate of their life? If the water which enters into the sea has a very high temperature, and then naturally the temperature of the water is going to increase. And if the temperature of the water increases, it is going to reflect on the production of the fish also there, and it is going to reflect on the earnings of the fishermen over there on the coastal line. And that is what a very serious issue, and that is the reason they was opposing it consistently. And therefore public hearings should be given a nuclear waste is another issue, serious issue. Sir, it has observed, nowadays we are talking about even electrical vehicles. Nobody thinks about the battery. The battery is not perishable, sir. Who's going to do that? That battery is going to create a problem. We cannot perish the battery. And nobody is having a concern. When I was industry minister, I brought it to the notice of the people. Okay, for a pollution-free, we want that the battery-driven vehicles are required. But at the same time, who is going to do that? What is the waste of the battery? Nobody has thought it till day, sir. That is what is very concern over here. And therefore, how does the government ensure that the private operators have maintained the same safety culture as public sector units? The public sector, you see, we are doing a construction at Vadwan port. And the Tarapur reactors are very close to the Vadwan port. Have you ever thought of his safety? A drone can come from the Vadwan Bandar and watch the Tarapur entire reactors over there. So the radiation issue is going to be very serious in that case if the damage takes place, and the compensation of the damage should not be related to this. And finally, sir, two major points which I have been across, a rather surprising one. This is the point, sir. The clause 81 bill provides for exclusion of jurisdiction of civil courts. It provides that the civil court shall have a jurisdiction to entertain any suit or proceeding in respect of which the central government provides that no civil court shall have jurisdiction to enter any suit or proceeding in respect of which the central government, the board, the Nuclear Damage Claims Commission or Claims Commissioner is empowered to adjudicate. Under the bill, it further provides that no injunction shall be granted by any court or other authority in respect of any action taken or to be taken in pursuance of any power conferred by or under the bill. Oh my goodness, it is like the Commissioner of the Election Commission. He is being given freedom. He will not be questioned his authority. This is what we are providing here also. 81, 82 again. The bill provides for protection of action taken in good faith. What do you mean by good faith? Who is going to question that good faith? It's a good faith. I have taken action against the good faith. It provides that no suit, prosecution or other legal proceeding shall be against the central government or the board or the council or any person acting on behalf for anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done under the bill or the rules and regulation made thereunder. Both these provisions are very serious, sir. And I am really, that's the reason I think my colleague Supriya ji has also said that why not send the bill to the JPC? I to demand that it needs an elaborate discussion in detail. Elaborate discussion is required, and therefore it should be sent to the. Otherwise, see, I know that the privatization is very, very loving issue, very, very concerned issue, because there are industrialists who are very close to, and you feel that once the freedom is given, they'll go on producing the electricity power for the country. This is not so. But the concern is, I have expressed my concern, and therefore I once again demand that the bill should be sent to the JPC. One can discuss this elaborately, and let us bring a unanimous bill for the country. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good.
Dr. Sasi Tharoor. Dr. Sasi Tharoor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We stand here today at a critical juncture in our nation's history. This Shanti Bill is before this House has the government speaking grandly of harnessing the immense energy released by splitting the atom. Yet it seems to have failed to expend even a fraction of that energy in drafting a bill that is coherent, rigorous, and not full of loopholes. This is full of loopholes. Where the late Pandit Nehruji had laid the foundations for our nuclear program, and Dr. Manmohan Singh ji carried the Indo-US nuclear deal of 2008 across the last mile and lifted India out of isolation into an era of strategic confidence in nuclear power, this bill now confronts us with a disappointing reversal, as a vision that once expanded horizons gives way to ambiguity, deepens uncertainty as to whether and where India's nuclear power framework is really headed. I have high regard for the Honourable Minister who is here today, but there are serious errors and omissions that other speakers have already pointed out. We have mastered nuclear fusion and fission, but not apparently legislative precision. The Shanti Bill is a milestone, Mr. Minister, but for the wrong reasons. It is written with exceptions, heavy on discretion, and largely indifferent to public welfare. I am not sure, Mr. Chairman, whether it is a nuclear bill or an unclear bill. Now, before I outline my concerns, I must candidly state that the bill in its current form contains such fundamental structural flaws, as colleagues have pointed out, that it requires comprehensive reworking rather than cosmetic amendments. Ideally, it should have been referred to a committee, a standing committee or a joint parliamentary committee for further consideration. But if we are going to discuss it today, sir, let me enumerate my critical concerns. The very preamble of the bill, which I have here, characterizes nuclear energy as a, quote, clean and abundant source for electricity and hydrogen production. No quarrel there, and I'm not against nuclear energy myself. But this language is dangerously misleading because it completely neglects the serious, massive, and irreversible risks from radioactive leaks, long-lived nuclear waste that remains hazardous for millennia, and, of course, the potential for catastrophic accidents. Moreover, India's usable uranium reserves are finite. While we do possess significant thorium-232, including in my own state of Kerala, and those are significant reserves, and we should work on them, nonetheless, thorium-based reactors remain decades away from significant deployment. The full life cycle of nuclear fuel, from mining to waste disposal, is neither clean nor sustainable. We must be honest with the people of India about what we are asking them to accept. Now, sir, Section 3(1)(c) and (e) provide that any other company or any person explicitly permitted by the central government is eligible to apply for a license to set up and run nuclear facilities. This effectively amounts to a blanket opening up of the entire nuclear energy sector, from mining to waste management, and this will open it up to a wide range of private actors with indeterminate qualifications. More troubling still, the bill allows for a single composite license for multiple activities across the nuclear fuel cycle. This means one entity could control mining, fuel fabrication, reactor operation, and waste handling. Such concentration of control in any single operator or corporate group heightens systemic risk exponentially rather than containing that risk. When profit becomes the primary motive across the entire chain, safety checks could be compromised at every stage. Such blanket opening up is potentially dangerous, and giving operational control of fissile and other highly radioactive substances to private entities driven by quarterly earnings reports on the bottom line of profit, I'm afraid significantly increases the possibility of nuclear incidents and accidents. The core of the liability reform caps total nuclear incident liability at 300 million special drawing rights, which is approximately today $460 million or 3,900 crores. Let this sink in, honourable members. This cap has not changed in 15 years, despite inflation, despite Fukushima, despite everything we've learned. For context, the Fukushima disaster cleanup costs have already exceeded $182 billion. Okay? That's several hundred times the cap proposed in this bill today in 2021. Chernobyl's total economic impact exceeded $700 billion. Yet we propose to cap liability at less than $500 million? This is grossly inadequate when measured against the potential long-term health, livelihood, and environmental costs of any serious accident. This is not a safety net, Mr. Minister. It is a trapdoor through which victims could fall into decades of legal battles and inadequate compensation. The bill also removes the earlier provisions where the operator had the right to recover compensation from equipment suppliers. This means that even if an accident occurs due to faulty design, substandard parts, or negligent manufacturing by a supplier, that supplier walks away while Indian taxpayers have to bear the entire cost. This might, in cases of serious accidents, strain our economy significantly. We are effectively subsidizing the risk for private international corporations while they retain all their profits. The state underwrites catastrophic risk, Mr. Chairman, while private operators maximize returns. What kind of law is this? Chapter 3, Section 14(1)(a) makes the central government liable where the liability exceeds the amount of liability of an operator. In effect, public funds, our money, taxpayers' money, will compensate for all the damages caused by private facilities. This provision does nothing but further dilute corporate accountability for systemic failures. And Section 42 overrides the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code for nuclear facilities. So nuclear workers are removed from our country's general labour safety framework. Is this fair, Mr. Minister? The bill imposes a 3-year period for filing compensation applications, with extinction of the right to claim set for 10 years for property damage, 20 years for personal injury. Now, given the long latency periods of radiation-related diseases, cancers that can appear 20, 30 years after exposure, and intergenerational genetic impacts, these limitation periods are, frankly, shamefully restrictive. They will exclude many genuine victims who develop serious health impacts only after years of exposure. Children exposed to radiation who develop leukemia at the age of 25 will find they have no legal recourse. This is not justice, Mr. Chairman. This is a statute of limitations designed to limit liability, not to compensate victims. इस बिल के हर वादे के पीछे एक
After every promise of this bill, there is a price which is a hidden price, and this price is paid by the person who has no role in this decision. But the price of those promises, who knows? So this is my concern, sir.
Here perhaps is the most egregious provision of all. Negligence by an operator or person is recognized as a cognizable offence, but only a person duly authorized by the central government or the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board can file a complaint. Let me stress this, sir. This means that if a nuclear facility operator is criminally negligent, affected communities cannot file a complaint. Civil society organizations cannot file a complaint. Even state governments cannot directly initiate criminal proceedings against the operator. This effectively excludes those most affected from seeking justice and concentrates gatekeeping power with the very institutions that have failed in prior oversight. By limiting judicial recourse and routing both civil and criminal actions, no sir, I barely half, and criminal actions through central authorities, the bill restricts victims' access to ordinary courts and their fundamental right to seek effective remedies. For an ultra-hazardous activity that can devastate entire regions, such procedural barriers perpetuate a culture of impunity. Then Chapter 4, sir, on the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, essentially retains a regulator controlled by the central government, the same government aggressively promoting nuclear expansion, and its agencies, rather than creating a truly independent, multi-stakeholder authority that will be insulated from political and corporate influence. Sir, I can go ideally into clause-by-clause detail, but since you've already told me my time is running out, let me just sum up very simply. The entire regulatory arrangement is an inside job with little or no room for Indian civil society or even meaningful parliamentary oversight. Instead of clearing the fog around nuclear regulation, this arrangement thickens the fog. So Chapter 6, Section 44, grants perhaps the most dangerous power in the entire bill, as it highlights the excessive executive discretion and exemptions of this bill. It allows the central government to exempt any plant from the requirements of license or liability if, quote, the risk involved is insignificant, unquote. The term insignificant risk is not defined anywhere. It's left entirely to the executive. This provision essentially negates the entire framework of the bill, sir. It creates a backdoor through which any facility can escape oversight if the government deems it convenient.
Your point is
sir, give me 3 minutes. This kind of broad subjective exemption power undermines the very safeguards the legislation claims to establish. It will provide laxity in due diligence in a hugely critical sector. And private players will lobby for exemptions to engage in profiteering at the expense of public safety. We cannot justify this under any democratic framework. Multiple sections are granting sweeping powers on vague grounds. The bill lacks enforceable public participation mechanisms, no mandatory public hearings before licensing, no environmental impact assessment disclosure periods, no community consent mechanisms, no regular public reporting of safety inspections or radiation monitoring, no mandatory tabling in Parliament.
Kunalji, you have given 7 names.
Sir.
From your party, you have given 7 names. That's why I'm requesting.
Sir, I'll conclude in 2.5 3 minutes. Sir, मैं जो डिटेल बोल रहा हूँ सर सब कुछ जानना चाहिए ये तो रिकॉर्ड में आना चाहिए सर
It should go on record.
And finally, sir, no mandatory tabling in Parliament of incident reports, internal or independent inquiry findings and periodic safety reviews. In other words, you're excluding the very people whose lives and livelihoods are at stake. And the past controversies referred to by other speakers at Jaitapur, Kudamkulam, Gorakhpur demonstrate what happens when communities feel excluded from decisions affecting their safety. This bill risks repeating those conflicts, undermining capacity expansion targets through local resistance and litigation. 2 more points, sir. Section 34B requires licenses, 35B, I beg your pardon, reserves spent fuel management for the central government, but again provides minimal implementation detail. When multiple private operators are generating significant spent fuel, unclear protocols will create operational uncertainty. The bill also lacks climate change provisions despite rising sea levels, extreme weather and water scarcity.
Thank you very much.
And post-Fukushima, sir, Japan comprehensively revised site selection for climate resilience. Our bill remains silent on that. I'll skip my other points. Let me give you one. Let me conclude, sir. Give me 1 minute to conclude. So I've taken up more than a minute in pleading for time. Give me time.
There are 7 members of Parliament from Congress Party.
I'm skipping half my point, sir.
There is a time constraint. Please kindly conclude. Please kindly conclude.
Sir, beyond safety, okay, I won't talk about safety anymore, sir. Fundamental questions arise about economic wisdom of this bill. Nuclear projects are highly capital intensive with long gestation periods. In an era of rapidly falling renewable costs, battery storage costs, we must ask, does 19.3 trillion rupees towards nuclear represent optimal allocation versus
Sankar
accelerated
Lalwani.
renewable deployment, grid modernization or energy sufficiency. The opportunity cost must be gone into, sir. The Shanti Bill represents a dangerous leap into privatized nuclear.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. On this sustainable this Shakti Bill, I want to put forth my views.
We cannot allow the pursuit of capital to override the non-negotiable requirements of public safety, environmental protection and victim justice. The name Shanti means peace, sustainability. Let us ensure that this name is not a cruel irony in the aftermath of a preventable disaster.
I think so.
The promise
You have
of
already more
transforming
than that.
India
What time
ought
has been
not to
allotted for?
conflate
Sri
the risk
Sankar
of
Lalwani.
scarring India.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. On this Atomic Energy Bill 2025, this Shakti Bill I welcome and I really support it. And Honorable Minister had already said that the coming generations will remember that he brought this bill. And for the Viksit Bharat movement of our country in 2047, this will be a milestone in the last years under the leadership of Modi ji. In atomic energy, 77% range has been seen, and the nuclear energy has already been used for the peaceful purposes by India and for development purposes. In this area now, the government POC only are working, and the way the development is taking place in the country, in that the consumption of energy is the crucial factor. It's being opened for the private sector also, and it will definitely make our nuclear energy self-sufficient, and this bill is for that. And the net zero carbon emission, which has been announced by the country, this will be a milestone in that direction. And Honorable Sir, we all know that at present 8.8 gigawatt energy is being produced. In the coming 5 years, it will rise to 23 gigawatt. But in the Viksit Bharat in 2047, the resolve which we have in that we need 100 gigawatt energy through this, and this target will be achieved with this milestone. And the production of electricity is generally from the coal, and we know that it is limitation and has a lot of carbon emission also. For the clean energy, nuclear is the durable, cheap, and very low cost production and new and renewable energy, and we can see it's being used in every field: agriculture, health, R&D, industry, and every sphere is being used now. And the way under the leadership of Modi ji, this indigenization is happening, in data centers are rising, and all these vehicles are being produced. In the green hydrogen job is going on, and on all these fields in the coming times by 2040, the consumption of electricity will be doubled. In 2030, data center also, these 10 gigawatt is required. And considering all these things, this bill is very important. And this bill, data center and for that companies, and we will have the facility to create our own centers, and small reactors will be used for the data hub, which we're going to recreate here in the country. And for R&D in the coming times, the provision which has been made for 30,000 crore rupees has been made. And Honorable Chairman, sir, this bill is not just prepared like that. To prepare this bill, holistic approach has been adopted. And in this bill, different ministries have been consulted with. And for this bill, Niti Aayog with this Dawn Justice and other ministries like Atomic Energy Commission and Electricity Department, everything's consent has been taken to prepare this bill. And for this licensing process is also clear in the bill. Safety point of view also, if you see what kind of precautions are required, mentioned and details are mentioned in this bill. And we have our friends have not read this, and regulatory report is also being prepared. In that we have provision for instruction, investigation, everything has been provided here. If some nuclear damage occurs, for that also, for this damage amount is also been fixed. And considering this nuclear bill, we have different views from the opposition. The radiation effect is being the apprehensive effect, and how we can use this, how we'll meet this radiation. As the scientists say, that this radiation in this nuclear sector is even less, very less amount. And this waste disposal, as you mentioned, in that also processing will be done. Honorable Prime Minister says that from the waste, we can create the energy. In that way, we are going to earn also. And atomic energy controlling authority, regulatory authority will also be established. And different points have been mentioned in the bill about this. At present, in the atomic insurance, that is also 1,500 crore liability has been fixed. But in this bill, the operators and for others, different liabilities have been classified. If we talk about the 1200 megawatt reactor, then 3000 liability is there. If for 500 megawatt, for that 1,500 crore rupee liability, and 250 megawatt or more than that reactors, for that 750 crore liability, and for 50 megawatt or more than that reactors, for that 100 crores. And for that also, this amount has been fixed accordingly, according to the amount of energy. And this authority also has been established to, and Supreme Court, High Court are also the places to go for the damages to be claimed. And the earlier governments also in the past had in this area, there are two things, that the control was in the hands of government and the private players were nowhere in the past, but the bill's provisions are including the private players also. And with this bill, the nuclear capacity will be rising, private investment will be there, and the safe and secure reactors will be constructed, and data center for AI it is required in the future. We will become self-reliant, and the resolution of PM in 2047 net zero emission will be achieved through this. And in the end, I would like to say, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister Modi's leadership is paving the way for the clean and Ujjwal India, Ayushman Bharat and self-reliant India, and Swadeshi Bharat, and the powerful Indian and self-confident and Viksit and digital, and now nuclear Bharat is also going to come through this bill. Thank you. I support this bill. Thank you, sir.
श्री धैर्यशील माने जी
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. On very important matter, you gave me a chance to speak my viewpoints. First of all, sir, I want to greet the government on the beginning of this bill, that in the Department of Energy to make our country self-reliant. This is a step in this direction by the government, and through this, nuclear energy will see the new horizon in our country, and we are going to move forward with this. And Pradhan Mantri, under the leadership of Modi ji, in this race, we are moving and pacing up with fast development. And in 2047, to make a country developed one and to make it Viksit Bharat, we need have to be self-reliant in the energy area. And the speech delivered by him from the ramparts of Red Fort was this, that India in the field of energy we are going to do this in this direction, and the foundation stone is being laid in the direction through this. And nuclear energy is being discussed here, and the beginning was in the Maharashtra state. Dr. Homi Bhabha, for the first time in Trombe in Palghar district, he had opened nuclear center, and nuclear reactor was started, and Apsara with the name of first reactor was started in India from Maharashtra. Maharashtra has always given the scientific perspective and leadership to the country, and when the Shanti bill has been brought here, the name is very interesting, Honorable Chairman, sir. If you have the potential, then only our neighbors will have the peace with us. If you are a nuclear power, then on the world stage, when you go on that forum, 7 biggest nuclear reactors we have in the country, and because of that, the neighboring nations, if you see what is their condition, but the countries which see us with bad eye, they also get afraid of us because of our nuclear power. If the beginning or if this was done by someone was by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and because of him we got the new dimension for our country, then it was said that nuclear power is not required in the country. But Atalji had this strong determination, and he proved that in the coming future is for the field of energy. And if we want to get the energy from the nuclear power, then the traditional energy can be saved, and he brought a new dimension to the energy. And then the opposition people used to say that we don't need nuclear power in the country, but I want to say that today India is the people from opposition will never accept this. Please don't speak while sitting. And the Congress at that time used to say that nuclear power is not required, but the trust and faith and belief of Atalji brought this example before the country, and countries like USA were opposing that time, but India had got its mettle proved, and because of Atalji, we are reaching new heights and new dimensions. And some provisions which are there in this bill about nuclear energy, I would like to mention before you. I would like to put before you those viewpoints. Some clauses have been added here, that license mechanism has been applied here, and because of that, clause 3 and 4, through that, the opposition is spreading this apprehension that the private players will come and the security will be at stake. But it proves that without the licensing and safety directions, appraisation of government, nobody can play, no foreign player can come into this field. And provision has been made, and is focusing on the small modular reactions also. It should be constructed in India, and for that new scheme is being prepared in the country. And like mobile phones also, it will be small portables, because of which the youth will be getting to chance to become nuclear scientists also. And because of clause 4, radioactive elements safety and radioactive materials safety, government has paid more attention, and special powers have been kept within itself, and the sensitive activities will be just in the control of center. It means innovation can be private, but the control will be in the hands of the government only. And definitely the government is working as a safety catch, and the liability provision has been for the people's faith and trust. This was necessary. And the clause 14, government is taking responsibility that the accident of this kind happens in the nuclear power, then all responsibility will be with center, and with the decision the government is moving forward. And for this, nuclear liability fund also has been generated separately, and the people will get the cheap electricity. And if thermal energy or other resources are there, with that the affordable electricity if we have to create, then definitely nuclear energy has to be utilized. And there should be provision for nuclear energy also to get the affordable electricity. Common man's question is this, that the clause 37 also, the government keeps it right with itself, that the tariff control will also be in the hands of government. And for this, the cost of fuel and the waste management on an expenditure of this kind is there. Then the cost of this will be after the lease of living also. One part of this will be definitely by the government. And for the disputes disposal, and for this regulatory framework 56-57 and regulatory status, ERB has been strengthened by this regulatory ERB board was there in the past, but now under the law it is given with the statutory status also by this bill. And now it will be worked stringently, and definitely all these provisions which have been brought by the bill are under some very good scheme by the government. And electricity generation should be there, but ecological development is also required, and sustainable development is required. So the other resources through which electricity was created, it was spreading negative impact on the environment. In considering that the nuclear energy is being supported here, and by 2047 100 gigawatt nuclear energy target and resolution is there to be produced. And it's the resolution that it should be up to that level of 100 gigawatt by 2047, and we would like to put forth some demand to the government. And in last words, I would like to put forth this demand, sir. The area from where I belong, there is a hub of textiles, and to get the affordable electricity in my area, Iskal Karanji, which is called as Manchester. It's my demand that this electricity produced by this electricity may be allotted to the textile industry, for that this textiles would be getting benefit to be produced, and this research center of this cancer disease should also be empowered, and nuclear medicines and cancer research centers should be established at Kolhapur, so that in Mumbai, the job which is there at Mumbai, that if that is done in Kolhapur, then that can help the rural area people. And sir, apart from textile, definitely I support this Shanti bill, and in the last line I have to say that this is New India, and with new energy, and with new energy will shine, and this development path will not be stopped by anybody. This journey of development will remain, and this is a document, this Shanti is a document for this bright future, which for 2047 will take our country as Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Mandal ji, Pratima Mandal ji, Pratima Mandal ji.
Thank you, Honorable.
You want to speak just now, or either you want to speak later on? Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
You can start.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of All India Trinamool Congress, I rise to speak on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India. Mic is not. There is no mic, sir.
You start your
Now it is
speech,
on.
I think
Now
so you
it
will
is
get
on.
automatic.
Sir, on behalf of All India Trinamool Congress, I rise to speak on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for energy for transforming India Bill 2025. That means Shanti Bill 2025. Sir, before delving into today's topic, I would like to share something, sir. Sir, Enrico Fermi is widely credited with inventing nuclear power for practical use, creating the world's first artificial nuclear reactor in 1942. So nuclear energy is a form of energy released from the nucleus, the core of atoms made up of protons and neutrons. This is done by splitting atoms named fission, and which is used in power plants. The primary atoms used in nuclear fission are heavy unstable elements like uranium, plutonium, and thorium as a potential fuel which are bombarded by neutrons to split their nuclei, releasing massive energy in a chain reaction for power or weapons. So these elements are all radioactive elements. So everyone can imagine how sensitive this area is, sir. India currently has 22 operational power reactors across several states. Amongst them, the 5 major plants are Tarapur in Maharashtra, Rawat-Bhata, Rajasthan, Kundankulam, Tamil Nadu. Sir, Kundankulam is the largest nuclear power plant in India with a total capacity of 6,000 megawatt from 6 reactors. And number 4 is Kakrapur, Gujarat, Kaiga, Karnataka, sir. Sir, this House today debating a bill that will decide who controls India's nuclear future, who bears the risk, and who pays when things go wrong. So the Shanti bill does not emerge from a regulatory vacuum. India has governed nuclear energy for over 6 decades. Through the Atomic Energy Act 1962, this bill is therefore not a foundational statute, it is a restructuring statute. My question to the Honorable Minister, what problem is this restructuring actually solving, sir? Sir, in Section 3 of the bill allows not only government companies but also private companies, joint venture and even other persons notified by the center to build, own and operate nuclear power plants and other nuclear facilities. Sir, privatization could lead to a threat to our national security and safety. How can the ministry ensure of this? Sir, Modi government is handing over our pride. The 70 years of publicly funded research built by Pandit Nehruji, Dr. Homi Bhabha and Bikram.
'Vikram Sarabhai, sir. And this is not real competition. This is a competition. Sir, Modi government is handing over our pride. The 70 years of publicly funded research built by Pandit Nehruji, Dr. Homi Bhabha and Bikram Sarabhai, sir. And this is not real competition.
It is a crony control. The Modi government is opening the door for a handful of private players to enter the highly sensitive sector. The bill does not create any clear, independent and transparent process for selecting private licensee, nor any strong parliamentary or public scrutiny of such decisions. What we see here is selective privatization profits go to private companies, but control and risk management stay with the government. Here I would like to take a flashback to our history of British Raj in India. Power without responsibility, introduced by after the Battle of Boxer. This system gave the British East India Company control over revenue collection, that means Diwani, and military power. Responsibility without power, the system was designed so the British had power without responsibility, while the Nawab had responsibility but had no real authority, became puppet Nawab. Ultimately, British East India Company ruled our country and looted our wealth. Similarly, this government is now going to execute the same stature of puppet ministry as we are seeing like the civil aviation ministry, sir. Sir, in case of serious accident affecting thousands of people, victims will struggle to get fair compensation because the operator's liability is capped. The rest of the burden falls on the state and ultimately on common citizens through taxes. Sir, most advanced nuclear countries like Canada, like the United States, France have independent regulators with statutory protection. So these regulators can challenge government decisions. They have stable funding and they answer directly to Parliament or Congress. This bill does not meet those standards. It keeps AERB subordinate to the Department of Atomic Energy, which is a conflict of interest that no advanced country accepts, sir.
Kindly conclude.
Conclude? Sir, I have given 10 minutes, sir. This bill allows extensive exemption in the name of strategic or insignificant incidents, including discretion not to notify a nuclear incident at all. Transparency is not optional in nuclear governance, it is fundamental. Even judicial oversight is curtailed. Section 81 bar the jurisdiction of civil courts. Appeals are channeled through specialized bodies whose members and procedure are again controlled by the executive. Access to justice become conditional, delayed and distant. So chapter 6 completes the picture of excessive centralization.
There is a time constraint.
Section 32 to 37.
Your party time is allotted for 12 minutes. Already one speaker has taken 6 minutes. You have taken 7 minutes. So please kindly conclude.
No, sir, I have the time. 10 to 12 minutes, sir. Section, and you are, sir, always you are saying so. My time is going now. Don't disturb me, sir. It is a very tough topic. So, section 32 to 37 allow the government to frame national policies, acquire plants and minerals, requisition substances, novate private contracts, and even fix nuclear electricity tariff, notwithstanding the Electricity Act 2003. Sir, federalism, sectoral regulators, and market mechanisms are brushed aside with a single notwithstanding clause. Sir, states where uranium mining, nuclear plants, and radioactive facilities are located will bear the environmental and social burden, yet this bill given no meaningful role in licensing decisions, safety oversight, emerging planning, or compensation. So states should have a say in deciding whether nuclear facilities are built on their soil. They should receive their compensation if their land is acquired or if there is contamination. So the bill places a duty on operator to ensure occupational safety and health, but it does not strengthen the position to worker to demand safe condition or to report violations without fear or retaliation. Workers in nuclear facilities face unique hazard and radiation exposure, chemical burns and psychological stress, and they deserve strong protection, sir. In the bill, there is no mention about high cost of containment and the disposal of hazardous radioactive waste, sir. The House is being asked to sign a blank check to trust a government that has centralized power, weakened institutions, and repeatedly ignored expert advice, with a nuclear law that expands its direction while limiting its liability. The bill shifts risk onto ordinary citizens, shields private and foreign suppliers.
Conclude.
Everybody is talking about the we should take a lessons about the grave incidents, that explosion in Chernobyl, Ukraine,
Thank you very much.
and the Fukushima Daiichi, Japan. But we must not forget about the incidents which happened in the Bhopal.
Honorable Sir, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Last line.
Sir, last line, sir.
Last line.
Sir, during the introduction of 3 bills, including this Shanti bill, when some members of opposition raising their voice, Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister suddenly stood up and said, we will pass all the bills. Sir, this kind of arrogance we have.
Honorable Speaker, sir, if this bill is called Shanti bill, then poison can be called prasadam. That's what the equivalent is. Sir, in this bill, I have a better name for this bill, sir. This bill is actually limited private liability, unlimited public suffering bill, sir. We can call it loose bill. Sir, it doesn't matter how we expand our nuclear energy matters, sir.
10 minutes.
But how much we expand it. Sir, energy policy is not merely a question of megawatts or gigawatts, as you know, sir. It is a question of strategic autonomy, safety, accountability, and democratic control. Sir, nuclear energy, unlike any other sector, sits at the intersection of democratic civilian development and national security, sir. Decisions taken in this domain cannot be reversed easily, and hence, precisely the reason why this bill demands highest level of parliamentary scrutiny, sir. Sir, as you know very well, there are provisions in this bill which my other friends have also raised, especially the provision of limiting the liability of the private players. Sir, the moral question is, if profit is private, why pain is always public? Sir, here public pays, taxpayer pays, everybody pays, and the liability is capped for the private player. Sir, this liability capping is almost very similar to, sir, if you have a bridge and the bridge fails, then the contractor pays only half the amount or a certain cap, after which then it is taxpayers' money which has to compensate for all that. So, sir, there are major other issues that we have also raised, sir. It's the first time in Indian history this bill allows private companies to own and operate power plants. Sir, nuclear power plants. It opens the doors for joint ventures and foreign companies, so we have to be extremely careful, sir. So the government argues that these changes are necessary to meet India's ambitious nuclear capacity targets. Sir, we are also told that India needs around 100 gigawatts of nuclear power, but that actually deserves careful examination. Sir, Indian nuclear expansion has historically been constrained not by ideology, sir, but by 3 real-world factors: financing, land acquisition and public consent, and international technology denial regimes. Sir, none of these problems are solved just by privatization. Sir, financing challenges can be addressed through sovereign guarantees, green bonds, and public investment, as many other countries have done, sir. But public consent requires trust, transparency, and credible safety mechanisms. Trust that is harder to build when you have private players inside, profit-driven private players in this picture. Sir, what this bill does instead is to treat nuclear energy just like any other infrastructure sector, comparable to highways or telecom. Sir, this is a category error. Nuclear energy is not just another market. It involves radioactive materials, long-lived waste, and risks that no insurance market can actually truly price, sir. So energy security cannot be reduced to market efficiency alone. And I talked about the nuclear liability, and capping it to 300 STR is not at all accepted, sir. Around 3,900 crores. Sir, then we should ask this question: why now? As we had already pointed out, there has been tremendous external, strategic, and commercial pressures on the government to do this. So, in simple terms, sir, the government has yielded to these pressures, and especially to some friendly corporate houses.
Sir, let me be very clear, sir. India has always been a very strong player in this area, having a very good regulatory mechanism. But right now, this bill has put everything under big issue. Sir, also we should remember how our indigenous planning, capability planning for nuclear sector has been compromised by this. So the Indian nuclear program is not merely an energy project. It is a scientific and a technological ecosystem painstakingly built over decades through indigenous efforts under conditions of sanction, technological denial, and international isolation. Sir, actually what has happened, we know very well, sir. I don't have to go into the history of how all this came. India's three-stage nuclear program based on pressurized heavy water reactors using natural uranium, followed by fast breeder reactors, and ultimately thorium-based system. This whole ecosystem is now being affected by this particular bill, sir. So now what will happen, sir? One large-scale private participation is allowed, especially with foreign technology partnership. The entire logic of decision-making changes, sir. Private operators accountable primarily to shareholders. They will prefer imported proven reactor designs. All these new technology and systems will be coming, which will actually spoil our long-term planning for the nuclear sector, sir. So at the end of the day, we are going to be dependent on foreign reactor vendors, foreign spare parts, and foreign fuel assurances in a very critical sector, sir. Sir, and I don't have to even tell about the regulatory overstructure. The entire regulatory mechanism is completely compromised. The government controls the appointments. The government controls even the search committee. It is like the government, which is the primary promoter, is also the regulator and also the person who allows justice mechanisms. If there is something which is going wrong, people are not even allowed to file a complaint. Even the players, civil society, or anybody who is affected cannot go and complain about any issue regarding this matter. The government needs to approve who will make a complaint on these matters. I don't really understand what is this logic of putting a restriction on the justice mechanisms as such, sir. In fact, I really don't understand and also my friend Arun Nehru had talked about the effect this bill will have on the pricing of the electricity which comes out of these reactors. So, in fact, I have also seen the government has made a provision in this bill to actually regulate that price of this thing. So, the Honorable Minister will also have to explain why this provision was brought inside this bill of regulating the pricing, where the normal regulators are kept aside and it is a bill. Sir, I just want to conclude by saying, sir, this bill is basically, sir, what we are actually asking is, we are not against energy security, sir. We are not against all this. But the point is, this bill requires scrutiny. This bill requires clause-by-clause reading. So we request the Honorable Government to rewrite the bill with full liability, with proper independent regulation, with open courts and honest disclosure. Sir, no development is worth health issues in this country for its citizens. So my request is, please put the bill to stronger scrutiny for a committee, or please rewrite the bill again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Biren Singh ji.
धन्यवाद सर.
That's why I'm sitting here to just heard you.
मैं सतत दोहन.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. I rise here to speak on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India Bill 2025. I rise here to oppose this bill. Honorable Chairperson, sir, this government, in the name of privatization, is selling off all the resources of the country, be it the airports, the ports, the public undertakings. Now, through this bill, even nuclear energies, which is a very sensitive and technical resource, is also being sold off to their closed ones. This auction is being done at the cost of the future of the country, and it is going to cause harm And for this, the government is just putting the public money in personal lockers, and they just want the parliament to bear its stamp. So the question rises why the government is doing this. Even the national security should could be sold off for the benefit of the private players. Honorable Chairperson, sir, the clauses 3 and 7, I would like to draw your attention to these clauses of the bill, wherein through clause 3, the private companies will have the license to facilitate and undertake activities specific to this nuclear activity, and its safety authorization will be in the central government, and it will be on the administrative judicious decisions will be made, and the license and the notification cannot be used for running this. And now I would like to draw your attention to clause 9, where it talks about research, development, design, and innovation, and any person can carry out this work. So I want to know that nuclear products, when they are required, then this kind of freedom should not be given. This provision will further allow the private institutions to step out of and experiment out of the regulatory body. Honorable Chairperson, sir, when we talk of clauses 11 to 16, we know that the accountability is limited, and clause 14 specifies that any such cost will be borne by the central government. So whether this accident is in a private company, but the compensation will be done by the country and the people, this should be stopped. This is not judicial, or is it moral? Now I would like to draw your attention to clauses 17 to 27, wherein the Nuclear Energy Regulatory Board, all the powers are being given to a select committee, and the government can put anything out of the regulatory body. If it is not independent, then who will ensure the safety of the people? If we talk about 28 to 31, the central government and its institutions will have the right to search, and the local and the state authorities have no clear role here, which goes against the federal structure of the country. Honorable Chairperson, sir, chapters 4 and 5 and its clauses 32 to 46, all the provisions for innovation, and it has been given to the private companies, which is harmful for a private company. So I would like to request at the end that it is imperative to expand nuclear energy, but privatization cannot be done without stringent accountability, and it is the executive which should have proper administrative rights over it, otherwise it will be weakened, and nuclear energy should not be left out on the streets. I would like to request the government that this bill be sent to a joint parliamentary committee, and without a holistic reconsideration, this should not be passed. Thank you, sir.
R. Sachitanatham.
I rise to speak on the Shanti Bill 2025. The very name, Shanti meaning peace, immediately reminds us the irony embedded in this legislation. Much like Operation Smiling Buddha, this bill carries a name that suggests peace, while in reality it represents the absence of it. In fact, the name appears to symbolize not peace for the people, but the government's deep and continuing love for privatization. Honorable Speaker, sir, after repealing the Atomic Energy Act 1948, the Atomic Energy Act 1962 was enacted. Subsequently, this act was amended 3 times in a progressive manner. Each of these amendments gradually broadened the scope of the nuclear power generation. which was originally confined strictly to the central government. However, even with these amendments, the core principle remained intact, that atomic energy must be used solely for the welfare of the people of India. The atomic energy clearly ensures the nuclear power is the strategic national resource meant to serve people interest, national security, the people's welfare. Unfortunately, the proposed Shanti Bill 2025 departs fundamentally from this principle. This bill discloses the dangerous shift where atomic energy is no longer centered on public welfare, but it is being redirected towards corporate welfare, that is especially for Modi's best friend Adani. Honorable Speaker, sir, what is most alarming is that the sector, which was so far remained under 100% control of the central government, is now being systematically opened up to complete private domination. Commissioning of the first prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakkam by 2026 marks a major milestone in our three-stage nuclear program. It proves that the public sector institutions like Bhavini and NPCIL are fully capable of expanding nuclear power safely and indigenously. Kalpakkam stands as a symbol of India's scientific self-reliance, where indigenous design, fuel fabrication and reactor technology have been achieved without dependence on the foreign or private players. This success strengthens our strategic autonomy and showcases the strength of public sector research and manufacturing. Today, India's nuclear capacity is steadily growing from 8.18 gigawatt to projected 55 gigawatt and ultimately 100 gigawatt, entirely through public investment and strictly regulatory oversight by the AERB. In this context, the Shanti Bill and the move to privatize nuclear power is unnecessary and dangerous. Nuclear energy involves high-risk technologies like fast breeder reactors and radioactive waste management, which cannot be driven by profit motives. This is not merely a policy change. It is a profound shift in the philosophy of the governance. Atomic energy is not an ordinary commercial commodity. It concerns national safety, environmental security, and the future of our people. Handing it over to private corporate interests raises serious questions about accountability, safety, and sovereignty. Through you, sir, I seek clarify from government of several serious concerns regarding the entry of the private sector into nuclear power generation. Who will supply the nuclear fuel to private nuclear power plants? Will it be imported by private entities or supplied by the government? How will spent fuel be stored, monitored and controlled? What mechanism will ensure the long-term safety and security of spent fuel? Who is bear the responsibility, sir? One minute, sir. Who will bear the responsible for the decommissioning the nuclear fuel plants after completion of the 40-year life cycle? In the unfortunate event of the nuclear accident, who will bear the nuclear liability and compensate the affected public? Honorable Speaker, sir, I wish to draw the attention of the House to reports published in the New York Times regarding the nuclear device that has installed in the Nanda Devi region of Himalayas and subsequently went missing. It was reported that the device contained nearly one-third of the plutonium used in the Nagasaki atomic attack. Even today, local leaders and communities fear that the plutonium from the last device may have entered a glacier, posing a serious threat to the people living downstream. Sir,
please sit down and then talk.
Government owned a nuclear device. No authority has taken responsibility to this day. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, sir, I strongly urge the House to carefully examine the true intent of the consequences of the Shanti Bill 2025 and to ensure that atomic energy remains a public asset used strictly for the welfare of the people of India and not for the profit of the few corporates like Adani. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Sahib, for giving me this opportunity. This historic, sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transforming India Bill 2025, Shanti Bill, otherwise 2025. Manya Pradhan Mantri,
Honorable Prime Minister,
Bill under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the entire world, the leader of this world, is trying to make India in 2047 a Viksit India. For that, this nuclear energy bill, it is commendable and is acceptable in all sphere. The Atomic Energy Act 1962 was enacted after repealing the Atomic Energy Act 1948. After so many permutation, combination and rectification, the nuclear power production originally confined to the central government, to the government companies and joint venture companies. But now, with a strong research and development support since inception of the nuclear power program, India could achieve self-reliance in nuclear fuel cycle technology and has been carrying out the nuclear power program in the responsible manner. With adequate experience now in place, it is time to ripen augment its nuclear installed capacity to newer clean energy security and reliable round-the-clock power for national data center and future-ready. As Modi ji is trying, Bharat is trying to new India, new Bharat. So this is requirement of 100 gigawatt of nuclear power in 2047. The data centers, quantum computing is coming. Now it is 8 gigawatt only. So now this is a quantum job in electricity generation. So India has set up an ambitious plan to achieve the energy independence with a roadmap of decarbonization by 2070. So in this view, reasons mentioned, it is necessary to enact the new comprehensive legislation, namely the Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Bill 2025 and to repeal the Atomic Energy Act 1962 and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010. So the new legislation is aligned to achieve the objective of increasing share of nuclear energy in the total energy mix of India, facilitating innovation in nuclear science technology, expanded in the application for non-power application, and continue to honor India's obligation towards safety, security, safeguards, and total nuclear ability. So future of India is going to depend upon this. So basic purpose and points of this bill are that to provide, authenticate the persons specified in clause 3 of the bill for production of the nuclear energy and providing for the suspension and cancellation of such license and safety authorization in certain situations. To provide for regulation of application for nuclear and radiation technology in healthcare, basically healthcare, food and agriculture, industry, research and other non-power uses. So the future is AI, the future is EV and semiconductor. So this will definitely help this new Bharat. To examine the research development and innovation action from licenses, to provide for a pragmatic civil liability regime for nuclear damage, to confer statutory status to the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, which is reorganized, to strengthen the implementation of security, safeguards the provide policy framework and quality assurance or smooth coordination of emergency preparedness and response. So the bill has a permits the Department of Government of India and company, joint venture, etc. to set up facilities to undertake the activities specially in clause only under a license, a safety authentication. It further empowers the central government to reserve certain activities sensitive in nature under the exclusive control, because only government cannot do it, as 100 gigawatt of power is required. In government sector, you can go up to 50, as scientists have told. The next 50, it can by private sector handshaking. So the bill enables the Board of Regulating Manufacture, Use, Export, Import, Transport, Transfer, etc. of any radioactive substances and radiation generation equipment. The bill also empowers the central government to undertake exploration activities in uranium and other. As I have talked that you can have a with private partnership or other, the exploration can be taken in ocean and other areas also. India can be self-sustained in international market. So bill provides making up application and also provides a grant of license and safety authorization by the central government and board subject to terms and conditions laid down in the rules and regulations respectively. It further empowers the central government and board to refuse the grant of license. So it has a control over anyone taking the license. It can refuse, it can deny or also cancel it. It bills provides the grounds of suspension, modification, curtailment and duration of cancellation of license and safety authorization and the actions of central government or board may take precedent to such suspension. So the bill also pursuant to carry out research development. As research development is high-end topic, so handshaking with the private agency and other agency, research development takes a major role. So design and innovation of matter relating to nuclear energy and radiation for the peaceful use. And the bill provides duties of persons granted license fee and other things. And the bill also able to nuclear damage caused by nuclear incidents. So any damage in nuclear incident also it takes care occurring in nuclear installation as well as the nuclear installation occurring outside the nuclear installation involving nuclear material in the cost of carriage and before and after another operator has assumed the liability. So bill has various other activities also. The bill provides the circumstances under the operator shall not be able for nuclear damage, including where the nuclear damage is caused by nuclear incident.
Engineer,
if there is a natural disaster on any war.
Between him and chair, you should not cross.
Okay. Any nuclear disaster or civil war, so it will not
Thank
take
you,
care.
Varaji. Kindly conclude.
Only
Kindly
one minute. The bill imposes obligation on the operator to take out before beginning the operation of nuclear installation insurance policy and any such thing. So central government has control over this, any private agency, and I hope this bill will definitely create a new revolution in atomic energy sector. And for that, I demand also in my area, my Jaspur constituency, it is still capital of India. It is a mines and other lots of energy is required. If a nuclear energy station can be put in my constituency, I will welcome it. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Sri Y.S. Avinash Reddy ji.
Very good.
So thank you for this opportunity, sir. So before talking about the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy bill, I would like to go one step back, sir. Sir, uranium is the primary fuel for nuclear energy, sir. My parliamentary constituency, Kadapa, has one of the highest uranium reserves in the country. Sir, Uranium Corporation of India Limited, UCIL, is running mining and processing plant at Tummalapalli village in my constituency from the last 18 years. Keeping in view of the national interest, our people from 6 villages have given their valuable lands to UCIL in spite of the knowledge of severe radiation risks because of uranium. Sir, yet the UCIL does not have any respect towards people, sir. They does not have any compassion towards their grievances. I have represented Honorable Minister also several times, sir, regarding hazardous chemical wastes at Tailing Pond, the need to shift Kotala village by providing R&R package. Yet no action is taken so far, sir. Sir, land acquisition issues and land loser quota jobs are still pending, sir. I request the government to create confidence and be liberal in addressing the grievances of our people, as they have sacrificed lands for a national cause and consented for uranium mining in spite of so many health risks, sir. Sir, coming to the merits of the proposed bill, sir, this bill provides long overdue regulatory clarity and institutional strengthening. Sir, by granting statutory backing and enhanced powers to AERB, the bill addresses a long-standing concern regarding the adequacy and independence of nuclear safety regulation in India. A clear licensing and safety authorization framework coupled with defined inspection and enforcement powers ensures that the expansion of nuclear energy is accompanied by robust safety and accountability mechanisms, sir. Sir, this bill promotes research, innovation and non-power applications of nuclear technology. Sir, coming to the risks, this bill has environmental and long-term risks for future generations, sir. Sir, while the bill talks about safety and waste management, it does not clearly mention how radioactive waste will be safely stored and monitored over long term. Nuclear waste remains dangerous for decades, even centuries, but the law does not clearly fix responsibility for environmental cleanup once plant stops functioning. Sir, there are no clear legal duties on who will pay for and manage long-term waste storage and land restoration. Because of this, there is real concern that the cost and risk of nuclear waste management may be pushed on to the future governments and future generations. Such long-lasting environmental risk require clearer legal safeguard and stronger accountability, sir. Sir, in this bill, there is a gap in emergency preparedness at the local level, sir. Sir, the bill gives strong emergency powers to the central government, but it says very little about preparing people on the ground to handle a nuclear emergency, sir. Sir, district administrations, local hospitals, disaster response teams and nearby communities are the first to face the impact of any accident. However, the bill does not clearly talk about training, medical preparedness, emergency drills or public awareness programs in areas around nuclear plants. Sir, without strong local capacity and planning, central control alone may not be enough during a crisis, sir. This gap raises concern about whether our emergency response system is truly ready to protect lives of the citizens, sir. Okay. Sir, with these comments and with these suggestions, I support this bill, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. माननीय सदस्य श्री सुधाकर सिंह जी.
सभापति
Sir Chairperson, for the transformation of India, the use of nuclear energy is very important, and this is the bill about it, and I am here to speak on this. The Nuclear Act 62, 1987 and 2015, where various amendments were brought, and then in 2010 another amendment and bill was brought in the nuclear sector to fix the civil liability in the case of nuclear disaster and to compensate those who suffered from a nuclear disaster. These things were legislated, and all these things are again covered in this legislation also. I want to also talk about the green energy, and there are opinions that many a country in the Europe are shying away from the nuclear energy, especially the Germany is shutting down all its old nuclear reactors, and they are inching towards the green energy. I am not saying this as a opposing argument, but we should understand these two arguments on the floor of the House. The third thing which is very important is that in this country the amendments which are brought are about private sector, though I am not against it, but now we are providing access to private players in a very critical area, that is nuclear energy. So what is its relevance? Whether it is the dearth of funds in the eyes of government that they cannot set up powerhouses, or we do not have wherewithal in terms of technology. What is the scenario? Therefore, I want to discuss. NTPC is running 54,000 megawatt power plant through the coal, and for this government has fund. But what happens when it comes to nuclear energy? We are already generating more than 8,000 megawatt, and then why is it not that government is increasing budget in this sector? In Rajouri, in Bihar, there was a nuclear power plant proposed from last 2 decades, and not a single brick has been laid on its foundation. So who was stopping the government to continue this project and finish this project when there is no legislative blockage to produce 8,000, 9,000 megawatt electricity? So if it is about funds, then how are you running coal and hydro based electricity power projects. This is a contradictory statement which is being given by this legislation by the government, and it is beyond comprehension.
Because if we have to generate electricity through nuclear setups, so should there not be any control of government? And if we want to generate through nuclear energy, and if there is the uranium is leased, and it is happening nowadays also, so many uranium sources have been caught, but this is totally in the control of government. When it is handed over to the private players, so there will be no security. Sir, I will take one more minute because it's the question of Bihar. Sir, I would like to state here that from this green energy, we should discuss the farmers also, because whatever will be the production from this green energy, whatever we are being given, this is solar energy. This is only 8 hours which the farmers are getting, and the electricity department has made a separate feeder that they will not supply more than 8 hours. Will the government preserve this, that the 24 hours electricity supply will be given for the farmers? If there, so there should be some provisions like this. And one more important thing, that in the clause 12, if there is some negligence or there is some mistake and there is nuclear damage, the administration will not be responsible for this. So this is a matter of concern. If any accident takes place, the compensation will not be given for this. So this is not a very good idea. Please conclude. Sir, section 13 stipulates that the government of India will give additional compensation, and this benefit will be given to the private players. Why should the government do the same? Because this profit is to be handed over to the private players, and the foreigners who have been given this shield, there will be no imposition of fine on them. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, the person who has invested a lot of time of his life, if you remember Homi Bhabhaji, and sir, today I am going to speak on the sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy for transferring India Bill 2025. You have given me the opportunity to speak on this bill. I am thankful to you, sir. Sir, in 2014, 4.4 gigawatt was the capacity earlier. Today, in 2025, we have the capacity of 8.8, and this is the resolution of Honorable Prime Minister, and we are going to fulfill this target. 100 gigawatt is to be installed in the nuclear energy. So keeping all these needs in mind, because we have the thorium reserves in our country, and it has to be used for the welfare of the people of India, and for some other purposes. A legislative setup has to be established after the passing of this bill. Nuclear Energy, Atomic Energy Act 1948 and 1962, there were some amendments, so this all will be strengthened through this bill. In 2010, Civil Damage and Civil Liability and Nuclear Damage Act 2010, there was some modifications in this act also. So keeping all these things in mind, the victims should be given prompt compensation. So this provision has been made in this bill. So keeping the global scenario in mind, and because we have a large population in our country, so such bill is needed in our country with full responsibility. India will operate these nuclear atomic plants, and this is the right time to take such steps. And if we want to ensure 24 hours of power supply, then we have to take such steps. and SMR, small modular reactor, for the development of such institutions. And Honorable Jitendra Singh ji has this vision that in 2025-26, 20,000 crore investment has taken place for research and development. By 2023, at least 5 indigenous designed SMRs would be developed, so this is much needed. Sir, by 2070, we have to decarbonize our economy, and this target has been set. And to achieve this target, so this bill will be helpful in achieving this target. And dependency on fossil fuel has to be reduced, and we have to follow electric vehicles also, and this will be good for the environment also. Honorable Chairman, sir, a suggestion. There is a suggestion in front of the August House. AI and this thing is, both these things are related to each other, and nuclear operation will be improved by the use of AI. And AI, if we see the increasing demand of AI, and this is the source of low carbon energy. From the design to decommissioning, AI will help in this field. It will enhance safety and monitoring, and it will improve the nuclear efficiency, reactor design, full management, either in the field of research and development or in the field of security and safeguard. So AI assistance can be taken. So please conclude. Sir, I will take 1 more minute. Sir, this bill ensures safety and security, and for the operators and suppliers, it clearly shows their responsibility, and for such disasters and calamities, it ensures some security, conviction, and supplementary compensation. Data centers, there should be the protection, so this is much needed. And for the nuclear waste management also, this is important. Sir, I am concluding in 20 seconds. Sir, I would like to say that to provide a safe future to India, this bill should be passed unanimously by all the parties, and this bill shows our path. Sir, I thank you for giving the opportunity.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, for the transformation of India, this bill, the Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Bill 2025, this is not good from the point of view of common man and environment. This is to give benefit to the corporate houses, so I oppose this bill. Sir, we are discussing such an important and serious bill. Honorable Prime Minister should have been present on such occasion. Chairman, sir, through you, I would like to ask the government whether the government is not capable of taking care of the PSUs. That is why they are selling these PSUs to the corporate houses and to MNCs, and to fulfill the energy needs. Do we not have able scientists, or we are lacking in money, or we have the shortage of engineers? And we are taking suggestions from MNCs, and we are framing the legislations accordingly, and these are being and if we talk about the 3 farm laws, we have witnessed the same, that when these bills were introduced in the House, and before this Adani, Ambani had penetrated to this field, and they had big storages for grains. And sir, if we talk about the privatization of this nuclear field, so it will be, who will take this responsibility? And this is the responsibility of central government and its PSUs, just like TAE and PCIL, UCIL, and this is under the jurisdiction of these institutions. And now the MNCs or the corporate houses will be given this responsibility, the uranium, plutonium, and the fuel. For the management of this fuel, there will be no security in our country, and it can be a risk, and it can reduce the control of government, and this can be a danger for national security. Section 9 stipulates about the license. It mentions small quantity, but it doesn't clarify the whole quantity in some private companies, and there will be monopoly, and the electricity will be costly. And sir, if we see the liabilities of the old legislation, and the compensation is in billions, while in 1989, at the time of Bhopal gas tragedy, $470 million was paid. So there is no responsibility for the companies, and if some accident takes place, who will be responsible for this? Operator will be responsible, and companies are not given this responsibility. So I think this bill should be reviewed again.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak on an important bill, that is Shanti Bill 2025. On behalf of my party, All India Trinamool Congress, I stand to oppose the bill because of excessive privatization of a key sector. Sir, for decades, India treated nuclear energy as a strategic public responsibility, not because of ideology, but because of scale of risk. Nuclear power is not an ordinary sector. A single failure has consequences that last for years and generations. The bill is called Shanti, but it has done nothing than wreck the mental peace of Indian citizens. Clause 3 of the bill opens Indian nuclear sector to private companies and joint ventures. According to this bill, private firms can engage in fuel cycle activities, equipment manufacturing, power generation, and plant operation. The bill dismantled the principle the India stood for decades. This is not reform. This is just privatization without any accountability. The current disaster, that is the aviation sector, is an example of operation of monopoly in the skies. The government has bent rules, even suspended the flight duty time limitation rules, which are meant to ensure the safety of pilot and passengers. With this bill, there is no guarantee that rules will be conveniently bent or suspended to benefit some companies. Another problematic domain is the new bill to remove an earlier provision under right of recourse. This also has been removed in this current bill. Why? Why are you so anti-people, sir? Let me tell you. Because your foreign friends asked you to remove this. That's why. The bill limits liability of rupees 1 crore in case of severe breach. Sir, they have put an amount of 1 crore on the lives of humans. This is the true face of BJP. BJP can put a cost of 1 crore on Indian citizens. The maximum liability of the operator has been fixed at rupees 3,000 crore. Does this account for inflation, sir? Or long-term effect of nuclear accident? Almost 40 years ago, after the Chernobyl nuclear accident, studies has reported that cancer, infertility, cardiovascular accident, and so many birth defects, so many things have been happening for more due to the damage to the DNA. Sir, just a minute. Sir, I want to remind this House that in 2010, under the UPA government, brought an amendment to the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Bill. The BJP called the government a sellout. What is doing now? BJP is being a sellout, sitting on Bengal's right. You are sitting on Bengal's 2 crore dues. Sir, Banglar 2 koti taka atke rekhe natural disaster.
43,500, you have stopped the money for giving, you have stopped, you talk about the bill. It has been said that it is the anti-Bengal. The bill is proving that it is the anti-India. Though,
And I demand the bill should be sent to a standing committee. Thank you, sir.
Vamsi Gaddamji. Vamsi Gaddamji. Yes.
Sir, I thank you for this opportunity, sir. So I want to first start off by saying, very unfortunately, this bill is named Shanti Bill, sir. It's Sir, yes. This
camera, sir, camera.
Sir, this bill has been named the Shanti Bill, sir. मेरे हिसाब से ये बिल तो
According to me, this bill seems like having no peace
to the safety of our country, sir. So I want to raise a very important point. This government is showing no accountability, no responsibility, no answers to any issue that is happening around the country, and they are ultimately facing no consequences. Why I am raising this, sir? You talk about the recent attacks on our country, be it the Delhi terror attacks. Nobody talks about this subject. We all saw Rahul Gandhi ji raise that after Operation Sindoor, what is the government going to do when there is a next attack that is going to happen on our country? Unfortunately, nobody talks about this. When we try to raise it, there is no time allocated to that. When we talk about unemployment issues, the government doesn't take any responsibility. They promised 2 crore jobs per year since the last 11 years. Nobody talks about that. You talk about Indigo crisis, there is no accountability on that. The government is encouraging private players. When Indigo makes 7,000 crores profit and Air India makes 10,000 crores losses the same years, the government doesn't talk. The rupee devaluates, the government doesn't talk. So why I'm raising all these important issues is, when this government introduces a bill like the atomic bill, removing the liability from the suppliers, who is going to be liable when an accident or an incident happens in the nuclear space, sir? So we have to understand the biggest disastrous change is the change to the civil liability law. If you are so confident that there are not going to be any accidents, there are not going to be any nuclear incidents, I've heard some of the members say that we are very safe, there's no incident going to happen, then why is this liability law being removed, is my question to the Honorable Minister through you, sir. So when we talk about France, Russia, China, South Korea, all of them are state-owned and government-owned, sir. Who will be responsible is the biggest question that comes when we talk about this bill. The government is passing this bill to put national security, national defense in the hands of private players, sir. I want to ask, what is it that the people have given mandate for? And are the people okay when we take such draconian decisions in putting such power in the hands of few private players, sir? So we all know, Honorable Member Manish Tiwari ji has rightly raised, when Adani has shown interest to enter the nuclear space, within a month, this bill is put up, sir. Is it a pure coincidence? Or are we repeatedly doing the same mistakes that were done in the last 10 years? Sir, we have to learn from history. We always keep looking at the mistakes that our predecessors have done, and we have to take forward-thinking actions. We have to take decisions which impact our children of the future for the better. But unfortunately, sir, this Shanti Bill is all about risk. And it's not about if it will happen, sir. It is about when it will be happening. And when such an untoward incident happens, if everything is safe, if everything is diluted, the liabilities are diluted, the nuclear danger, the nuclear incident does not care about intention, sir. It does not care if it is a private player that is owning the nuclear plant or it's a government player that is owning the nuclear plant. Radiation does not behave like a gas tragedy or a water tragedy, sir. It does not leak or does not disappear. We have to think about the children of the future. Radiation is zameen mein bas jati hai, sir. India's previous governments, previous leaders would take responsibility if there was any untoward incident, if there was loss of life to the people of our country. We have heard about resignations of ministers taking responsibility in our earlier governments. But unfortunately, today we simply divert the topic and we go on. Sir, I repeatedly want to raise that sending this bill to the private players and giving private players whole and sole responsibility would be dangerous for the people of this country. I feel this bill is against the interest of our country, the safety of our country, and the safety of the citizens of our country. Privatization of nuclear power has failed repeatedly globally, and I urge this government to rethink its decisions, to have some liability on the private players and the suppliers in order to ensure safety and the security of our country. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
माननीय सदस्य श्री अनुप धोत्रे जी.
Thank you, Speaker Sir, for allowing me to speak on this important bill. The Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Bill 2025, known as the Shakti Bill. Honorable Speaker Sir, it is our Prime Minister's target to achieve 100 gigawatt of nuclear power capacity by the year 2047. It has been observed in cities like Delhi, located near thermal power plant, experience nearly 30 to 40% of the total pollution due to emissions from coal-based thermal power plants. Additionally, coal transportation to thermal power station is predominantly carried out through Indian Railways, accounting nearly 49% of the total freight movement. This heavy reliance on coal freight occupies a substantial portion of Indian railway capacity, leading to constraints on passenger train services and the movement of other essential goods. Sir, nuclear power today is no longer merely a source of electricity. It is a strategic national asset. During 2024-25, India generated 56.68 billion units of nuclear electricity, thereby preventing an emission of 56.68 million tons of carbon dioxide in a single year, which was one of the lowest life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. Nuclear energy strongly supports India's commitment in achieving net zero emissions by 2070. Nuclear reactor produce hydrogen by using methods such as electrolysis and advanced thermochemical cycles or hybrid methods. Hydrogen is fuel of automobile industry with zero emissions. Sir, nuclear power also is cost effective and commercially viable. Some of the cheapest electricity in India today is generated by nuclear power plants. The Tarapur Atomic Power Station Unit 1 and 2 generate electricity at less than 1 rupee, which is highly competitive. Moreover, our nuclear power operator NPCIL is AAA rated company, consistently earns commercial profit, clearly dispelling the notion that nuclear power in India is not an economically viable option. However, the cost of establishing a nuclear power plant in India is approximately 20 crores per megawatt. Therefore, private sector participation is very essential. Sir, the bill replaces outdated legislation with a single, comprehensive and future-ready framework. It strengthens significantly our regulatory oversight, rationalizes civil liability provisions, enables responsible participation with fully safeguarding national interests. It establishes a strengthened Atomic Energy Regulatory Board which clearly defines power for licensing, safety authorization, inspection, enforcement, emergency response and public outreach, thereby ensuring transparency and enhancing public confidence. Sir, the BARC has developed TAG24, which stands for Trombe Akola Groundnut 24, a popular and high-yielding groundnut variety through mutation and recombination breeding at its Trombe facilities. This variety was developed by crossing mutant derived from Spanish improved groundnut variety and was achieved in collaboration with Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith PDKV, the Agriculture University serving my constituency Akola. This was a successful collaboration and stands a fine example how nuclear science and agriculture research can directly benefit farmers at grassroots level. Sir, I would like to also draw your attention Baba Atomic Research Center in field of agriculture applications. BARC has developed irradiation technology that significantly enhances the shelf life of agronomical as well as horticultural crops through controlled use of radioactive sources such as cobalt-60. This technology helps reduce post-harvest losses, improves food security, and increases farmers' income. I therefore request necessary enabling provisions and supportive amendments to be incorporated in the bill to promote wider application of such nuclear and radiation-based technologies in agriculture, which would be of immense benefit to the farmers. In conclusion, sir, I support this bill. This landmark legislation strengthens India's energy security, accelerates climate action, promotes technological leadership, ensures public safety. I strongly support this bill and urge the August House to do the same in larger national interest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. माननीय सदस्य हनुमान बेनीवाल जी, ये न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी पर बोल रहा है जी.
You want to speak on nuclear energy, Hanuman ji? Nuclear energy bill is there. You see, sir, that I speak in a very good manner. And Honorable Chairman, sir, first of all, you give me a chance to speak on this Shanti bill. For that, I thank you, sir. And Honorable Chairman, sir, the objective of this bill is to bring this kind of nuclear energy and to give the status to this. And through you, I'd like to say that in this field of nuclear energy, you are giving chance to the private players, and the bill which has been presented by the government here, for that the people of our country are having this apprehension and they're really thinking about the intentions of the government, and from technical and other constitutional values, we will see that the government's responsibility is being changed here. And through this bill, the traditional way of the nuclear energy, which was under the PSUs only, but now it has been opened to the private players also, which is very risky and giving new dimension to this. I feel that the privatization is if it is not done in a proper way, then it is really very risky and we have to pay a heavy price. The old system is being changed here, and for decades the rights of the people will be, and the security and safety of citizens, how it can be ensured, it is going to be changed now. And I just want to ask the minister also that this penalty and this responsibility is being fixed in a new way, and according to some media reports, this is a matter of concern. And these nuclear accidents are not just for local but for the generations. They have very detrimental effect, and definitely for the rehabilitation and for the environmental challenges. Nagasaki and Hiroshima are the examples of this kind. That and history is there to teach us, and we must remember these accidents. And sir, this privatization is about the nuclear energy is a very sensitive subject, and it opens the floor for the private players. And can the government give this guarantee that there won't be any compromise with the safety and security? Because the history says when in the industry, common man has faced the damage of this kind of privatization in these sectors, and the liability is also very limited and fixed, then definitely the victims will not be getting the right kind of compensation, because it's not giving the effect only some district or some area. It affects the generations, land, and everything. Water also is affected. It's my request that people are kept in dark, and why it is done so, whether there was broad consensus arrived at and discussion took place in this regard. policy kind of thing should have been made in this regard, and radioactive solid waste management is not done. So if we don't have the answers, so definitely future generations are going to face this poison. And I want to say to the government that the development does not mean that the safety and security can be compromised and limited, rights of people can be limited. So these victim centers must be paid if something happens, and full responsibility should have been laid down. And Honorable Chairman Sir, Atalji was the Prime Minister under this Pokhran atomic test which was carried out, and definitely there was a lot of pressure. And before that, in 1974, this atomic test took place, and the powers were all after nuclear test was carried out in India, and we showed that we have become the nuclear power. But now what we are going to do is not just toy shop that we are doing this toy playing. We have to think about the Viksit Bharat, and in the center of this atomic energy and nuclear energy, if we are giving it to private players, this is a wrong message sent to the world. So you have to think about it, you have to consider this, and then only this bill should be passed. Thank you, sir.
माननीय सदस्य श्री MP अब्दुल समद समादानी.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, while taking part in this very important discussion on the Shanti Bill, I am reminded of a statement made by the famous American theoretical physicist Julius Robert Oppenheimer. Sir, when Oppenheimer witnessed the birth of atomic age, he is often called as the father of atomic bomb. When he witnessed the birth of atomic age, he recalled the Bhagavad Gita, and he quoted these verses of Bhagavad Gita. Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhaved Yuga Paduthida Yadibha Sadrishisa Syad Bhasastasya Mahatmana, which means if the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst forth at once in the sky, that would be like the splendor of the mighty one. Unquote. Sir, it is a verse of awe, also of a warning. Warning about a power that overwhelms human control. Sir, that warning must guide this august assembly, this house, when as we debate this Shanti Bill. Sir, the very acronym Shanti invokes peace, tranquility and sustainability. But sir, it is very unfortunate to state that the bill, though it expands nuclear power generation, it leaves behind a statutory vacuum, especially in three very important, sensitive, critical areas. I draw the attention of the Honorable Minister. First of all, the bill fails to establish a truly independent nuclear safety regulator. Sir, such a regulator has to be made answerable to the Parliament, insulated from both the executive and the nuclear establishment. But sir, unfortunately, the bill does not have such a provision. Sir, in a sector where a single failure can cause irreversible harm, regulatory subordination is unacceptable. Secondly, sir, the bill ushers in private and foreign participation in one of the most strategically sensitive sectors of the Republic. Sir, the bill is indebted to privatization. And sir, handing over such a sensitive area, sensitive domain to the corporate interests. Nuclear power is not an ordinary power source. It is inseparable from national security, public safety, and intergenerational responsibility. Sir, opening this domain to the profit-seeking private sector, it is equal to opening doors to the risks of regulatory capture, dilution of accountability, and erosion of sovereign control. Sir, nuclear disasters do not respect balance sheets. Chernobyl speaks a lot. Sir, the entire regions were rendered inhabitable, generations scarred, and costs were borne out not by the corporates, but by the people and the state. Sir, private and foreign investors may exit. Affected citizens cannot. Thirdly, sir, my criticism, my opposition, my accusation to this bill is that the bill is conspicuously silent on long-term radioactive waste management and emergency preparedness.
Okay,
Sir, we have, sir, 7 minutes our party. 2 minutes, sir, I will conclude. Sir, with more important federalism, whenever the government is coming with a new legislation, always, sir, nowadays, recently, the casualty is the most important federalist character of the constitution. Here also, sir, there is no mention of any sort of meaningful consultation with the states that bear the brunt of nuclear risk. Sir, federalism cannot be reduced to a procedural formality when the consequences are existential. Sir, India needs clean and reliable energy, no doubt. But, sir, nuclear energy without ironclad law, democratic consent, and sovereign accountability is not Shanti. It is equal to finding and making loopholes that may lead to Ashanti. It is a gamble with the lives of the people. Sir, in the bill, in the title, it is said that it is for transforming India. I would like to get an answer from the Honorable Minister, transforming which kind of India? Whose India? And also the bill is, sir, in the introduction, it is stated for the welfare of the people. Welfare of which section of the people? I can't understand. So, sir, for these reasons, I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Shri Papu Jadhav ji.
Thanks a lot, Chairman, sir. My straight question to the government is this, that they are not the owners of the resources, they are just trustees of the resources of the country. And in the democracy, the government is just a trustee and it's not the broker. And I just say time and again, and this is my words all the times, that the government encouraging this entrepreneurship or this tendership, this in USA or Europe, if you go, then the government encourages that thing. You must understand this thing, and this government sees the approach, who has got the proximity or the approach. So that's why I want to say that time and again this question is there, that the people of a country are the real owners of these resources. No corporate can be the owner of the resources of the country. The same companies, corporates, and those same faces are just raising this question of morality. And my straight questions to the government are, like in every tender, whether the same process is applied, or MSME, startup, and the local companies haven't given chance, or whether in all the companies, in all these tenders, all these companies were only eligible, and who these two corporate these companies are only the two beneficiaries, and why this thing is not given on equality, and it's not experienced. Only those who are proximate to the government are getting the benefit. If all these policies benefit go to the limited people, then definitely the capitalism will be converted into the corporatism and this kind of empireship. And I'm just observer that without this data center, without electricity, it is not possible. And one thing we must remember, that some things of America I would like to quote here. SMR versus this development and this dependence upon the logistics and the solar power, but this land acquisitions and 24/7 base load and all this less carbon emissions and diesel and this kind of development. India has almost 25% thorium reserve in the world, and three-phase system of nuclear power reactor is plutonium and thorium based reactors, and this refueling of fuels. and high to this system in reference to UK, USA, and France. And we, in this strategy, they had assimilated these things, and the European Union had said about this nuclear energy as green energy, and USA SMR was given the data center and AI infrastructure-based linking was done in the USA. I want to see that for Bihar and Purnia also this kind of demand for this 46 unit full 1.5 GW, and for this industrial cluster, this electricity and data center hub should be established, and local development and investment in that SMR should be given this national status, and it should be given the status of national. Bihar should get this priority, and Purnima should get SMR based industrial data center hub. It should be developed, and time and again I reinforce, I'm not against this. Nobody was against this data and technique and this electricity, and we have to see that the industries also get the priority. Is compulsory also for the development of the country, and that's why I want to say that this irregularity and this digital infrastructure is not possible through that, as in for small modular and SMR capacity of nuclear reactors 350 MT per unit, and nuclear power capacity factor 90%, and for this for SMR this land acquisition in comparison to solar 1.5 or 1.10 should not be less than that, and 6 to 80 this carbon emission, and for this 12 GC and 2O for this KWH, and for this coal almost 820 GC2O and KWH01. All this I am just concluding, sir. I've always said that for Purnima, this industrial hub should be created there. This for this nuclear energy should not be, this wrong conception should not be spread out. I just want to say that energy should not be just for security, energy security, but should be safe for everybody. And I would like to say, madam, just concluding, it's a matter of concern.
Please conclude. Sir. Thank you, thank you. सर एक माइक और माइक माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Honorable Chairperson, sir, I rise here to express my views on the Shanti Bill. This bill is for privatization of the nuclear sector of the country, which does away with the government rights and will repin private companies into this field. Dr. Homi Babaji had said about India's nuclear power that non-developed countries, their industrialization and our culture and its development, for that atomic energy, nuclear energy is not just an option, but it is a mandatory thing, and without it a new era cannot be brought in. Through this energy we can bring to fruition that dream where we will be self-reliant in energy, but this bill has the capacity to strengthen our atomic power, and there are 8,145 megawatt is the total nuclear energy produced in the country, which is less than 2% of the country's demand. Because of private company, the $625 million investment will be here, and by 2040, 11,000 megawatt can be produced, and by 2040, 700 gigawatt is the target, which will help in it. It will increase foreign investment and knowledge transfer, like in US and France. There's been new innovations through these sectors, and the renewable energy, which depends on climate, that will also change, and our reliability on coal will also reduce, which only gives 80% of our total supply, and all the demands for foreign participation will be addressed through this bill, which will enable us to achieve the target of clean energy. However, there are other risks involved in this bill, but we have to give priority to human protection. And Chernobyl and Japan, these incidents are only a warning. Wherever, because of radioactive accidents, lakhs of people and the environment was affected. In India also, there are many thefts of radioactive elements, which give rise to corrosion, and the waste disposal management should be ensured in the bill. It is good that foreign involvement is reduced, but is it okay for the Indian companies? Are they ready for it? The regulatory board also has limited power, and terrorism can also rise because of this. I would like to give a few suggestions that the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board should be kept completely autonomous, and they should have more power and to authorize things so that they can monitor the private companies properly. The security provisions need to be strengthened. There should be time and again audit. Sir, you have given me 5 minutes. It has only been 3 minutes. Sir, I will complete in 1 minute. And the small modular reactor, for that special guidelines should be there in their own participation. The limit should be ensured, but it should be also transparent so that there's no corruption. The private companies in nuclear fuel and operation should be, they should be away with it and limited to only logistics. With this, I would like to request the government that all the necessary details be placed in this August House with all logic, and through fruitful discussion the problem can be resolved, and should be ensured that this bill only ensures the security and strengthening of our nuclear energy of the country. And if this bill is implemented properly, then India will definitely become independent, but we should never compromise with the security of the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Shri Chandrasekhar, Honorable Member.
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। नाभ के ऊर्जा कोई साधारण क्षेत्र नहीं है।
Honorable Chairman, sir, this nuclear energy is not just in this case, we should give limited access to the private companies, but if there are any accidents, who will be accountable to it, and how will the affected be given justice? This bill provides protection to the poor, and it has been given constitutional rights, but from clauses 7 to 20, the recruitments will be done by the government and all the rights will be with the government. So it is my question that such regulation is possible or not. To give it a constitutional right is not sufficient. The question is that the government and the private companies, how will they work? Sir, as the representative of SC/ST, all the privatized sectors, there we have seen that they have been removed from the companies, and once it is privatized, the SC/ST and OBC employees, how will their rights be preserved? The government has to reply to it. Clauses 3, 7, and 9, the license and the security norms, and through that they will be enter this. But I want to know that these companies which run on this, how will they ensure that? And clauses 11 to 15 ensure that the accountability has been limited, and the 2010 bill of Citizens Liability Act, and they also give rise to incidents of terrorism. Clause 14 limits the government's powers, and its effects are seen for a very long time. But sir, clause 15 ensures that for private investors, insurance is necessary, but the government institutions are kept out of the ambit. Why this double standards? Whether the government units, there can be no accidents, and uranium, thorium, and innovation and sensitive activities, government has full control over it. But wherever there is migration, water usability, and local people, their grievances are not to be met. So I would like to say that we are not against development, but we should not put people's life at risk, and it is my request that it should be sent to a GPC. Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. Sir, I vehemently oppose this Shanti bill with utmost Ashanti. Why I am opposing is, sir, this is two laws are being repealed. One is Atomic Energy Act of 1962, and another one is Civil Liability for Nuclear Damages 2010. Sir, Atomic Energy Act of 1968 is with an intent to provide for a legal framework for the development, welfare, and control of the atomic energy for the welfare of the people and for the peaceful purposes. And also the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010 was enacted to provide for civil liability for nuclear damages and prompt compensation to the victims of the nuclear incident through no-fault liability regime. Sir, through strong development and research, country like India, we were able to have self-reliance in nuclear fuel technology and has been carrying out its nuclear program in a responsible manner even from the time of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and still it is continuing in a responsible manner. We are using it. Sir, now we are planning to achieve zero carbon emission by 2070 and to achieve by 2047 to achieve 100 gigawatt of nuclear power capacity by 2047. For this purpose, the Honorable Ministry is piloting this bill. Sir, my strong objection is, number one is regarding clause 3 of the bill. Sir, it is rampant and indiscriminate privatization of the nuclear power in the country. It is total privatization of the atomic energy, total privatization. Sir, kindly go through clause 3. It is very interesting to see that blank check is being given to the private corporations and multinational corporations. That license can be provided to any government company, any other company, a joint venture company, or any other person. Any other person, any other company, any government company or a joint company can have the license so as to produce the nuclear power. Means rampant and indiscriminate privatization of the nuclear power without having any regulations, without having any guidelines. That is a point which I would like to oppose. Sir, and also I would like to come, that is even 49% of the FDI in certain nuclear activities with an intent to bring both technology and capital in India. So hence, and also regarding another point, I would like to see clarification from the Honorable Minister in my constituency, that is regarding the beach sand minerals. My constituency is Kollam constituency, having monazite, ilmenite, salinite, rutile and so many other rare earth elements. And what would be the fate of the rare earth elements and mining and mineral separation of the beach sand minerals after passing of this legislation? Whether mining and mineral separation of these beach sand minerals will also be given to the private companies, because there was an assurance in the House that it will not be privatized, that the Mines and Minerals Development Regulation Act, when it is passed by this House, the Honorable Minister, the Mines Minister is here, he has assured the House in no way it will not be privatized. So I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, for when moving this bill, what would be the fate of, one more point, what would be the fate of these atomic minerals which are on the beach sand which is being seen? And the last point which I would like to highlight is, I fully support and endorse the views expressed by the eloquent speech and exemplary speech made by Sri Manish Tiwari in this House today in the morning. I fully endorse the views. I would like to reiterate clause 17 of the bill. Sir, with 1 minute I will conclude. Clause 17, sir, what is nuclear? See, the supplier's liability. During the time of the UPA government led by Dr. Manmohan Singh, it was clearly, explicitly made a provision in the bill. That is 17 of the clause, section 17 of the civil liability for nuclear damages. It is very clearly stated in section 17B. The nuclear incidents has resulted as a consequence of an act of supplier or his employee, which includes supply of equipment or material. I'm finishing. With material with the patent or latent defects in subclass, then he is entitled to, to recourse what he has paid for by the operator. If that be the case, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister why that provision, that is the supplier's liability, is missing in the present bill. That is to be answered by the Minister. With these words, once again I take this opportunity to oppose the bill. With these words I conclude. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Ms. R. Sudha.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I rise to oppose this Shanti Bill 2025. Sir, Prime Minister Nehruji passed an Atomic Energy Act in 1962 to provide a strong framework for the development and control the atomic energy for Indians' national interests. Thanks to the efforts of the Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and Homi Baba and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, under whose tenure India's first nuclear plant came in 1969, and Dr. Manmohan Singh, India boasts of 24 atomic power plants. Even most of the 10 atomic power plants under the construction right now are a continuation of the Congress started during our tenure, sir. Sir, the Congress party policy towards nuclear energy is built on a foundation that nuclear energy is too dangerous for the profit motive. a critical for Indian's nation and energy security, sir. This government, Shanti Bill, inverts the logic, and BJP government is doing what it does best, sell, and what Indian National Congress built. Sir, through this Shanti Bill, the BJP government is playing with Indians' national and energy security. Let us explain, sir. You are allowing 49% of FDI in atomic energy production. This primarily benefits US companies, sir. Are you doing this as a sweeten before the US-Indian deal, or you seek more validation from President Trump, who slapped India with 50% of tariff and supported Pakistan after Operation Sindoor? In case of nuclear accidents, God forbid, sir, you will calculate the valuation of compensation for potential victims for the year of 2010. Plus, this government is limiting liability at a paltry of 3,000 crores, sir, if there is a nuclear accident. Compare this with rupees 16 lakh crore cost of real world disasters like Fukushima in Japan. Sir, under the class 12, this government has given a total waiver of compensation. Total waiver of compensation is nuclear material stolen for terrorism. Why this Modi government is showing very soft corner towards the terrorism, sir? After this Sindoor happened, we are not learned any lesson. This government is not answerable for this country. They almost bunged this parliament to discuss about the Operation Sindoor, sir. When our Rahul Gandhi and our Priyanka Gandhi and our parliament members requested to discuss about the Sindoor, this treasury bench denied that, sir. The Shanti Bill is also a war of federalism. A security reason, nuclear plants will be built away from Pakistan and China missiles. So mostly in south. What happened is there a nuclear disaster under this bill, and central government has limited liability and private companies have even less. Sir, class 14 of this bill, sir, this government Shanti is a shameless attempt to turn the Indian taxpayer into a permanent free insurance for private nuclear corporations, sir. And Prime Minister Modi ji is a suit boot friends. Finally, sir, section 81, Shanti Bill bars the jurisdiction of civil courts over matters decided under the bill. Section 82 further shields the government from legal proceedings for any disaster, sir. So, this government is handing over the fruits of 70 years of publicly funded research and nuclear development built by successive Congress governments under global sanction to private entities. The temples of modern India are being sold to the traders of New India. Sir, Mahatma Gandhi, the Deshathirkaga Sonatha Petru Tandar, our
Mahatma Gandhi name was removed from the
Indira Gandhi portrayed the image to the world, the economy and the development of India has been taken to world by Rajiv Gandhi, and the people are looking at that. This is anti-human. This law should be banned, and the people of this country should be thinking of the anti-people act of the government. They are the DNA of Godse. Just complete, please. The people will oppose the RSS ideology and the thoughts and the economic principles of this government will be opposed. Just complete. The RSS ideologies will be completed. Thank you.
सभापति महोदय, भारत के न्यूक्लियर प्रोग्राम.
Honorable Chairman, sir, the father of atomic energy in India, Dr. Homi Bhai and Dr. I would like to thank the father of atomic energy in India, and the discussion that we're having on this bill is not just about today, but it's also about the country's future need of the supply of energy, and it shows government's accountability for ensuring safe and clean energy for the future. The bill, which its acronym is Shanti, and it denotes development, permanency, and peacefulness. Sir, I've been here in this house since morning, and where I have seen my friends from the opposition who have been discussing on this bill that they are afraid. But I would like to ask that why do they feel that there will be hazardous accidents or there will be some threat, and how can you ensure any nation's future if they have to live in fear? Honorable Chairperson, sir, the country has not forgotten as to how during Indira Gandhiji's tenure we were under pressure from foreign powers, because of which even nuclear testing was not done and we had to bow down to them. But history has seen that moment as well, sir, when our honorable leader Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, without bothering about any other country and without bowing down to anyone, carried out the nuclear tests in Pokhran and gave India the nuclear power. The fear that is languishing large in Congress for 25 years, this decision was pending, and the country wants to know that why was there so much of delay in this decision. Honorable Chairperson, sir, if you see the definition of fear in the Congress dictionary, then you will see that since today, after independence, we have given our land to China because the Congress was in power then, and we gave our land to Pakistan because Congress was the leader and they were afraid. Honorable Chairperson, sir, if only because of fear of some accidents we stop taking decisions, then what? Then no person will be able to step out of the house. Because of the fear of road accidents, we will shut down the roads, and because of aircrafts crashing, should we stop all kind of air travel? This our friends from the Congress need to understand. The truth is that in modern India, in each field, there are a lot of accidents, but we have our capacity to control it as well. And under Honorable Modi ji, we have a very strong and accountable government.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, देश
Sir Chairperson, country knows that during UPA time, there was complete disarrangement and policy paralysis in this sector, whereas today, under the leadership of Modi ji, every sector, be it railways or highways, energy, safety, and everything is being, conducted well and handled. Today, opposition is not advising on policies, but opposition in indulging in spreading rumors and illusions among the people. But Modi government is a strong government, and it is based upon accountability, facticity, and transparency, and based on these principles only we take decisions, and because of this only we are progressing in nuclear energy as well, and we are strengthening the country, and there is no compromise on the front of safety and security. Please give me 1 minute, please.
ऐसा नहीं कर सकते.
Please don't do like this. Sir, this nuclear energy today, we will replace thermal power with nuclear energy. You in Hazaribagh area, Jharkhand, Ramgarh, Chatra, in these districts, due to the transportation of coal and due to the transportation of chai, environment is polluted, people are suffering, and with the help of this energy, our lives would be transformed. Sir, Chairperson, sir, this bill is the need of the future. to mount the challenge of the present and the symbol of the aspiration of the India, I very strongly support this bill.
So thank you, Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this bill. Sir, firstly, on behalf of my party and my leader, Shri Akhilesh Yadav ji, I would like to oppose this bill. And my first objection is regarding the name of the bill, Shanti. So the most powerful energy in the world, the most unstable energy in the world, and the name of the bill, Shanti. Thank you. So, sir, firstly, I would like to quote what my senior N.K. Premchandra ji also said yesterday, that there is a specific provision in the legislative process, Kaul and Shatkar, in very specific ways, said that the title of the bill should convey the message regarding the intent and the content of the bill, which has to be explicitly given to the public or given to the people at large. So the title should be clear enough while it is being drafted, sir. But it is quite unfortunate that this bill, by its very title, by its very virtue, does not intend that. Sir, मैं सबसे पहले सदन का ध्यान.
First of all, I would like to draw the attention of this House towards a catastrophe, Bhopal gas tragedy. Sir, in 1984, in a single night, more than 3,000 innocent people lost their lives and more than 15,000 people suffered injuries which lasted for the rest of their lives, and they suffered from various diseases, and up to now more than 5 lakh people are suffering from the diseases and contamination related with this tragedy. It happened because the company which was operating this plant ignored the global guidelines of safety. This gave us a lesson that in dangerous industries, if we tamper with and if we allow the private players to tamper with the safety regulations, then justice dies instantly, and this bill is again harming and tampering with the same dialogues only, this same principle only. This bill is, alleviating the operator from responsibility, and the damage would directly be borne by those who will suffer from any catastrophe. Bhopal gas tragedy at that time, the losses.
If we are comparing nuclear tragedy to nuclear tragedy, that is the Chernobyl nuclear tragedy, the losses extended to more than 16 lakh crore, sir. So where is the liability, sir? Sir, 2010 mein jab
in 2010, when civil nuclear liability damage bill was brought, at that time Shri L.K. Advani ji warned very clearly that nuclear cooperation should never be at the cost of the people's safety and national security. Today, the same warning is being violated blatantly, and this bill has another section which is very dangerous. And citizens won't be able to approach courts due to this article. Due to Article 81, citizens' right to go to courts are taken away. Though we know that nuclear disasters affect people for generations to come. Therefore, even then, it is really a matter of, it is injustice to bereft these people of their rights. Sir, nuclear waste is also a very serious issue, and this bill is completely silent on this issue. Even today, the developed countries of the world, they are not able to contain and process nuclear waste. As of now, in India, there is no such plant or place. We can see that through rivers, how the contaminated water spreads diseases. Sir, until we solve the waste management problem solution, till then we should not weaken the liability and to give it to the private people. It would be a dangerous situation for people and society at large. Many cities of India are heavily polluted in India, and government itself does not want to discharge water in our rivers. So how are you going to do it? I will take only 1 minute. I am concluding. The monopoly that will be created because of this bill.
Monopoly is created with this bill. They are introducing another monopoly, sir, in the nuclear sector, which we oppose, sir. And mark my words, this monopoly will get created, and tomorrow the people of India will suffer because sir. Sir, I would like to tell this government, we might have political differences, we might have ideological differences, but in the national interest, we are with you. But don't make this about companies, don't make this about privatization.
Thank you.
We are with you. Sir, just last.
Sir, हमारे गांव, in villages we say when the people don't do, when the MPs don't do any work, they change the name of पुराने MPs.
Please.
जब वो नाम बदल देते हैं sir.
Name is changed, then stone is changed, and they name it after themselves. The same government is doing it. They are adept at changing every aspect of it. They are doing it sometime directly or sometime from the back door. Though we elected them for changing the situation, and today they are just indulging in changing the names.
Robert Bruce.
Thank you very much, Speaker, sir. I am from Tirunelveli Parliament constituency that hosts Kudangulam nuclear power plant, and therefore bears the direct consequences of every nuclear policy decision taken by this House. There will be, for my constituency, sir, nuclear policy is not a white paper. It is a daily life of my people. Hence, I am strongly opposing this policy, sir. That means, while I am saying this, don't think that the Indian National Congress is not anti-science, not anti-technology, and not anti-nuclear energy. Sir, this bill concentrates extraordinary powers to the hand of the Union government. For example, even for land acquisition, which is vested with the state governments, this bill takes care of land acquisitions also. Sir, the states are reduced to silent spectators even through land, water, health and disaster responses. The Union government take away all these things from the state government through this bill, sir. Sir, this bill claims the Atomic Regulatory Board, but let us read carefully. The chairperson and members are appointed by the Government of India on the recommendations of committee constituted by the Atomic Energy, sir. Especially if you read the sections 54 to 56 deals with the compensation. This section reduces the compensation, not only reduces the compensation, but also this section entrusted the compensation with a tribunal or a authorized person. It deletes the trial of the court to decide the compensation. One second. And also this, yes sir, 1 minute sir. Also there is no time frame is fixed for issuing the compensation also sir. And mainly sir, 2 minutes I will finish it. Yeah, 2 minutes. About clause 26, allow the central government to decide whether the nuclear incident is significant enough to notify. If a radiation occurs in Kudangulam, will the people of Idindagarai, Kudangulam and Kuthanguli will wait for some order passed from the Delhi, sir? And there is no facility there. If the serious incident occurs in Kudangulam, if fishing grounds are contaminated, if lives are destroyed for generations, this government should not forget about the incidents happen in Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, 3 Mile Islands and Fukushima, sir. Mainly, I would say that this bill allows the private sector to enter into the nuclear energy, sir. We really suspect this introduction of the bill for the private sector. We feel and we suspect that this government wanted to give the nuclear energy also to the private party like corporate companies like Adani and Ambani, sir. So I strongly object the bill and ask the government to refer it to the Joint Parliamentary Committee or Select Committee, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. At the outset, I have to thank the honourable members. Is bill का title
The title of this bill is Shanti,
for living up to this title in the letter and spirit of the title. Bada Shanti Purvak.
Very peacefully, this discussion went through. For this, thank you and congrats to all of you. Before I start my speech, I wish to list out and thank honorable members who spoke. Manish Tiwari ji, he is my friend. Shashi Shashank ji, Saugat Rai ji, Arun Nehru ji, Krishna Prasad ji, Shukriya Sule ji, Arvind Sawant ji, Shashi Tharoor ji, Saptar Lalwani ji, Daryashil Rao ji, Pratima Mondal ji, Shashikant ji, Virender Singh ji, Sajidanandam ji, Ravindra Rai ji, Y.S. Prakash Reddy ji, Sudha Shekhar ji, Chandra Chauhan ji, Sadama Prasad, Sharmila Sarkar, Vansi Krishna, Anup Sanjay Dotre, Hanuman Beniwal ji, Savdani Saab, Pappu Yadav, Prem Chandran ji, Babu Bhai Patel, Chandrasekhar ji, Sudha ji, Punish Jaiswal, Pushpendra ji. All of them expressed their opinion in their own ways. I have everything in writing point wise, but since Speaker sir wanted me to respond comprehensively, therefore on all these points, therefore benefiting from that direction only, I would like to reply in detail, but some members said something.
In the bill itself, some observations which are also self-contradictory. Some observations which were possibly appearing to have been misinterpreted, I don't know whether by design or default or out of ignorance. और कुछ एक
there were I have less time, otherwise I would have been gone in detail. There are two sections in the nuclear energy earlier, as Manish ji also stated, Atomic Energy Act 1962 and CLND 2010. In between, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board was set up through a executive order, which has been given a status of statutory body. While bringing this new law, new setups, or to ameliorating them, it was understood that a new comprehensive bill should be brought, which would be an umbrella legislation and will accommodate everything, and which can also rise to the new challenges and developments. So there are many things in this bill, sir, which was already there in the legislation.
To oppose the treasury benches, हम कभी-कभी भूल.
Sometimes we tend to forget that there are certain provisions which we oppose, but we only brought it in our times. So again and again it was said that why are you not bringing reactors, government reactors in the ambit of insurance? All honorable members gave credit to Nehru ji, but this is also a truth that the first reactor which was established in this country was named Apsara. That was established in Bhava Atomic Research Center in 1956. Who was the Prime Minister then? You are aware of it. And that was not taken under the ambit of insurance, under the coverage of insurance. In 1956, who was the Prime Minister? And intent behind this move was that since it was a research reactor, not a commercial reactor, so it was kept out of the ambit of the insurance. And after that, it was stated that Atomic Energy Regulatory Board does not have that kind of authorization as it should have, and another honorable members also associated with this, but in fact reality is just opposite. In 1983 this atomic board was established. Then who was the Prime Minister? Srimati Indira Gandhi. We just gave it a statutory status, we just strengthened it. It means during time this insurance thing also happened during Nehruji. Atomic board was set up during Indira Gandhi ji. We just strengthened it. So
more of authorization and independence. फिर ये कहा गया,
Then it was said there are some changes in CLND. Why is there capping? And you again forgot that in 2010 there was a bill, there was a capping in that CNLD, and who was the Prime Minister at that time? Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister. We have just rationalized it.
अब वो भी आएगा. और फिर ये कहा गया कि what
And then it was said about the size of the reactor.
ज़्यादा है तो भला 3000 की.
Loss is more. So what is the benefit of the capping of 3,000? Maybe the honorable member might not have gone through the bill. Capping is for the operator. If there is a loss of 1,000 crore rupees, then it will be compensated.
Nuclear liability fund जो सरकार की तरफ से होगा,
which will be from the side of government. This is there in the existing bill. It was not earlier there.
Please, to the CSC, which is the Convention of Supplementary Compensation, further compensation would be available through that source. अब ये कहा गया क्योंकि उसके बाद में
Now it has been said, because now I am coming to the bill also. When there has been amendment in the liabilities in section 70 CLND, in A, B and C, you thought that we have omitted it, that the supplier has also to bear the liability, but honorable member has said time and again that what is the logic behind this C? The negligence of individual will also be liable. We again forgot. This was brought by us in 2010. CLND, which was passed in 2010, section 17, A, B and C were there. We are just repealing B, and the supplier has not been included in it. Now we will talk on it also. I am telling
your own document. So, शुरू में मैंने कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि वो बातें कि जो
at the initial stage I am raising the things which have been brought by in the previous bill also in 1962. And as far as our commercial reactors are concerned, NPCIL is completely insured. There is an insurance pool through GIC under the Ministry of
Finance के सौजन्य से काम करता है, तो ये भी
and it works under the Ministry of Finance. So this is not right to say that there is no provision of insurance. Now when we talk that what is the need of privatization, why the government is not doing it on its own. In 2014, Department of Atomic Energy's budget was 13,879 crore.
79 crore. आज इस बजट में
Today in this budget,
the figure is
37,483 crore.
Increase in the last 10 years. यानी जब ये दुहाई दी जाती है कि सरकार is
When they say that the government is not doing enough, then we don't go through our data.
expediency and haste. अब बात आई है जो बात सुबह रह गई थी.
Now we come to the point which we left in the morning. We should start from there. Why is this decision being taken? And as I said earlier also in the morning, that if we have set a target for us that 100 gigawatt by 2047,
Possible to the goal of use of clean energy sources, जिससे हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता
by which our self-reliance will increase and our dependency on petroleum and fossil fuel will come down, so the self-reliance target will also be achieved.
Such a global role for ourselves, we have to follow global strategies. The age of silos is over. अगर हम समझें,
If you understand that we are making this oriented or some separate policies and we cannot compete on global level in this way, and such policies have been made earlier. Now it has been improved by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji.
been unlocked by Modi, and the results are miraculous. 5 years back, we were a dismal economy in space. I'm just giving one sentence of the space example. Today, we are $8 billion US. In next 7-8 years, we hope to go up 5 times to 40-45 billion US. The concept of a startup in space sector was unheard of. Today, we have close to 300 to 400 space startups, some of them of global potential, some of them millionaire entrepreneurs, and we hope to again go in a very faster pace than ever before. और इसलिए जैसे सुबह भी कहा गया,
And it was said in the morning also that when there will be the era of artificial intelligence and when we talk about health, so in this bill it has been mentioned that for the upscaling of nuclear energy,
sector, the agriculture sector and the nuclear sector. फिर शायद सुप्रिया जी का कहना था,
then perhaps Supriya ji said that why research has been omitted. So there is a provision, I will give you the section also.
the research to the private sector, which is of course in acknowledgement of the fact that we have several private sector institutes which are doing excellent research in several science domains. So why not get their benefit even in the atomic energy sector? अब अगर हमें उस लक्ष्य की तरफ बढ़ना है,
Now if we want to achieve the target, because right now we have 8.9 gigawatt capacity, and this is more than it was earlier in 2014. And we have 25 reactors, out of which one is not completely functional. On the other hand, one honorable member said that US is 97 gigawatt with 94 reactors.
7 reactors. और हमारी contribution to
And our contribution to the overall requirement is just 3%.
energy will also go up, but it may not be able to serve all the purposes, particularly in an era where we are going to go in a big way for the artificial intelligence, data processes and other things. And therefore, पहले तो ये समझना जरूरी था कि हमें
First of all, we had to understand what are the constraints.
actually, which in 2015 took the decision of opening the atomic energy sector to joint ventures, albeit joint ventures with public sector units, not with private. उससे पहले तो ये भी नहीं था.
It was not there earlier, and it was concealed that we
लेकिन अब जब लगा कि as I said we have to follow global strategies, तो हमारी constraints थी कि हमारी installed capacity बढ़ाई जाए.
We have to increase our installed capacity. Our gestational period should be rationalized. Embargoes which could be done away.
Which has been very forthcoming in also doing away with some of the rules which had lost their relevance with the passage of time. And therefore, as a part of this entire thinking, the entire idea was to bring about an enabling law for an enabling ecosystem without, and underline, without, of course, compromising the security concerns of the nation. और इसलिए इन तीनों दोनों बिलों को
So these two bills and the provisions of regulatory boards have been taken care of, and for 1 year we have had a serious deliberation, and we have had meetings and deliberations with the industrial leaders and all the stakeholders.
concern their requirements. And the idea was simply to move on, not to score political points. And I never meant to so. But चूंकि बार-बार कहा गया कि नेहरू जी ने किया,
It has been repeatedly said that what has been done by Nehru ji and what have you done, and I have said this.
we are only बिल्कुल फाउंडेशन भी उन्होंने रखी.
Yes, he laid the foundation, and the first reactor was installed by him, and it has not been included in insurance by him, and this has also been done by him. You were not there at that time. When we came, we gave you suggestion because
to the non-political line, इसलिए मैंने कहा पहले political scoring वाला काम समाप्त हो जाए.
so I wanted to finish the political scoring first.
अब इसमें इस बिल में 10 चैप्टर्स हैं.
Now there are 10 chapters in this bill.
टाइटल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा.
I will not go in all the titles. But if we talk about the chapter 1, has been mentioned by honorable member that what happened to environment.
A mention of the environmental damage and the economic losses as a part of the overall damage definition. And the regulatory scope has also been defined, covering medicine, agriculture, industry, ionizing radiations, because we have come a long way as far as the nuclear medicine is concerned. Supriya ji will bear me out. The Tata Memorial Center in Mumbai is one of the best in the world today. And I am proud to share with this House that very recently, in the last few years, 4 or 5 years, we are among the first to have come out with a nuclear medicine remedy for acute lymphoblastic leukemia for children, which is a kind of a blood cancer for children. And also a nuclear medicine-driven remedy for or possible remedy for prostatic cancers, which is on the increase with the aging and the long span of India's population that we are seeing these days. आप बात नहीं समझे. मैं nuclear medicine.
You could not understand the point. Now I am talking about the nuclear medicine. Now this is a political matter. Now we have to scale it also.
टाटा की भी expansion इसी सरकार ने की. If you want to be.
That expansion has also been done by this government.
Tata Memorial hospitals in the country, out of which 9 are functional.
Honorable Minister, you please don't reply to him, otherwise everybody will seek intervention.
Cancer grid स्थापित की है.
Cancer grid has been established, more than 300 hospitals in a way, Tata Memorial Center or unit or some facilities being provided. This has been done by this government. As you have rightly said, it has to be upskilled. So where we will do it from? So for this, private participation provisions have been studied. So far as Section 3.1 is concerned, as everyone knows, so we don't have to repeat it. Any company can become the part of it. It can be joint venture, it can be in public sector unit and a non-government entity. And in Section 3.2, it has been said, one more thing was said, that spent fuel maintenance has not been taken care of. I think it slipped from my mind that for the spent fuel, there is an SOP.
Then afterwards, about close to the reactor, which is called away from reactor, it is put about 10 meters deep for 30-40 years. And during the construction of the plant also, जब नया प्लांट होता है, जो सेफ्टी की बात की गई,
we talk about safety. After every 3 months, inspection is done during construction. When the construction is over, then after every 6 months, the inspection takes place. Then after every 22, then after 5 years, the International Atomic Agency does the supervision. Now, who has made this SOP? It has been made by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in the Act of 1962. And now you say that we are finding the faults. This is the same SOP of 1962. This is not the new one in this bill.
To oppose the bill, आपने इसको किया. The same safety measures are in place which were there in the Atomic Energy Act of 1962 under the then Prime Minister. अब कुछ safeguards रखे गए हैं.
Now some safeguards have also been made. You say that there are no security concerns. For operation, there will be private party participation will also be allowed. For transportation, import, export. But the matters for which if there are some constraints, it will be on like source material and recycled material.
वो पहले भी था.
It was earlier also. The Act of 1962, it was left by Nehruji. And now you say that security measure is not sufficient. This is under the control of government.
It shall remain under the surveillance and control of the central government. वो भी है. Spent fuel, जिसके बारे में चिंता है.
Spent fuel, the concern have been raised for it. It has not been allowed for any private party. Either it is the reactor of private party, which I have mentioned, how the process has to be taken care. The whole process will belong to the government.
इसी तरह के यहाँ तक के heavy water.
We talk about heavy water. Heavy water is not an explosive thing. This is simply DTO. Those who have studied chemistry, they must have known that water is called hydrogen oxide. This is D2O. So neutron element gets changed due to this, and it can be prolonged. It can work as a coolant. So on that also, private parties are out of this responsibility.
Only by the government. अब क्योंकि इसलिए कि कहीं उसका कोई गलत मिसयूज करने का प्रयास.
If we talk about the misuse of this,
Section 9
Section 9 of the bill
research, development, design and innovation. It is there. And Section 7 of Chapter 2, grant of license for central government, rejection for security safety reasons, same security reasons which were there in the 1962 bill brought by the then government. You're not changing it. So I don't know why it is being objected to, because it has been lost sight that it is their bill. We have just added on or made some suitable provisions which are relevant to the contemporary times. Yes, financial, technical management and other organization committees also will be there. Then the Chapter 2, Sector 4 also refers to Chapter 2, Section 4 refers to the medicine, industry, agriculture uses. So we have rather put it on record that this, I think India has created a model of the use of atomic energy for the purpose of creating ease of living in different sectors, for infrastructure use, in food industry, in health. That's why in the morning we said, now the moment has arrived to vindicate what Homi Baba declared to the world, our nuclear program dedicated to peaceful purposes. In Chapter 3 of Section 10, the duties of the licensee have been very clearly defined. जो आप कहते हैं कि वो भी शंका के दायरे में है.
You doubt on it also.
As per the guidelines laid down in the 1962 bill of the then government. वो तो आपको मंजूर होना चाहिए अगर.
You should accept it at least.
Regulatory documents, maintain accounts, inspection reports, etc. ये पहले भी लागू होते थे, लेकिन सरकार.
This was earlier also, but the reactor had to be established under the government. Now it is for the private players, but the regulations are same as was led by Nehruji's time.
For decommissioning, waste disposal, compensation of non-nuclear. अब आया liability of.
Now this liability of nuclear damage, there is a thing. Liability of nuclear damage.
वो तो अब नेहरू जी बता सकते हैं.
Only Nehru ji can tell about that. Still, the liability of nuclear damage in installation and transport.
जब तक ऐसा नहीं है कि.
It's not that the supplier, but the government was facing this difficulty.
I will appreciate that the collaborators had reservations in coming forward. अब ये कहा गया कि दो.
It was said that in 2010, Arun Jaitley ji had opposed this. Yes, he opposed it. But you said that time has changed. Now, when I say that time has changed, but time is changing with everybody. It's not just in 2010 and 2025 technology has changed.
I am speaking strictly on scientific rationale. You can contradict me. The technology has changed. We are into big way to small modular reactors, which was unheard of in 2010. And this budget in its nuclear energy mission has laid down 2-3 important points. One, allowing private sector. 200 gigawatt. Third, small modular reactors, which will be beneficial for our dense areas, which will be beneficial for upscaling our energy source of clean energy, and which are usually considered to be below the strength of 200 to 300 megawatt. And we have already laid down for ourselves the target of producing at least 5 small modular reactors by the year 2033. The safeguards have changed. The risk of any catastrophe happening, which of course is unlikely in any case, has also now undergone a change. So in a changed scenario, this bill is coming. This bill is coming simply because the scenario has changed. ऐसा नहीं है कि उस वक्त क्या कहा.
It's not that it happened that time. If I had said that, why did he write that time? Why did Nehruji write that time? Because now I had to come for the private companies. So this was the compulsion. No.
Relevant today, we have tried to introduce what is relevant in the changed context and also try to slightly modify. Agar now, no, I'm not yielding. Let me finish. Now, इसमें operator.
The operator. After this, you can just.
वकील साहब,
Mr. Lawyer, Honorable, he is a lawyer from the Supreme Court. You are in High Court. Therefore,
ने क्यों?
Why? Minister ji, I'm telling again. I'm telling to all the ministers. You don't please give the directions to the speaker. How you are saying that you speak? You may please be seated. Honorable member, I have given the point of order. Honorable minister, when he speaks, then only allow this clarification. After minister, allow the clarification. I won't give it now, honorable minister. I'll give you a chance definitely.
मैं अलाउ करूंगा.
I'll allow you later on. I have told you.
ये point of order.
He has not brought point of order, Deputy Leader. Please, during the debate, nobody should be allowed to speak like that. It won't happen. First, Honorable Minister will reply, and then the clarification will be allowed. Speaker has given the point of order. It means the point of order has been given.
Supply.
Honorable Minister, as far as supply is concerned, if the exporter does some agreement with the supplier, if the supplier, if the operator at its own level does the agreement with the supplier, that is in return, then they can deal with that. If as far as the government is concerned, our dealing will be just with the exporters only, and many doubts and apprehensions with in the minds of supplier would be get done with. You'll be allowed after this reply. And in that also many provisions have been brought, as in the transportation. If some incident occurs, then that responsibility all will be on the exporter. If the consignment is given, then the one who is given this consignment will be his responsibility till the time the second party from that it is not taken in return. You are also rising like that. There are some situations where the liability won't be there. And
you will appreciate with what grade of sensitivity and depth this has been studied and worked out. We have exempted operator also from liability under certain conditions where he would not be obviously responsible. Like, for example, suppose a natural calamity happens, bhuchal aaya.
In the case of earthquake, or the building has been destroyed, and then will not be expelled.
So this is actually a stakeholder-friendly bill, with all the security concerns very much in place as they were earlier, sometimes even more stringent, from the very fact that Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, which was formed during Mrs. Indira Gandhi's time, was formed by simply an executive order. We are today giving it a statutory stature by including it in this act.
Secondly, if during the installation or at the site of property, if some damage occurs, that won't be the responsibility of that stakeholder. And for the capping, they mention of 3,000 crore. Yes, right, it can be 3,000 crore. It's not there.
Half read by some of the friends. 3,000 crore.
3,000 crore is not there. We have rationalized it. Earlier, what was so, it was a flat rate of 1,500. Now we rationalize that small model reactors, we don't want to discourage them. If some 150 megawatt installation is there, liability will be 300 crore. If somebody installs 7, then 700. Like different levels have been given for the installation levels. If some small reactor is installed, then on that small capacity is there. If this damage occurs more than 3,000 crore, then the damage will be definitely recovered, and only the exporter will be liable to pay that much.
Beyond his, the operator will be pay that much because that may be beyond his capacity. Then the government is putting in place what is going to be called as a nuclear liability fund, which would be, pooled through tariffs, etc. And of course, when the rules are framed, we will also work out that in detail. The government will compensate for that. And once that also crosses certain margin, which is drawn by special drawing rights, as was mentioned by Munishji. So after we cross that limit, then we become part of the benefit of the CSC, the compensation for supply for compensation. Convention for supply. वो तो आप कल कहेंगे कि
tomorrow will say that insurance also is giving the compensation through public. You take the money from insurance from the taxpayers. That is okay for you.
We are following the norms of the Constitution, which are already there in place. We are not violating any of the existing norms of the Constitution.
We are not just lifting the Constitution in hand. We just implement that and apply that. We follow that. I'll just take some more time, sir. Now you say that why the supply has been why the supply has been removed.
Given. And उसमें इसलिए
in that it's because Now, advanced safety pre-measures have been put in place for new reactors. When new small reactors will be installed, then in dense population and in the factory area will be installed, and already having all those safeguards in place.
There is a provision in the Act for quality assurance, provision in the Act for the inspection of the site, and provision in the Act for the safety requirements to be followed by the regulator. अब इसके अलावा
Apart from this, what was not there in the Act, which you might be glad to know that we have improved upon certain provisions of 1962 Act. We have made this redressing council, Atomic Energy Addressing Council, which has been formed, which was not there in the Act of 1962. This is an improvement in that Atomic Energy Redressing Council for redressal of some of the disputes.
Without having to go to the court and go through all that hardship. And
somebody raised the objection that this claim commission, from where this has come, and from where this claim commission is, what is this claim commission? Some members were raising this question. This has come from past, from the government of Congress times, and then in CLMD also claim commission was there, and it was said that the members of claim commission will be chairperson. When some incident occurs at the time, although there is no much chance of this kind of accident, or it may not happen so. Earlier, in Atomic Energy Act, which was brought in 1962 during the Nehru government, that section 70 and 71 have been added in that.
These were treated as criminal offences. Yani,
it means if some typing error also occurred, then he'll be thrown to jail. Now there is transparency, now something has changed, so we created the provision for monitoring or penalty, and rest all is the same as it was earlier, in that you had mentioned
of imprisonment for unclean operation.
This had written by Nehruji, and this is there in that bill. And then 10 years of imprisonment for unauthorized use of nuclear reactors. That is also there at the same place. We are opposing what you had written. We have just done the betterment in that.
A global format, and the entire world is watching it.
Therefore, I request politely that by 2047, when we reach the 70-80% of our energy sources would be from non-fossil sources.
Sources from the nuclear energy sources, and nuclear energy, as I said, will be the more reliable source of energy at that time for the increasing requirements. And the small modular reactors, which we have already undertaken, this government has already earmarked 20,000 crore exclusively for the small modular reactors. And we are also taking this is a part of a whole ecosystem that is being built up in science and technology, including the 1 lakh crore of research and development innovation fund, which has been made available to catalyze the private sector. Pehli baar shayad.
I think for the first time it has happened from the side of government to the private sector, because we realize that private sector has to gear up itself.
Brings new avenues. And
therefore I request you that for this fast-paced development and journey of a country which has got the pace now, and its prestige also has risen. Now we are not longer a follower.
And she beckons others to follow her. I think it should give as much delight and pride to this side as much to that side. And from that point of view, from that noble thought, this bill is being brought in this House. Thank you.
First of all, through you, I would like to thank Honorable Minister that he gave credit to Nehruji. I think for the first time it has happened in the last 11 years. So he's appreciated here. And just two clarifications I need.
Of the government, that in the changed technological context of the past 15 years, the supplier should no longer be held to be liable. So therefore, is it the position of the government that if faulty equipment is supplied, because obviously you'll have to source equipment from abroad. One second, let me just complete. You'll have to source equipment from abroad. Nuclear reactor fabrication is not happening in India. Is it the position of the government that in today's context, the supplier is not going to be liable at all? And number two, on liability, is it the philosophical position of this government that privatizing profit and socializing liability is the philosophy of this government?
Adhyaksh Mahoday.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
अध्यक्ष जी,
Honorable Speaker, sir. In 2008, in 2008, after this 123 agreement also, Government of India had continuously, in those supplier countries, those who used to supply uranium or thorium or plutonium, on the basis of which we have signed so big agreement. Government of India, what kind of trouble they had, that the nuclear supply countries who had done the agreement, who are not agreed to do the agreement with India, that why did he do such a big task by Manmohan Singh ji?
Manish. Manish Tiwari ji ने कहा कि
Manish Tiwari ji said, because I had yielded, so you also yield. And Speaker, sir, also gave this point of order. Thank you for that, sir.
to Nehru ji, I gave discredit to you for having contradicted Nehru ji. I was saying you were contradicting a rule which I have incorporated in the bill from the 1962 bill of the Nehru government. So I was not giving credit to Nehru, I was giving discredit to you for having forgotten Nehru. So having clarified myself politically for the benefit of both of us, इसलिए
Therefore, that would be good for you also. That would be better for you.
now as far as the supplier is concerned, the supplier's responsibility will lie with the operator. It is not that he is going to get scored. Operator is free to have a written agreement with the supplier. Otherwise, जैसे निशिकांत जी ने कहा,
As Nishikant ji said, that the supplier is a very wide definition. What is the result of that? That everybody was ready to come forward. As in the case, if a code is not working well, if it is, then the tailor says there is a problem of button, then the button supplier should be caught. But the person said that button is okay, but the thread was not okay, so thread person should be brought.
Kind of a silent phobia among all the suppliers, and as rightly mentioned by Nishikant ji, in last 10 decades we lost out on collaborations. So वो अपनी जगह.
So that will remain at its own place.
The government will be dealing only and only with the operator. Now let it rest with the operator to settle the rest of the thing.
Okay.
Question is this, that
मैंने आपको अलाउ नहीं किया.
I have not allowed you. Is this that the bill may be considered? Those in favor may say yes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill is allowed to be considered. This proposal is accepted. Now the House will discuss clause-wise on the bill.
Sri K. Radhakrishnan. No. Amendment and the Sri Sogat Rai.
I move the amendment. Kitna number?
What is the number?
Number 714.
Sir, in page 7, line 7, omit or any other institution.
आप मूव कर रहे नहीं करे मोशन.
Move.
Are you moving the motion or not? Question is that the amendment number 7014 by Sogat Raji may be accepted or not. Those in favor may say yes. The other in your favor, nobody is there. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment number 7014 is unaccepted.
अभय कुमार सिन्हा जी, के राधा कृष्णन जी, प्रश्न है कि खंड
Question is the clause 2 may become part of the bill. Those may favor may say yes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
क्या 15
Sir, in page 7, omit line 11. Line 11 restored to any other company.
प्रश्न ये कि
Question is that the amendment proposed by Sogat Raji number 15 may be accepted or not. Those in favor may say yes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment stands unaccepted.
श्री सोगत राय जी संशोधन संख्या
Amendment number 16.
Sir, ये compensation के बारे में
So this is regarding the compensation. It has been stated as 300 million.
to 500 million. I move
प्रश्न ये कि श्री
The question is that the amendment moved by Sri Sogat Raji, amendment number 16 be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
राय जी संशोधन संख्या
Amendment number 61.
हाँ, page 7, sir, I move that omit lines 12 to 14.
प्रश्न ये कि
The question is that amendment number 61 moved by Honorable Shogat Rai Ji be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
प्रश्न है कि खंड 3
Question is that clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 3 becomes part of the bill.
प्रश्न है कि खंड
The question is that clause 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 4 becomes part of the bill. Honorable Member Minister, amendment number 67.
I move the amendment, Speaker, sir.
प्रश्न है कि
The question is that amendment number 67 as moved by the Honorable Minister do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted.
प्रश्न है कि खंड 5
The question is that as amended, clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amendment does stand part of the bill. Shri Shogat Rai Ji, amendment number 63.
I beg to move amendment number
Firstly-
63, page 10.
प्रश्न है कि
Question is that amendment number 63 as proposed by Shri Shogat Rai Ji be accepted. Those honorable members in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment number 63 is negated.
प्रश्न है कि खंड 6 विधेयक
The question is that clause 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 6 does stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न है कि खंड
The question is that clause 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 7 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न है कि
The question is that clause 8 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 8 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक
The question is that clause 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 9 do stand part of the bill.
श्री सोगत राय जी
Shri Shaukat Rai ji, amendment number 65.
Sir, I move amendments number 65 in page 14, line 17. Omit lines 7 to 13.
प्रश्न एक
The question is that the amendment number 65 moved by Shri Shaukat Rai ji be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
प्रश्न एक खंड
The question is that clauses 10 and 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 10 and 11 do stand part of the bill.
डॉक्टर के कावया माननीय मंत्री जी संसद
Honorable Minister, Honorable amendment number 68, 69 and 70.
I move the amendment.
माननीय मंत्री जी द्वारा प्रस्तुत
The question is that amendment number 68, 69, 70 be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments are accepted.
प्रश्न एक खंड
The question is that clause 12 as amendment do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended do stand part of the bill.
श्री सोगत राय जी संशोधन संख्या
Shaukat Rai ji, amendment number 16.
I beg to move that for 300 million, please substitute 500 million.
प्रश्न ये है कि
The question is that the amendment moved by Shri Shaukat Rai ji, amendment number 16 be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
श्री सोगत राय जी
Shri Shaukat Rai ji, amendment number 66.
Sir, the same amendment, page 14, line 17, I move amendment number 66.
प्रश्न ये है कि श्री
The question is that amendment number 66 as moved by Honorable Member Shri Shaukat Rai ji be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
प्रश्न एक ही खंड
The question is that clauses 13 to 15 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 13 to 15 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न ये है
The question is that clause 16 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 16 do stand part of the bill.
श्री सोगत राय
Shri Shaukat Rai ji, amendment number 17.
प्रश्न है कि
The que- Sir, please let me move. Let me ask this. The question is that amendment number 17 moved by Shri Shaukat Rai ji be accepted.
In page 15, line 21, for not exceeding 7, a new Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, substitute not exceeding 5.
प्रश्न है कि
The question is that amendment number 17 moved by Shri Shaukat Rai ji be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is negated.
प्रश्न ये खंड 7
Question is that clauses 17 and 18 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 17 and 18 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक खंड
The question is that clauses 19 to 23 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 19 to 23 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न है कि
The question is that clause 24 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 24 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक
The question is that clause 25 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 25 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 26 to 28 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 26 to 28 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, amendment number 71.
Speaker, sir, I move the amendment.
प्रश्न एक
The question is that amendment number 71 as proposed by the Honorable Minister do be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted.
प्रश्न एक ये खंड
The question is that as amendment clause 29 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 29 as amended do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक ये खंड
The question is that clauses 30 and 31 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 30 and 31 do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक
The question is that clauses 32 to 35 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 32 to 35 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, amendment number 72.
I move the amendment, Speaker, sir.
प्रश्न
The question is that amendment number 72 as moved by the Honorable Minister be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted. The question is that clause 36 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 36 as amended do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 37 to 39 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 37 to 39 do stand part of the bill. Amendment number 24.
काफी ज्यादा नो प्रश्न एक ये खंड
The question is that clause 40 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 40 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 41 to 46 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 41 to 46 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, amendment number 73, 74, and 75.
Yes, sir.
प्रश्न एक ये
The question is that amendment number 73, 74, and 75 as moved by the Honorable Minister be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted.
प्रश्न
The question is that clause 47 as amendment do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 47 as amended do stand part of the bill.
प्रश्न एक कि
The question is that clauses 48 to 54 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 48 to 54 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, amendment number 76.
Sanshodan Sankhya 70.
Sir, I move the amendment 76. The question is that the amendment number 76 moved by the Honorable Minister be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted.
प्रश्न एक ये खंड
The question is that clause 55 as amendment do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 55 as amended do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 56 to 58 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 56 to 58 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 59 to 65 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say noes. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 59 to 65 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 66 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 66 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, Amendment number 77.
Sanshodhan Sankhya 77.
Sir, I move the amendment number 77. The question is that amendment number 77 proposed by the Honorable Minister do stand be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted. The question is that clause 67 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 67 as amended do stand part of the bill. Question is that clauses 68 to 70 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 68 to 70 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, amendment number 78 and 79. Question is that the amendment number 78, 79 as moved by the Honorable Minister be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments are accepted. The question is that clause 71 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 71 as amended do stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 72 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 72 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 73 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 70 to 82 do stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 83 to 90 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 83 to 90 do stand part of the bill. Honorable Minister, Honorable number 81, 80 and 81. Sir, I move the amendments 80 and 81. The question is that the amendment number 80 and 81 moved by the Honorable Minister be accepted. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments are accepted. The question is that clause 91 as amendment do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 91 as amended do stand part of the bill. The question is that the schedules 1 to 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Schedules 1 to 3 do stand part of the bill. The question is that the short title commencement and the long title do stand part of the bill, and clause 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 1 enactment formula and short title and commencement do stand part of the bill. The Honorable Minister may now propose that the bill be passed as amended.
I move that the bill may be passed.
The question is that the bill as amended be passed. Those in favor may say ayes. Those against may say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill, the proposal is accepted and the bill as amended is passed.
आज आप सब दादा के नेतृत्व में हो पीछे वाले हो
Today you are all under the leadership of Honorable Shogada. Please learn from him that even at this age, despite being ill of health, he comes to the house and sits throughout the proceedings of the house.
Item number 28.
Item number 28, the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin VB Ramji Bill 2025.
B.G. Ramji, Viksit Bharat, G. Ramji, Videk.
The Viksit Bharat G Ramji Bill 2025, Honorable Minister.
कितने घंटे बोलना चाहते हो?
How many hours do you want to speak on this bill? I'm giving you the time.
बैठिए 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 सदन में अगर 300 सदस्य रहेंगे.
Please take your seat. If there are 300 members in the House, I will give you 10 hours. 1 minute, Honorable Minister. I can give you 10 hours for allocation if there are 300 members present on the floor of the House. Ask your members to come and be seated. If you are present here, all the parties may give me a count in the chamber. If you tell me, then tomorrow Honorable Minister will reply. Yes, we will have the reply tomorrow.
अरे बोलो तो सही, बैठो तो.
Let me know, and please take your seats in the House. If you sit here in the House throughout the day, then you will get an opportunity. I will let everyone speak. Please take your seat. Honorable Minister. Sir, I have only one request.
Yes. This house is not just a mansion made of bricks and soil. We should discuss in details, but I would definitely request from my friends from opposition, when I reply, that listen to my reply carefully. I will reply to every query and argument.
प्रकाश जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Just a minute. First move the proposal.
थोड़ा बहुत बता दे 1-2 मिनट में.
In a minute. I am here to discuss in detail. This bill is a bill for Viksit Bharat, for the creation of developed village. We are increasing the number of guaranteed employment days from 100 to 125. We will give the employment to 125 days, but not only Rozgar, but we will create self-reliant villages, which was the dream of the Mahatma Gandhi, self-reliant, poverty-free, and a village, prosperous village. This was the dream of Gandhiji, and we will create that village. Now you have moved. Speaker sir, I beg to move this bill for the discussion.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Jayaprakash ji. You are a senior member. Please speak, keeping in mind the decency of the House. We need your presence.
योजना बिल.
I am here to speak on a very important bill. It was passed in 2005, and today now it is being renamed as Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission. It is being renamed. I am here to strongly oppose it on the basis of facts. Sir, Chairperson, since this bill, Honorable Minister was stating that please listen to my statements and then only leave. Sir, I want to remind you, you have to listen, you have to address to the chair. I am listening to you. I am talking about Minister, sir. it will go through you only. Please understand that it will go through you through only. So when this Mahatma Gandhi Gramin Rozgar Guarantee Bill, when it was placed in Lok Sabha in 2005, and Congress Party and the then UPA chairperson Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji and the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji and the leader of the House said with open heart that it is a great bill, and when the opposition demanded that it should be sent to standing committee, then it was sent to standing committee, and all with the after consultation with the members and representatives from all political parties, this was brought in the bill. And when the discussion was taking place in this house, I am reminded that at that time our present prime minister, that time chief minister Modi ji was speaking against this bill. They are anti-farmer, they are anti-labor, they never want to uplift the poor. In 2005, when UPA government sent it to select committee, then our leader were demanding that it should be sent to standing committee. Then same thing happened, which we doubted. We wanted that you send it to committee because you are changing the name of Mahatma Gandhi ji, and this is a very big crime in this country. I have been to many countries, sir. Wherever we go, we find the statue of Mahatma Gandhi ji, and we pay our tribute to our reverence to the Mahatma Gandhi ji. Any head of the nation, if he or she visits to India, he or she definitely goes to he or she definitely pays homage to the Mahatma Gandhi. This scheme was run by Congress Party to uplift the last man of the society, the downtrodden, the depressed. Therefore, sir, in 2005, when this bill was enacted, many poor people supported this bill throughout the country. They were demanding prior to this bill that a bill should be brought in India which can guarantee employment to the people before Manrega throughout the world. No such law existed. Honorable Minister will accept it. Even today, wherever there is such law, it is not completely implemented. But sir, this government does not harbor good intention. Sir, I wish to draw your attention to two or three things. In 2005, when this act was being implemented, then in villages were in turmoil. People were migrating from villages to cities, and there was no source of livelihood in the villages, and more and more people were indulging into sustenance agriculture, and laborers and poor and the Dalits, they did not have employment. So this law was passed to give them a guaranteed employment. This is another issue that I want to ask Honorable Minister with a heavy heart, that you even did not give MSP a legal backing, which you had promised, but you turned turtle even on this front. So sir, what is this? Tribal people, Dalit, landless laborers, we framed this law and we are turning it out to promote social equality and to bridge the infrastructural inadequacies in the rural areas. These were the aims of earlier bill, and now you have enacted another bill. You are not giving funds to Manrega, and there is delay in the payments. You are systematically weakening this bill, and you are weakening the basic infrastructure of this ecosystem of Manrega, and you weakened this Manrega so much that it is not functional at all. I want to ask Honorable Minister. Honorable Member also asked a question about Manrega in Haryana. 8 lakh laborers are registered and only 2100, this is the reply by Honorable Minister himself, only 2100 people got employment. Out of 8 lakhs, only 2100 people got the job. I understand this is just a meager 25%, and what can be more unfortunate than this? So it just shows that central government did not have willpower. They are anti-poor, anti-farmer, anti-Dalit, anti-depressed people. Then they are changing this law. It is written in this law that if somebody does not get job within 100 days, within 15 days, then that person will give employment compensation. Those 6 lakhs people, Haryana government, central government gave them employment, compensation kind of thing. So how much amount did you give to the people? So gradually you weakened Manrega. I listened to the Honorable Minister's speeches. Many a time he make tall claims in his speech, but I want to ask it from you that when in this country in 2006 it was running in 200 districts, and within 2 years Congress party was so strong-willed for the benefit of the poor, this scheme was implemented throughout the country. And when Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who is currently the Prime Minister of India, has brought this law, he is troubled by Mahatma Gandhi. He is either troubled by Mahatma Gandhi or the title Gandhi. So we don't know actually. Actually, there was no need to change the name of the Mahatma Gandhi, sir. If you had to increase the number of the days, then you could have done it otherwise as well. But I want to remind you that under Section 5, number of the days guaranteed employment there is a proposal to increase the number of the days from 100 days to 125 days. But there is standing committee report which has recommended that it should be increased to 150 days. You have not accepted even your standing committee report. So what could have been better than this had you accepted the report of your own standing committee? Now it was assured that by the Congress that it should be increased to 266 days. Then it would have been slightly appropriate to change even the name, but now you did not do anything under Section 6. Farmers are being rendered injustice. We are all farmers, sir. You are also farmers, sir. Honorable Minister is also farmer. Means it is stated in Section 6 that state government in a financial year, state governments has to issue notifications wherein, sir, sowing, reaping, and everything would be included in a particular crop season, and no other task would be done during this time when there will be crop cultivation going on in the field. Manrega work would not be given. So this is really very bad, sir. And in Manrega, sir, it should be linked with agriculture. If it is linked with the agriculture, then it will benefit farmers and it will benefit laborers as well. Now let us come to the Section 12. Under Employment Guarantee Scheme, SC, ST, minority, OBC, 1/3 of it should be reserved. Even in Section 11, State Employment Guarantee Council reservation is mandatory. Though VVGRM bill under Section 13, under Rozgar Guarantee Council, reservation is maintained, but under Section 12, Central Employment Council, there is no reservation mentioned, sir. So what can be worse than this, sir? Section 22, number of situation of increasing financial burden on the states, sir. About Haryana, I want to tell you that in Haryana, when Congress went out of the power, 65,000 was the debt on the Haryana government. Now it has increased to more than 4 lakh crore. And if another 40% this financial burden is added, then it would be really troublesome for the Haryana government. So I want to inform the Honorable Minister that this bill should be retrenched back, and during Congress time we asked the state only to pay 10%. Please do revert to that. Under section, I have just begun, sir. let me talk about farmers. Section 20, social vigilance and weakening this. Sir, Section 20 talks about all laborers their task would be audited by social panchayat, though its process is not defined in the bill. That how would this audit be conducted? So all this bill is vague. It is just, it is not clear on many fronts. Therefore, I criticize this bill because situation in country is not very hopeful. During the time of Manrega, earlier laborers used to get wage, but if a person does not get wage, then within 15 days, laborer used to get the compensation. Now, Honorable Minister can tell it on the floor of the House that how many laborers got the employment cess or compensation. Sir, there are 3 speakers from your party.
सर 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 मैं अपना टाइम ले लूंगा.
I am just speaking within my time limit. Sir, this government is anti-poor, anti-Dalit, and through this law only I want to highlight that Honorable Minister should reply that since last 2 years people involved with Narega are not being paid. So what can be worse than this? I have this party is the party of corporates. This is the party of capitalists. They are anti-poor, they are pro-capitalist, pro-industrialist, they are anti-Dalit, they are anti-depressed class people, they are least bothered about farmers, they are not concerned about the upliftment and welfare of the poor person. Therefore, I strongly condemn this bill, and this is a conspiracy that they are trying to change the name of the Mahatma Gandhi ji. Sir, if you look into this bill or any other bill, they are changing the name. They have renamed Indira Awas Yojana, it has been renamed as Pradhan Mantri. Can there be any benefit by changing the name? Can changing the name provide impetus to the economy? You have completely spoiled the economy. Unemployment is raging, and therefore I strongly oppose this bill. Gandhi ji also used to take the name of the Ram. Sir, Chairperson, for the first time in the history of India, a bill has been brought which is to revive and strengthen the rural economy, will make Indian villages self-reliant, will free Indian villages from unemployment, will equip Indian villages, will provide irrigation facilities to Indian villages, will enrich Indian villages with resources, will provide amenities like water, electricity, etc. It will strengthen water resources in villages. Indian villages would be free from the natural disasters like drought, famine, etc. and would be able to fight these challenges well, or they will be equipped to fight any other natural calamity. So this is such a legislation that it is such a bill which is very important, and after 2005 this bill is being brought, and for this I am really very grateful to Honorable Modi ji and Shivraj Singh ji, the Honorable Minister, and extend my thanks to him, sir, to them. Honorable Jayaprakash ji was speaking. Sir, Chairperson, see, if even Lord Ram wants, for 500 years his mandir, his temple was not set up, was not constructed, but when he wanted, then temple was constructed. Now Lord Ram wants that rural India should develop. He wants that along with developed India, rural India should also develop, and therefore it is happening. For many years previous government did not think. V means Vikasit or developed, G means guarantee, and VP matlab Bharat means India, and R means employment. Rojgar, Ajivika means livelihood. Mission means M. G Ram G VV. G Ram G name itself came by itself. Nobody tried to bring it. Therefore, Once again, I extend my thanks to the Modi ji to bring Ram Raj in this country. I give my sincere thanks to the Honorable Modi ji, and in our villages, people aspire and imagine to achieve the Ram Raj, and for the same intent, these things are being done. And to bring that Ram Raj only, this bill has been brought to fulfill the dreams of Gandhi ji. You just do lip service in the name of Gandhi ji. You use him as brand, but actually somebody is trying to actualize his dream on the ground. Then it is Narendra Modi ji's government who is doing it, and for this I congratulate him. Chairperson sir, in 1960s also, in 1971 also, in 1980s also, in 1993 also, 99 also, governments were considerate about Indian villages. In 1978, 78, 77, 78, something very miraculous happened, that in place of labor they would be given grains. Amartya Sen, the great economist, had stated that where would they buy medicine? How would they buy medicine? Rural people in Indian villages. Sir, through you, I want to request that.
Request to the members of the House is that we will extend the time until 10 p.m. if everybody agrees. Please carry on.
Honorable Chairperson, sir, through you, I would like to inform this August House that in 1977-78, they did a big work which was criticized by the whole countrymen. They started giving food grains in lieu of the labor, and the renowned economist Amartya Sen pointed out that how the people are going to purchase the medicines if they need, and the commissions of the country said that you are spending 3 rupees instead of the 1 rupees food grain, you are expending 2 rupees on transportation. So I would like to bring out that Honorable Speaker sir is from Kota, and the salary may be given to the opposition in form of kachori of Kota, and his district may be given as in form of jalebi. So if you can't accept this, then how did you accept giving food grains in lieu of labor? And the economy of the villages were completely destroyed. Honorable Chairperson sir, I am talking about Narega only. Honorable Chairperson sir, the Narega, the new bill provides 125 days employment in lieu of 100 days. Don't you welcome this step of the government? Honorable Chairperson sir, this will ensure security of employment. Don't you welcome this step? They will have to be given employment within 15 days of application, and if they do not get the employment, they will be paid unemployment allowance. Don't you welcome this step of the government? And the responsibility of the administration will be ensured with technological interventions, and new infrastructure will come up in the villages. Don't you welcome these steps of the government? Earlier they used to dig potholes and then fill it again, and there were no new infrastructural development in the villages, so there will no real development on ground. The Manrega was misused by the Congress to fill their pockets. Today we are going to make changes. Honorable agricultural minister comes from a farmer family and he has been 4-time chief minister. I congratulate him for that. Today he is the minister. I congratulate him that he has brought this bill. Earlier there were bogus attendance registers. Now the digitized muster roll has been brought in. Don't you welcome this step of the government, Honorable Chairperson, sir? There will be permanent assets which will be developed in the villages. Don't you welcome this step of the government? This very Modi government which has enhanced the support for the states, and this is the Modi government who has provided Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and they have also provided gas connection to villages through Ujjwala Yojana, and they are this is the government which is providing 5 lakh rupees under Ayushman Yojana, and this government is also providing the rooftop solar scheme, and this is the government which has launched Har Ghar Jal Yojana to ensure drinking water to every household, and this Rozgar Guarantee Ji Ramji Yojana will strengthen the rural economy. The villages will have good roads, good panchayat bhavans, schools, and earlier just Jai Prakash ji has brought out that we have said that we have enhanced the responsibility of the government to 40%. So it will also ensure the responsibility of the states for the development of the rural areas. Honorable Chairperson, sir, Gati Shakti Yojana and Viksit Bharat, under these schemes, all the plans will be integrated and the development work will be taken up in the villages. Today we see the economy of the cities is getting deteriorated. People are moving to the cities for employment, but when there will be developed villages, the youth of the village will work in their own villages, and they will have all kind of infrastructure for the agriculture and cultivation, and this will be a dynamic shift in the economy of the villages. The central government has decided during the Congress era, there were allocation of only 30 to 40,000 crore for Rozgar Guarantee Yojana, but now the present government is allocating 60 to 90,000 crore rupees for the employment, and in the coming time we are planning to spend 150 lakh crore for the development of rural areas. And Honorable Chairperson, sir, the biggest work that has been undertaken, that we have been working day and night to enhance the food production of the country. And during the peak cultivation time, the labor was not available. And now there is a provision in this bill that during the peak season of the cultivation, the Manrega labor will not be deployed for the other purposes. Honorable Chairperson, sir, through you, I would like to ask the opposition members, if you read the preamble of this bill, it is for the meeting the necessary requirement of the villages, and the Viksit Panchayat Yojana and the Gati Shakti Yojana will all be integrated and institutionalized, and all the schemes will so be integrated, and there will be central system, and there will be a system at the state level, and there will be a body at the local level to monitor implementation of this scheme, and the villages all over the country will develop. Honorable Chairperson, sir, I'll take only few minutes. If you provide me little more time, it will be great, sir. The dams, canals, and ponds, and watersheds, all this infrastructure will be developed under this program.
धन्यवाद मानवर.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I am. You please conclude. Please conclude, Honorable Chairperson, sir. For this particular bill, I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Agriculture Minister for bringing this wonderful bill, and it also in line with the traditions of the Sanatan Dharma. When we take name of Lord Rama, it will deter us from doing any kind of corruption. So I thank Honorable Minister and to you for giving me time. Jai Hind. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I stand here to speak on Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission VBG Ramji Bill 2025. I thank you, and I thank my party leaders, and the people of my constituency. And I would like to clarify that Manrega is not only a scheme, but it also a statutory right for the people, rural people, and it provides social security, and any kind of change in this act is like under this bill, the days of employment have been enhanced from 125 days from 100 days. The question is whether on ground the poor people will be able to secure 125 days of employment. Sir, under this bill, the unskilled labor, all the amount for the unskilled labor was borne by the central government, but under this scheme, the burden on the states have been enhanced, which will result in further unemployment. Now the center will decide that how much the states will spend, and if there is shortage of fund in the states, it will result in further unemployment. It is also an attack on the federal system of the country. The rural life doesn't run by the calendar, but they have to face all kind of calamity and rain, and the responsibility of Gram Panchayat is at stake because it will be controlled from the center. The actual development of villages must be done, but not on the dashboard. Earlier also, the work was stopped under Manrega spin. In my area, there is no mobile network. The technology should make our life easy. It should not create any kind of problem for the poor people. Whenever a foreign delegate visits India or our Prime Minister visits abroad, the India is known by the name of Mahatma Gandhi, the truth and non-violence, and this is soul of the country. But when we talk about the employment of the poor villagers. You try to remove the name of Mahatma Gandhi from its name. Why do you hate Mahatma Gandhi so much? It is connected with the rights of the poor people. Why are you using Lord Rama to replace the name of Mahatma Gandhi? Mahatma Gandhi did not belong to any political party. He was the moral character of our country, and this scheme must. We don't want any kind of sloganeering. The people need employment. They want wages and they want their rights. This bill must provide all this to the people, and I strongly oppose this bill. I would like to say that while introducing this particular bill, Honorable Minister brought out that this is a temple of democracy. Due to the sacrifice of Mahatma Gandhi, we earned our freedom and we got our democracy, and because of which we are the members and ministers in this house. You change the names, you change the rules, but this is not the way the people of the country are watching you. In Uttar Pradesh, in every village, you have liquor shops, and the youth future of the youth is at stake. I am from the Fatehpur constituency. There is the wage of hundreds of thousands of laborers still has not been paid. I thank you for giving me opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I stand on behalf of my party, the All India Trinamool Congress, to stridently oppose both the renaming of the bill and the replacement of the Manrega Act by the VB G. Ramji Bill 2025. In 2005, the Union government enacted the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which revolutionized rural India's idea of livelihood security. This very House, there was a historic consensus among all parties when they passed the bill, and everyone shouted, Rozgar Guarantee Zindabad. This was the history of the original bill. For the first time, the central government aimed to provide in law 100 days of assured employment to one single member of every rural household, as long as there was an adult member willing to sign up for unskilled manual work. As long as you wanted it, it was available, it was demand driven. What else? Women were guaranteed at least one half of the jobs made available. The Narega scheme was aimed at creating durable infrastructure, so wells, ponds, roads, etc. Employment to be provided within 5 kilometers of an applicant's residence. So this was to prevent large-scale rural to urban migration. Minimum wage was to apply. Every state was notified with a minimum wage. On October 2nd, 2009, Gandhi Jayanti, in keeping with the vision of the father of the nation's vision for rural self-reliance in India, the name was changed to the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Act. That is the history of this. Now, suddenly, 16 years later, with no consultation with anybody, you did not consult with the opposition, you did not consult with civil society, you did not consult with any stakeholders, the government has introduced a bill to repeal the Manrega. This is not an amendment, mind you. You are replacing it with something called a VB G. Ramji bill. Now, it was Bengal's great son, Rabindranath Tagore, who popularized the name Mahatma, meaning the great soul, for Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Some historians said that other people before Gurudev had called him the Mahatma. But it's ironic that the Prime Minister's home state, the Gujarat High Court, Justice Pardiwala, when he was there, he declared in February 2016, once and for all, that it was Rabindranath Tagore who gave the title of Mahatma to Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, and that all school textbooks should give the credit of naming of the Mahatma to Tagore. And what have this government done today? You've changed the name. You are dishonoring both the Mahatma and Gurudev. Is it any wonder that Bengal and Bengalis call you Bangla Birodhi? Do you think, does this government think it's been very smart by putting the name Ram, by putting the acronym RAM in the name of the bill? What did Gandhiji say? I'm quoting Gandhiji. By Ram Rajya, I do not mean Hindu Raj. I mean divine Raj, the kingdom of God. Ram Rajya ensures equal rights of prince and pauper. It is a sovereignty of the people based on moral authority. By changing the name and repealing the act, you have destroyed Gandhiji's idea of Ram Rajya, both in letter and in spirit. Now, before the suspension of the fund releases in March 2022, West Bengal was among the top performers of Manrega nationwide. Approximately 2.6 crore job card holders across 1.4 crore rural households were in Bengal. Since March 2022, the union government has not released one single paisa to West Bengal. As of today, the centre has outstanding Manrega dues of 52,000 crores. 52,000, 7,000 crores in unpaid wages and 45,000 crores in unpaid material and wage pending liabilities till date. We as members of the Trinamool Congress representing the people of Bengal, we have taken to the streets for our rightful dues. We've sat on dharna. Our Honorable Chief Minister has written innumerable times. We have complied with over 150 action taken reports. When we went to meet with the Honorable Minister, we as MPs were dragged by the Delhi police, dragged like animals. We were thrown into prison vans and we were taken to a godforsaken thana on the outskirts of Delhi. This is what we got. Even though the objects and reasons of the bill, I've got the bill in front of me, I'm looking at page 1. Now, if you look at the objects and reasons of the bill, it says to provide an enhanced statutory wage employment guarantee of 125 days in every financial year to every rural household. But actually, there is no one single element, not one, of the legal right to work retained in the bill, which was there in the original bill. That was a legal right. Nothing. Now, Manrega, the original Manrega provided some fundamental guarantees. The first, it was central government funded. The wage bill was met 100% by the central government. The second, it was a demand-driven employment program, as my honorable colleague Nareshji from the SAPA said. He said, when people wanted to work, it was demand-driven, it was bottom-up. And the third guarantee was that 100 days of work across rural India, no matter where you were. There was no notified area, no this, no that. You wanted to work, you lived in rural area, you filled up a form, you were entitled to it. That was the right. Now this government, I'm looking at the bill, they've used the word guarantee 92 times. 92 times in this bill. But I'm going to go through just 4 provisions of the bill which demonstrates that the new Ramji bill provides no guarantees at all. Forget about 92, it provides not even one guarantee. So let me look at the first. First, if I'm looking at page 4, chapter 2, section 4, subsection 5 of the proposed bill. What does it say? The central government shall determine the state-wise normative allocation for each financial year based on objective parameters as may be prescribed by the central government. So the Manrega, which was a demand-driven employment program, has been now replaced by an allocation-based scheme, which the central government can alter at whim. So central government thinks they want to alter the quantum of allocation, it can. So this takes us back. This is retrograde. It takes us back to the pre-Manrega days when we had the Jawahar Rozgar Yojana, when we had employment assurance schemes, which basically used to give the people of India only about 10 days of employment. That's what you're taking us back to. The second provision, which is deadly, which I'm looking at the bill, again, page 4, chapter 2, subsection 5, section 5, subsection 1 of the bill. It completely destroys the idea of a universal legal entitlement across rural India. What does it say? Save as otherwise provided, the state government shall in such rural areas as may be notified by the central government. So the center is saying that the scheme will run only in those areas which has been notified by the central government. So the state government has to provide for the 125 days of work, but the center is going to prescribe the norms. Brilliant. Wow, this is great. Now, this 125 days that they're saying, this is all eyewash. In the last 5 years, what has been the reality? Due to squeezed allocations, Manrega has not been able to meet demand for work. It has not been able to. Average in India has been between 50 and 55 days work on average. In Bengal, in the last 5 years, no matter what the demand was, you could not give even 1 day of work because you stopped the program. The third provision, The same chapter, chapter 2, page 4, section 4, subsection 6. What does this state? Any expenditure incurred by a state in excess of its normative allocation shall be borne by the state government. So suppose any state government has more demand, its people want more work, and it gives it more work, the state government is on the hook for the bill. The central government is not going to go beyond the allocation. Exactly what my colleague pointed out. The fourth, the most deadly, this is the death knell for the Manrega scheme. This is why Manrega is not going to go forward because of this provision. Let's look at page 11, chapter 5, section 22, subsection 2. For the purposes of this act, the fund sharing pattern between the central government and the state government shall be 60-40. In the northeastern states, states and union territories, 90-10. Now, under section 22 of the old Manrega, 100% of the wages was central government, and in terms of materials and admin, 75 was central government, 25 was state government. Now, let me give a very small example so you understand what this means. Let me illustrate the funding comparison. Now, let's just state for any state, the total Manrega expenditure per annum is 10,000 crores. Out of that, say wages is 7,000 crores and materials is 3,000 crores. State government in the old situation, central government is picking up 100% of the 7,000 crores, and of the materials 3,000 crores, central government is picking up 75%, that's 2,250 crores, state government is picking up 750 crores. So what is the situation? Central government's total bill is 9,250 crores, state government pays 750 crores. This is old Manrega. The new VRAMG, what is it looking at? Same expenditure of 10,000 crores. Sir, I've got 12 minutes, sir. I'm the first speaker, 12 minutes. Please don't ring the bell, sir. Okay, now under the new situation, what is happening? It's same expenditure of 10,000 crores. In the same expenditure, it is 60-40 of the total. Center spending 6,000, state has to spend 4,000. Old situation, state for the same expenditure was only liable for 750 crores. Now the state is liable for 4,000 crores. So the state share has gone up by 3,250 crores, which is 430% more. Now for the same level, the state has to give additional 3,250 crores. Now for the states, what does this mean? This is a loss of wage protection because you're on the hook for the wage bill. There's a budget cap risk where if there's expenditure beyond the allocation, the states have to borne it. But the unemployment allowance, that if you don't give work, the unemployment allowance in the old section was under the... Please let me finish, sir. Sir, please let me finish. Sir, I'm the fourth speaker, 10 hours, sir. Sir, 10 hours, I have to finish. This is not fair, sir. 10 hours, there are 3 speakers, I've got 12 minutes, sir. Please don't do this. Please, sir, please let me finish, sir. I've got 2 minutes more, please let me finish. The unemployment allowance will continue. Now, in this, there's a structural shift where you're moving to a fiscally devolved model.
Honorable Member Srimati Mahua Moitra ji.
Please listen to
Yes.
me.
Yes, sir.
I'm given indication that you have 10 minutes. You have already crossed 11 minutes.
Sir, you've increased the time, sir.
Please listen to me.
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you another 40 seconds.
No, sir, you please give me, because you've increased the time to 10 hours, sir. That 10 minutes was under the 4-hour scenario, sir.
See,
yes, let me
as
finish, sir.
requested by you, I'm giving you 12 minutes.
Let me
Please
finish, sir.
conclude.
I'm giving you, sir. Manrega was a people's law. The popular slogan was, Har haath ko kaam do, kaam ka pura daam do. What's happening today? The Calcutta High Court has directed the union government to resume Manrega in West Bengal as of 1st August. Not only did you not do it, you went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court dismissed your petition, said Calcutta High Court's order stands. Even till today, the legal position is clear, you have not increased it. When I will request the Honourable Minister who is present here, when you reply, sir, please give us a very clear indication to the state of West Bengal, to all of us sitting here. How do you propose to clear the rightful dues of 7,000 crores of unpaid wages and 45,000 crores of our projected liabilities? This is our legal entitlement. We are not begging for it. You are in contempt of both the courts of law and the courts of the people. Na kisi ka saath, na kisi ka vikas, na Rahim ka, na Ram ka. This is the truth of this bill. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madam, Mananiya Srimati K. Kanimoji, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The Supreme Court of India in 1985 said, the right to life includes the right to live with human dignity and all that goes along with it. Amartya Sen, during a discussion on Narega, said the social security arrangements like employment guarantees are crucial in protecting people from extreme deprivation. The Vikshit Bharat Gramji bill, which is being brought today, takes away human dignity, and also it fails to protect the legal right of our people to work. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act now has been changed to the Vikshit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission. Sir, just reading this vexes me. This is not a Vikshit bill, Vikshit Bharat. It is a vexed Bharat. Because in every bill, you try to impose Hindi and Sanskrit on people of South India, and just try, why don't you name one bill in any South Indian language? You keep saying that you care about the Indian languages. Can you tell us about one bill which you named in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Marathi, Odisha? Nothing. It is either Hindi or Sanskrit.
This is not Vikshit Bharat. This is a dangerous Bharat. This is a Bharat which is betraying for the farmer laborers. This bill has been brought against them on behalf of DMK. I am opposing totally against this bill. This Mahatma Gandhi National Employment Guarantee Scheme, in the name itself, there is guarantee for work that is clearly explained. But the bill which you brought, it is
allocation based.
The first bill is that gave work for those who demanded for work. But this bill is giving the powers in the hands of the union government. It is being centralized.
Sharing power, not hoarding power.
This is not centralization. You should understand this. 100 days work. The scheme is that this is called in rural areas in such a name. Through this scheme, throughout the country, in the rural areas, the old-aged people who don't have a chance to work, even women and the disabled people, they were given employment. But today, with this new bill, they are against these people, these categories of people. You are against the self-rule of the state government. This is anti-people, anti-poor, and this bill is anti-people. This is being brought in this August House. I want to register in this August House. Section 4 and subsection 5.
Allocation for each financial year based on objective parameters as may be prescribed by the central government.
This union government, which state, what is the allocation, how much is the allocation, the union government will decide that, and to which area, what will be the amount of work that can be provided. This will be decided by the union government. You don't know who VOC is. For the freedoms of this country, he was the person who is a freedom struggle, who is a freedom fighter. During elections, you come to Tamil Nadu and you say that you will feel that you are not a Tamil. You are not given birth as a Tamil. But when there is elections in Bihar, you go to Bihar, you will say that Tamils are against the Bihari people. If you go to Odisha, and take part in the elections. You say that Tamils are trying to snatch away the power in Odisha. You are always against the Tamil people. Wherever you go, you change your stance. The people of Tamil Nadu, the Tamils, you don't have any concern about them. How can you say near Nagapattinam, in a village near Tanjavur, in Tirunelveli, Nangineri, and the villages, the people living there, how will you understand the demands and needs of the people living in such areas? This government, the state government, they know the needs and demands of the people living there. They were giving employment opportunities to these people, and that right also you want to snatch away from the state government. This bill is being brought by you. The rights of the states, the self-rule in states, that is being destroyed and dismantled through all your bills. Not only that, another issue is that for several years, as mentioned by Ms. Mahua Moitra, for the last several years, the wages have been fixed. That was totally borne by the union government. The UPA during the UPA government, this scheme was brought, and it is being borne by the union government. But this bill, it is citing as 60% is to 40%. The ratio is being changed between the union and the state government. You have not released the wages. This BJP government, wherever there is non-BJP parties ruling the states, you have not distributed money. Now you are not releasing the wages. How can we be having the belief that you will be providing wages under this scheme? Now, for the material cost, it was 75 and 25. You will be providing 75% for the material cost, and 25% will be borne by the state for the material cost. But the total scheme has been made into a ratio of 60 to 40%. What is the reason behind that? Not only that, the state government, if it releases and increases the wages and the number of man days, and that is to be borne by the state government itself, we cannot accept that. Continuously, you are reducing the funds that are being allocated to the state government.
Reduced. 89%.
The state devolution has come down to 75% from 89%. The cess collection, every year you are taking on your own into your account. The revenue that is to be given to the states are to be controlled, but the union government is increasing the expenditure pattern of the states as well. That is also a sorry state of affairs. You are saying 60 to 40%. I want to ask you, the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, this is the house building scheme. This is in the name of Prime Minister. Actually, 61% of the funds are being provided by the state government. You are just only giving 39% of the funds. This is the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampatra Yojana. 27% is borne by the union government. 73% of the fund under the scheme is given by the Tamil Nadu government. The old age pension scheme, 1,000 rupees. We are giving more than 1,000 rupees. You are just giving 200 rupees. For Jal Jeevan Mission, 50% is to 50%. You said that is the ratio. But Tamil Nadu is giving 55% of the fund, and it is releasing 55% of the fund for the implementation of the scheme. If you see every scheme, the states are being betrayed by this union government. Through this bill again, the people and the states are being betrayed. You have started to betray, and this is also another opportunity to betray us. And I'm totally ashamed, and I'm painful to say this.
இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த நேரத்திலே வேலை கிடையாது என்று சொல்கிறீர்கள். விவசாயம்
when there is agricultural activity is at peak, you are denying. At the time of sowing, at the time of sowing, leaving 1 or 2 days, the farm laborers, they don't have work. 60 days, if they don't have work, what will be their situation? How will they live their life? Have you ever thought about that? You just touch your conscience. For 2 days only they can work. For the rest of the 60 days, if they don't have any work, what will be their state of affairs? This is not only for wages. Beyond that, it is the negotiating power.
is completely destroyed.
Yes,
அதை சற்றாவது
have you ever thought about this? Beyond that, our UPA government, when it brought this bill, it was like an Akshaya Patra, a food bowl. It was given in the hands of the laborers, but you have snatched away and you have given a bowl for taking alms. It is a matter of shame. And Honorable Minister also said that 125 days of work will be provided. Honorable Minister also said that 125 man days of work will be provided. After you came to power, not even 1 year, 100 days have you given in any one state of the country. 40, 46. You cannot cross this number. This is the situation. We have an adage in our size. You will talk so many things and you can't do anything. That is the base, and you should be ashamed of that. Mahatma Gandhi's name has been removed from the title. When Mahatma Gandhi died, Tandai Periyar said,
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin Bill 2025, which has been proposed by the government to all those poverty-stricken families who volunteer to work in every year. There is a provision of 125 days of work. We will go towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, and we shall strengthen our economy, and we shall strengthen development, and it shall also bring about an inclusion and saturation. And for all those important matters, this bill has been brought about, and I support it wholeheartedly. Honorable Chairperson, sir, it is going to actually strengthen the cultural facets as well as the economy of the country. There are many such acts in the central government which require amendment. It should have been brought about a long time ago. Our constitution makers had said that from time to time, all other bills and all other acts shall be required different changes as per the need of time, and the government must take it up on war footing. This is a social security scheme which shall strengthen the poverty-stricken rural areas, which gives guarantee for 125 days of work, which shall actually strengthen their employment. Women empowerment shall be promoted, and the rural female workforce is accomplished. Along with that, it shall also actually help out with unemployment, and rural development will also find a way there. The most important facet here is that in every financial year, for every rural family, the adult family members, earlier they were getting 100 days of work as well as pay. Now this shall be increased to 125 days. If they do not find work within 15 days, then they shall find themselves at the receiving end of the unemployment allowance. 1/3 of that should be women. and there is a target to increase this number to 50% as well. Electronic fund management and social security shall ensure complete transparency in this matter as well. For unlocalized people, for example, water infrastructure as well as for rural infrastructure as well, they can be registered in the block work office as well. It is my suggestion that farmers must also be included in this particular program. This program will actually help with poverty. It will help with the productivity of rural people and for using their natural resources and for strengthening their natural resources. This program will be unprecedented. Democracy will also be strengthened by way of this act. After independence, for food security and for strengthening the farmers of the country, rural workforce was actually taken into consideration, and they were focused on such policies in order to bring about the rural population to a better stance. Employment generation and many other policies were brought about, and they are currently being worked upon. The policies of rural employment have seen unprecedented wave in the last few years. They have gone through many changes, which has started with the Rural Manpower Program and for Scheme for Rural Employment in the 1980s, National Rural Employment Program and Rural Landless Employment Guarantee Program was launched, which was later merged into in 1993 into the Jawahar Rozgar Yojana, so that it would be made easier for the people. For the at times when employment was not there, then it was different kind of programs were brought about. This has actually improved employment as well as there was the initiation of Food for Work program in 1977-78 and later expanded as National Food for Work program, which was actually for manual labor on public works, which targets the most backward districts. So, the way that a building needs a strong foundation, similarly, Viksit Bharat 2047 will require a strong foundation, and by way of this bill, the Honorable Prime Minister as well as the Honorable CM Shri Nitish Kumar ji have brought about this kind of legislation so that the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 will have a great contribution. So, for this program, within 100 months, by way of notification, this act and its sections and the important factors or facets of this bill will be brought into work in order to make this process corruption-free as well. There have been 4 pillars: water security, third is the livelihood matter, and for different kinds of rights to be given to the people. Along with that, biometric validation shall be done, and mobiles and other search dashboard will be given. And for 27 other programs will be actually made so that this kind of matters can actually be brought about to people. This bill will help with attaining the Viksit Bharat Act, Viksit Bharat Vision of 2047. So, the vision of Ramraj by Mahatma Gandhi will be brought about by this bill. The father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, was Hey Ram, and hence this bill has been named after it, so that this pays an homage to our father of the nation. And you have given me an opportunity to speak over here. I am grateful to you. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly support the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Grameen Bill 2025. Thank you, sir.
Shri Lavu Shri Krishna ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak on Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Gramin bill. I've been listening to various members speaking for the last 1 hour. One word that everyone keeps talking about or keeps taking is the change. One thing that is constant is the change. And what's been seen here is the change that has been introduced because of the change in the scenario and change in the aspirations of the people, change in the economy that country has experienced in the last 15 years. Sir, in the 1960s, even the calls were also made. In 1960s, it was JJ1, J Kisan. 1970s, it was Garibi Hatao. 1980s, Roti Kapda Makan. 80s, 90s, it was liberalization, privatization. 2000, right to work. 2010, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. 2020, Atmanirbhar. So, with the change in the aspirations of the people, change in the economic status, and the development that is happening, obviously this will keep changing, sir. And also, the need for the change in this scheme is mainly because of the poverty that has gone down from 25% in 2011, 12 to 4.8% in 23-24. This necessitates the change in the scheme, sir. So not only in this, sir, if you look at the rural employment program, that has been, it is not something that has been introduced only in 2005. It is there from 1969 in various forms and various focus areas and various targets that has been established for in various decades. In 1969, it was rural employment program. In 70s and 80s, it was a Jawahar Rozgar Yojana. In 90s, it was Jawahar Gramin Samriddhi. So there were a lot of iterations that have gone through before it became Narega in 2005, sir. So again, another new iteration has been coming to place in 2025 under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, sir. And why these iterations has to come? Because a lot of people have spoken about this in this house also. A lot of members have spoken about it. I've been hearing it for the last 6 years or so in this house. A lot of members have complained about the proliferations in the scheme. The intended benefit that is supposed to happen with this scheme is not happening in the constituencies. A lot of members have spoken about it. Even Kanimoniji, who has spoken just now, she has headed a committee in 2024, sir, rural employment through Manrega. She was chairing that committee. In that committee, there was a recommendation under the number 12, sir. It states, it reads that the committee recommend to Department of Rural Development to look into the issue with a practical approach and undertake a study for reviewing the need and justification for increasing the number of guaranteed days of work under Manrega from present 100 days to 150 days. So that's one of the, because people have been experiencing this, they also explained the need for the change, increasing in the dates and the days of the work and various other things, scope of work and everything. So based on these recommendations, and there are a lot of other people also commented on it. There's a member who is in Rajya Sabha, I should not be naming it because it's in the other house, sir. But this is his comment. How many ditches will you dig? How many ponds will you build? How many forestations will you do? There has to be a limit. We will have to see it 1 to 2 years whether 100 days of work will continue. These are the comments that have also come into existence, sir, because they have seen, because members are very experienced. They go into the constituency, involved with the villagers, talk to the officers, where the scheme is working, where the scheme is not working. So they made a lot of suggestions and suggestions to the government. Based on the suggestions, they've made this new amendments to this, sir. And also, there are a lot of investigations also done by the union government. In 19 districts of West Bengal, they found non-existent works. The member who has spoken earlier also should be looking into this. Also, they monitored 23 states in financial year 25-26, sir, and it has found that there was no work that has been done, but still there are a lot of large-scale large-scale wages has been taken out under this scheme, sir. So there are a lot of issues that they have raised in this under this scheme, sir. But based on these recommendations, based on the suggestions by various members, the government has taken into the account. So they have recommended that number of days to be increased from 100 days to 125 days, sir. And this is a move in the right direction, and also budget has also been increased. If you see the budget of the scheme in 2005 and 6, when it started, it was only started with 5,400 crores, sir. But last year, it was increased to almost 86,000 crores, sir. So we have seen, I've seen during the time of COVID, it was increased to almost 1,10,000 crores to help the people in the need, to provide them the work and everything. So this has worked well for certain times, sir. It needs some change. So these iterations have been coming to place. So we welcome this new changes that has been made, but we also want to make a statement here, sir, with regards to the Andhra Pradesh, sir. Andhra Pradesh, we've made a lot of requests in this house also. We've made the position clear of economic status of Andhra Pradesh in this house, sir. Ours is a revenue deficit state from 2014 itself, after the unscientific bifurcation that has happened, and we have come to this house and explained the situation of Andhra's financial position on many occasions, sir. And in the last 1.5 years after the Telangana party came into power, the one major thing that has been achieved was there was 92 schemes of the central government, which from 2019 to 24 were all defunct. They were not, the central sponsored schemes were not being utilized by the state government from 2019 to 24 in the previous regime. But what we have done in the last 1.5 years with the support of Union government, with the support of the various ministries, with the support of the Prime Ministers, to resurrect these 92 schemes, and these centrally sponsored schemes are now working well in Andhra Pradesh, sir. But what we request is, as a state is a revenue deficit state, when we have to cough up 40% from the side of the state to fund this scheme, we request the same amount of support that has been extended by the central government for the last 1.5 years to be extended, so that this scheme can be implemented well in the state. So that is the request from Andhra Pradesh side, sir. So coming to the suggestions regarding this scheme, there are 5 I want to make, sir. The first one is, I think we need to strengthen the laws to prevent the fraud, sir. In the last 10 years in Andhra Pradesh itself, there have been 1,11,932 cases of fraud under Narega involving 82 crores has been found. Of this, only 48 crores has been recovered, sir. But the problem with this is recovery is one thing, but making sure that whoever has been involved in this is to be taken into task. I have searched for a long time across the country with a lot of based on a lot of data that has been provided, but nowhere you see these people who have been doing these frauds has been taken to task. I think we need to, as we are amending this law, I think we need to amend in such a way that proliferation doesn't happen. So because that is the main reason why we are going ahead with this, so that make sure that whoever does this false will be taken to task. Second is increasing the number of technical assistants. Right now, at present, one technical assistant is assigned for 4 gram panchayats. Imagine one technical assistant, he has to measure 16 working sites in these 4 gram panchayats in 3 days. Imagine him traveling to 16 sites. So it is nearly impossible for him to do it. And what will happen is they try to fraudulently map the working sites and not enter the right works. So I request the ministry to increase the number of technical assistants instead of 4, give one per 2 gram panchayats. Third request is, third suggestion is the wage indexation, sir. Right now, the wage indexation is linked to the CPI of the rural, CPI of the agriculture, sir. The request is to link it to the CPI of the rural, sir, so that actual ones can be, wages can be realized in the due course, sir. So that is the third request from our side, sir. And fourth one is, you made it clear, the ministry has made it clear in the new bill, that going forward we will be investing more on creating the durable assets rather than this normal works that is not to be seen. So it is a welcome sign, sir. But we have seen in the survey that has been done from the financial 2014, it was 9.6% of the works has been utilized by the individuals. But by 2024, it has been increased from 9.6% to 73.3%. The request is to make sure this, whatever fund that is being used going forward is used for creating the assets for the community rather than individual. So it will be, the asset can be used properly by the community, sir. That is the fourth one. And the fifth one is the social auditing. All those social audits are mandated under the NREGA Act. The establishment of independent social audit units is not statutorily mandated. So we request you to make sure every state is mandatorily doing these social audits and making sure these bodies are also constituted, because most of the states are not even constituting bodies, so that these audits are not happening completely, sir. So these 5 suggestions, we request the ministry to take these suggestions into consideration, and with this we support the bill, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mananiya Shri Raja Bawaje.
Mic and camera. Sir, let the camera start.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Honorable Chairperson, sir, we are discussing Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and
विधेयकावर आपले लक्ष वेध
Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin. And I thank you for giving me opportunity on this bill. Whatever discrepancies are there, I'm expressing it there. If we talk about the foundation of government establishments, it is weak. There are 3 important issues which I would like to flag here, and this is my demand also. Sir, if we see your way of working, which you have received from the center, and 60% is the share of central government and 40% the share of state government, and it is disturbing the employment, and this is a very serious condition. And second thing is that according to 22.4, section 22.4 of this bill, I would like to state here, for every financial year you have given, and you should give an amount for our state, but in 22.5 this provision is made, whatever amount you have fixed for the state, and the expenditure should be given to the state. If there is some calamity in the state, and whatever has been decided by the center, and if the figure goes above whatever has been decided by the central government, it has to be borne by the state government, and the central government should help the state government in such situation. So when the state government is financially weak, the central government should provide assistance. If under 15 days the people are not getting work, so there should be some remuneration for the unemployed people. And there is injustice, and the digital system has so many lacunas. Honorable Chairman, sir, this bill doesn't pay any attention on the employment or the livelihood of rural people. It is complementary to give for 60 days, and in this work, and if we talk about the provisions, it takes the work from the laborers, and very less is paid to the workers. So, Honorable Chairman, sir, if we talk about the law, the provision of this law is to give job to the people and to bring work for people. And if we will talk about the days of 125 days, and this is the objective of this bill. So I request central government that you should pay focus on this. The system should be fixed for this. It should be cancelled, and the problems which may occur in future will be taken care of, and the responsibility should be taken by central government for the farmers and for the rural households and for the laborers. Help should be extended, and if we have to fulfill the dream of a developed India, then we should think about the farmers and the laborers. Honorable Chairperson sir, the name Manrega has been changed, and now VBG Ramji name has been chosen by you, and whatever basis you want to give to the people, it's not being delivered. So through you I request that it should be reviewed.
अध्यक्ष महोदय मी आपले आणि
Chairperson sir, if I talk about my leader Supriya Sule ji, I thank her. Our mission of Vikasit Bharat. And sir, I thank you for giving me opportunity to speak on this bill. If we talk on behalf of our party, I want to speak on this bill. Sir, I have to flag one issue, that this government is focusing more on the name than to focus on the work. Whatever scheme has been brought by you, then the name was Manrega. This name was given, and the name of Mahatma Gandhi ji was given earlier, and this was the sole objective for the development of rural people. And now they are removing the name of Nation of Father, and they are replacing it by G Ramji. Sir, just by changing the names, you cannot change the fate of the people. You have to work wholeheartedly. Sir, they say that they will provide work for 125 days. This is not true. You are saying this, but the situation is different. Even the laborers are not getting work even for 50 days. In the earlier regime, you could not deliver 11 days work, and now you are giving the assurance of 125 days. This is just an announcement for the elections. And so this bill is to provide employment, and we have to see the democracy also, and our youth is unemployed, and the prices are rising, and unorganized laborers are struggling. They are not getting any work. Price is rising, and unskilled and unorganized sector people are struggling for job and livelihood, and there is no point for their benefit in this bill. And the government says that it will be very beneficial for the people, but it doesn't seem that it will be providing unemployment related assurance. This is just a discussion. They are making a mockery in the name of the bill, and they are not making any long-term planning how it can give benefit to the women. And this bill seems like the train without engine, and you are playing with the future of the youth. This is wrong. The government talks about skill development, but the question is, where are the jobs? So many young people have got skill development training, but there is no job for them. And industrialization is also taking place, but the people are not getting job in their areas. And privatization is being promoted by this government, and the whole responsibility is on the private companies, and the future of the people is in dark. This is the responsibility of the government. They should take the responsibility, and the people who are working in unorganized sector, they are not getting this benefit. There is no provision for these people. Arogya, Bima and other facilities are not being provided to them. They are facing so many difficulties. This is not the vision of a developed nation. This is not the justice for the people. And tribal people, women, all are facing difficulties. They are exploiting these sections. There are so many claims, but there is no reality in this bill, and this is very unfortunate that the treatment is not good. Central government should take care of all these things, and central government is taking all the decisions, and this is not the example of democracy, sir. I have a request, and this is for every household. You should provide jobs to every household, and you should provide training also, and the people should get government jobs also, and social security benefits should be delivered for the people, and such rights should be given to state governments so that they may take care of their people. What type of India do we Indian need now? So you should think about the country also. Sir, I thank you for giving me opportunity to speak on the bill, and Honorable Minister Shivraj Chauhan ji has brought this bill. The bill which has been presented by Honorable Minister V.B. G. Ramji. So I rise to speak on this bill. Sir, I support this bill. The development of rural India will ensure our target to make a developed nation by 2047. Through this bill, you are giving the guarantee of employment. And we are going to transform the whole scenario. Earlier, there was a scheme in the regime of Congress, and Congress was providing 100-day employment, and now our NDA government is increasing this time limit, and now they are providing work for 125 days. Earlier, local people were not given any weightage, but today, in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, NDA government has prepared the infrastructure of Gram Panchayat also, and development works are being carried out, and the main difference is the transparency, and wages payment will be done with transparency and timely. Earlier there were delayed payments, but today the wages are being transferred directly in the account of the workers, and in the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, there has been so many changes to improve the situation. Sir, we are giving the statutory guarantee for the work up to 125 days, so it will be very helpful for the households, and it will be strengthening them in financial way also, and there will be no commissions. They don't have to pay any commission for this, so the corruption will also be in check. Every laborer will be given this guarantee of work. Swachh and clean toilet, gas connections, and so many facilities are being given. So these are the successful schemes of central government, and the central point is a poor man, and through various schemes we are giving this benefit to the people. And when I worked as a minister, so I benefited, I formulated so many schemes for the benefit of the farmers, and the government is integrating all these schemes and the farmers are getting this benefit. Chairman sir, this bill is revolutionary and it will give benefits to the people. I would like to mention here 25 days have been increased. So it will be very helpful in the eradication of poverty at the time of sowing and harvesting. So there is a provision that this work will not be given at that time, so that the farm laborers may be available to complete the harvesting work. And for the development of infrastructure, it will be beneficial for water availability. Schemes have been formulated. Climate change will also be taken care of. I would like to furnish some important information, sir, in my areas. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, this is my constituency. Water-related works are being carried out, and more than 70% funds should be released, and it should be done on priority basis. Skill development should be promoted, and the people should be brought into mainstreams. For disabled, women, and for old people, as per their physical capacity, they should be given work, so that they may also get some participation under this scheme. 270 works are there in the list. On regional level, whatever is important, it has not been given to them. So an action plan should be prepared and decision should be taken. And wild animals are destroying the agriculture and the crops of the farmers, fencing should be completed. Sir, I'm concluding. I will take one more minute. Irrigation facility should be extended, and if the well is in right condition, it should be renovated. Some such provisions should be added in this bill. Sir, I demand that produce of the farmers should be taken care of. Thank you.
മാറ്റിസ്ഥാപിക്കാനായി അവതരിപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന വികസിത് ഭാരത് ഗ്യാരണ്ടി ഫോർ റോസ്ഗാർ ആൻഡ് അജീവിക മിഷൻ ഗ്രാമീൺ ബിൽ 2025 നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ സാമ്പത്തിക യാഥാർത്ഥ്യങ്ങളെയും ധനകാര്യ പരിമിതികളെയും പൂർണ്ണമായി അവഗണിക്കുന്ന ഒരു
because of this, I am totally opposing this bill. This bill I am totally opposing. Sir, this house should remember the history of the Manrega. UPA government, that was the biggest achievement of the UPA Sarkar, UPA government. When Sonia Gandhi, it shows her vision. It is out of her vision this program came into force. former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and his leadership, the first UPA government, first time that government gave a idea that employment is a right of the people. Not only the Manrega, even in the first UPA and also in the second UPA term, all the revolutionary acts that was passed by the parliament that time should be remembered. Forest Act, National Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Midday Meal Scheme, Right to Education Act, Right to Food Act, Right to Information. All these acts, all these achievements were the populist acts passed by the UPA 1 and UPA 2. These were the symbols of this human-centric development. The aim was to reduce the poverty and also to remove the inequality. That was the centralist approach of the government that time. Respected Chairman, Sir, I represent the state of Kerala, and it is not a normal program in Kerala. This is a very important program in Kerala. In fact, more than 40 lakh families are getting 10 to 12 lakhs people are getting job there. In 24-25, 5.5 crore man job were created in Kerala, and the expenditure was around 1,800 crore, and this amount is directly going to the rural economy for the small farmers in service sector, small shops. They are the ultimate effect beneficiaries. They are really enriching the Kerala's rural economy, and they are great, very big role there. Sir, one thing is very clear. Sir, the central government was taking the whole expenses of this workers, but this government, NDA government, is now reducing reduce the central share, and now it's 90 and 10%. This expenditure model is really imposing upon the states, and this will affect the states like Kerala, which Kerala is really facing a lot of financial problem, and the problems the states like Kerala will face a lot of problem, and through this in Kerala as well as in other states there will be lakhs and crores of rupees of wage dues are there, and the government has not, and lots of Kerala will face a lot of financial crisis due to this, and due to this wages will be decreased, and poor people will be denied the job. This is the things going to happen, and 125 days you are promising the job, but actually this is an impossible promise you are giving, because this is not demanded. This is budget controlled. This is not, whenever there are more demands from the states like Kerala, and the states like Kerala will be punished due to this kind of act. Mr. Chairman, 60 days during the farming period, this employment should be stopped. That clause is really an attack on the Kerala's Kerala's thing. 90% of Kerala's employers are women, and it is their only income. Manrega is their only income. In 60 days of wage denial of wage means around every family 18,000 rupees per month, which will be lost for a poor family. And government says that they will give money, but money will not be given time-bound manner. Even in Kerala, there are more than 3 crore of many employment government is not giving money in proper time. This is against the constitution and the right and the denial of the constitutional right, especially SC, ST people. This is a right for the Manrega. After Manrega came into existence, in India, SC/ST's life standard has improved. Their poverty has removed to a greater extent. I am making clear this point in this house today. SC/ST people are now living in a very happy to an extent. That is because due to the Manrega. That's what I make it clear. This is due to Sonia Gandhi's and Manmohan Singh's vision. I really applaud their effort, because crores of SC/ST people are now because of that only they got a way to live in a very right way. Because in Mahatma Gandhi's name, you are removing Mahatma Gandhi's name. This is not a. This is you are attacking him ideologically. Actually, this is a right of the job is a right of poor man. That is the ideology of Gandhiji. That is you are removing, sir. In this house, several times we have raised this.
My concluding part, sir. My concluding part.
Sir, and my last part. Sir, after Manrega came into existence, government has not. They have not taken any step to protect the Manrega workers. Yeah, actually, Manrega employees, workers should come under the purview of ESI. We have been demanding this for quite a long time, and they should get a treatment. If they come into purview of the ESI, then only this will come into existence. And same way, PF pension. And actually, PF pension should be available to the Manrega workers. That is also not accepted by the same way. Continuously, they have been working for many years, but they are not getting any pension. That also we have been demanding. So they don't have any uniform, basic equipments. And these workers, when they meet any accidents or they get an injury, these employees, they don't get any kind of compensation. They don't have any compensation. This is not even minimum wages. They are getting below minimum wages. So now the 10 to 5 is the working hours. Now they are asking between 9 to 4. They want between 9 to 4. It should be redefined. That is what they have been asking. But the center has not accepted. Last point. Please come. This house should not accept the bill in this form. Actually, you are destroying the Manrega. Actually, you should strengthen Manrega, and our demand is very clear. The entire amount should be met by central government. Their demand should be met, and timely wage should be given, and the right compensation should be given. ESI, EPF, all these things, all these social security measures should be given. This is what I want to say in this bill. This is what I am saying.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. May please speak. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. This Honorable Minister has presented this bill, Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin, VBG Ramji Bill 2025, which has been presented here. I am there to support this bill, and this is a very commendable step taken by the government. And this bill is Manrega, which was formed in 2005, is going to amend that act. And the brief name of this was Manrega earlier, and now its brief name is VBG Ramji, Viksit Bharat G Ramji. and the friends from Congress are objecting to this. But when in 2005, UPA won, when they brought or enacted this Manrega, I was there at the time. And in that, whatever provisions were made, for the time it may be very much useful at the time, but as this requirements kept on rising, and the requirements which we were thought to be by Panchayati Raj institutions, considering those things, there was constant demand, and the demand was also decreasing. And 25/6 report of this financial year is clearly mentioning this thing, that almost 100 days employment or the job which was given, 7.61% families only got this job, and because of this, it needed the reform, and our Honorable Prime Minister has connected it with Viksit Bharat concept, and PM Gati Shakti scheme also has been linked with this, and this is a kind of very distinguished effort which has been made, is really commendable here. And so far, the complaints which were being raised in Manrega were very clear, that employment was not being given, the labor was not sufficient, and according to the job, the evaluation is being done, and job cuts with the panchayat, and the corruption cases were being complained about, and lots of panchayats were there where the sarpanch were doing honestly, but because of legal problems, they faced some issues. And slowly these laborers were having less interest in this labor, and the farmers, when during the cultivation times, they used to get the labor, they didn't used to get, and the cultivation was being affected, and the economy of the farmers was being affected. And in the villages where this old reservoirs and things were there, which were getting useless, and the cleanliness mission which was started by Honorable Prime Minister, it became the public movement, but the Gram Panchayat did not clear the waste management things, and that's why the improvement and reform was required. And this Viksit Bharat PM Gati Shakti, like that, this job will be done, and in those lines these provisions have been made in this bill. And the best thing, like my friends were mentioning previously on this, what is the real requirement for this change, and the section 4 which is there, in that 4 important components are there, in which now under panchayats the job will be done, and the life of villages will be better, and we will be able to give the guarantee for employment in a better way, and new employment can be created. First is the water conservation, and now the panchayats will have this water conservation, and the irrigation facility will be better, and the groundwater with the rainwater can now we are not able to protect that, we are not able to conserve that, it was used to flow away, and now it will be done for this. And the second thing is about the basic village construction work of roads. Apart from the center scheme, villages need their schemes of this kind, and the roads will be constructed now, and this community development programs which are required for the panchayat, that will also be done. And the cleanliness is very much important aspect. On that also, in this scheme, it has been included in this bill. And then energy and the digital services, facilities of digital, where it will be reaching the villages, and how people can use those facilities with those schemes can be linked with this now in this bill, and the provision has been made in this regard. And the structure of this enjoyment, this living and this employment, how we can enhance those living opportunities, and how we can enhance this livelihood, this will be done. And the animal husbandry, and the farmers are affected by that, the crops are getting affected, but this animal husbandry will be improved now, and the capable farmers can have this fencing, but the small farmers face a lot of problems because of this animals destruction of crops. But now the farmers will get benefit by that. And this self-help groups which are there, they're in large numbers in villages. They're doing really good service, and their production will also rise so that the new employment can be created and their income can improve. This has also been included. And this storage through MSP, the government is purchasing the crops of farmers, and the marketing and the storage is with the cooperatives now. But if Manroga has this provision, then definitely villages and farmers can get benefited. Fourth is about the environment and this calamity. In the previous law, there was no provision of this kind that people can be helped. Now, in the flood and the drought, they can be helped. And whether it's the rains or other things which can trouble the farmers, now we can benefit them. And this natural conservation and these things which are there in the villages, in the panchayat, that should be preserved and protected. That all those things, PM Gati Shakti and GIS connected things will be important. And in section 5, there is a provision made that for this 100 days employment which was given in the previous law, it was a guarantee for that has been increased to 125 days now. And earlier my friends said that this is being finished, this is being done away with, but it has been increased. It's not being done away with, but for 25 days have been more. And at the time of sowing the seeds, for those 60 days, the farmers will get benefit through those schemes. And at the time, other schemes will be stopped, so that the farmers who need the laborers, they will be getting the labor easily. And section 11, in that this DNS allows for this employment. And in 15 days, if you don't get the job, then within those 15 days, if they don't get the job, then they'll be given the employment allowance. And 1/4 of that will be given to them, and the half of the labor will be given as unemployment allowance to them. And section 22, under that, in the northeast states, in 90-10 share, and the other states 60-40, in the UTs 100% will be borne by the center. And in section 12, in the central employment board has been constituted, and in that board, the provisions which are there, in that Panchayat Raj institutions representative will be there, and the labor organization will be there, SC, ST and OBC groups and women will also be representing. And in section 13, the state rural development guarantee program and the other things will be included in this. Just 1 minute, sir, I'm going to conclude, sir. Please let him conclude, sir. I'm speaking on the bill, sir. Those provisions are there. I'm speaking on that. Please conclude. In section 14, some committee will be formed. In the states also the committees will be formed. In that, and coordination's responsibility has been into the district, and at the block level committees will be there, so that it can be done properly. And this, the Gram Panchayat will give the proposals, and in that completely 50% jobs will be done by the Gram Panchayats. And this is a very important thing. So the Gram Panchayats will be getting more chance to work in this direction. And this assets will be created, and the schemes will be like the discussion on these matters, and it will really improve the federal structure of our country, and it will definitely improve the fundamental structure of this federalism. Honorable Sir, I would like to thank my national leader of my party, Akhilesh Yadav ji, that he gave me a chance to speak, and this Viksit Bharat guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin, on this bill, I have been given chance to speak my viewpoint. Sir, in this bill, which has been brought here in the House, especially I'll talk about Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, in this job 40,000 laborers, we call them Manrega Karmi, they are deployed. Their attendance is being taken, and everyday attendance is taken. And till now, their amount of payment has not been fixed. In this bill, there is no discussion on that. And what they'll get, their wages, nothing of this kind has been mentioned here. And secondly, you change its name. By changing the name,